Welcome in. We have a brand new day ready for a great time with you, the audience, as always. Your support is such appreciated, and we always enjoy corresponding with you, and the texts are already coming in. So we're off and running. A busy day indeed. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. Until then, it's us two good uns. I'm Speedy, and over to my left is one Mr. Greg Burgess. What's happening, my friend?
Yellow.
What's happening?
What's going on?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up? I called ATT Uverse and DirecTV yesterday.
Yeah,
I finally did it.
Get a deal?
I finally did it. No, I was, and dang it, how do I say this without? Between the background noise and the broken English,
Yeah.
I finally told
That's tough.
I finally told the gentleman, sir, I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
I know.
I said it's extremely frustrating on my end.
You're going to either give me a better connection.
Yeah, which you know,
do away with the background noise, or you need to give me somebody that speaks English.
So, for some stupid reason, I felt like going outside was better at the house. It was mid-afternoon.
Is that going to make him talk better?
I don't know. I felt like it was. Plus, Terry, she kind of split the day. She was at home some too, so she was taking a business call for work. So I didn't want to drown her out. So finally, I go out and I said, "Hey, here's the deal." I said, and I think. You know, you can mess with college football, but if you mess with the NFL, the country raises Cain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? I know for some of you that are all about college football, you think that's all that matters. Well, nationally, it's the NFL.
Hard. Oh, yeah.
And last night, Monday Night Football was on ABC and ESPN. And I know some of us have ABC affiliates.
I called it on the ABC.
Yeah, that aren't owned by ABC. Like ours is owned by Sinclair Broadcasting. Yeah. So we're fine. But for some of them in the country, their ABC affiliate's owned by ABC, so
they don't have ESPN or ABC.
No, neither one. And so people were raising Cain. Anyway, I called and I said, hey, I know y'all are getting a lot of calls about this whole Disney and all this debacle that y'all are trying to negotiate, and I hate to be that guy. And he kind of laughed, and I said, but I guess I am. And I said, what's going on? And we, the customer, are the ones being affected.
Yeah.
And I said, so we're paying for something that we don't have.
Yeah. How about
and I said, I understand there's more channels than just the sports channels, but to be honest with you, that's really all we watch. And we've been affected by this, and we've been damaged. So what do y'all have in place to help us, the customers, when it comes to missing out on a lot of programming? And to be honest with you, we've been able to skirt around a little bit, but it has affected ESPN Plus for things that aren't on the major channels that I like to watch. And of course he comes back, and you can tell he's in some switchboard place where there's about 1,000 other operators in the back. Yeah. And then he's a low talker, and
great.
And I'm like, and I can't have the phone pressed any more to my ear.
Yeah,
if I do, I could damage my ear. Oh, yeah. So then I try speaker for some stupid reason. I think, well, maybe speaker will help, and it did just slightly. So then I walk outside, and so I'm outside now. I'm walking in the backyard talking to this man, and he said, well, we'll take $20. And I said, okay, 20 what now? And he said, well, we'll take $20 off. And I said, well, okay, that's fine, but how come some customers are they're getting a certain amount off and some others? And I mean, walk this out for me. And then he tries to go into some speech that you can tell they have written down, and they're just reading from it. And so it was an ordeal. But bottom line, they said they'll take $20 off this month, and then next month as well. And then went into this explanation of why it's happening and what's going on. And I said, well, you don't have to go into all that. I just want to know when's this fixer, because I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. The next phone call when I hang up, I'm going to call your cancellation number, and I'm just going to switch services.
Yeah.
And I said, I know you don't care because you're dealing with other things, obviously. But it's a little frustrating on the customer side. And that's the story we have today. It's a Daily Mail story where Uverse and DirecTV customers are irate as far as what's going on. Of course, DirecTV put out this scathing comment to Disney saying it's their fault. And then of course,
they're going to point at each other.
They were hoping to get this resolved, they said, over the weekend where front offices were in negotiations, but apparently they didn't do that. And I knew this was coming because even a buddy of mine said, hey, you can mess with college football, but you can't mess with the NFL. And sure enough, those of you around the country that were affected by the NFL being on last night did not see Aaron Rodgers go down in San Francisco. Not hurt, but he got beat.
He actually did make – I watched about 2 series. I saw the Jets score. But for a second, they thought they had something.
Right.
And because I was thinking – because you remember this time last year, I mean, the very first snap, he's out.
Oh, gone. Yeah.
So
and he's out.
What I saw, I mean, that one drive was good. And this one receiver was just he threw it to him the whole time. I mean, he was open all night.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I didn't see the rest of the game. But how about Christian McCaffrey didn't play?
No, he didn't.
He wasn't dressed because he's got a calf muscle thing. They said it was one of those deals like we don't want to risk. I mean, we hate to hold him out because they admitted, they said, I forget how many, like 80% of their offense comes through him.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's geared for that. And then all of a sudden now he's at the last minute, he's not playing.
Yeah.
But they're saying if he injures it further, then it's going to cost us down the road.
Yeah.
So let's try to get him well, and so we can have him for the majority of the
Their line is so good, though. It didn't matter who was in the backfield last night. They won 32-19 over the Jets. They're saying with the short week, because them playing on Monday, he could possibly miss this weekend too coming up, but who knows? But yeah, Aaron Rodgers made it through a game, but they go down. I tuned over. I saw literally 2 plays, and one of them was a ricochet off of a defender, and it was a interception by Aaron Rodgers, and he was just standing there in disbelief that it wasn't called pass interference. But
the one drive was a good drive. But
yeah,
that must have been it.
Yeah, but I did go back.
The Niners are pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. They are.
Good defense.
Having to go to the West Coast and play, but Aaron Rodgers is from California, so right. I mean, he kind of came home. But
you know, it was hilarious, and I'd heard this before, but it's funny. They were talking about him being from there, and they said he played football at Pleasant Valley High School. And I thought that was funny.
Are you serious?
I said, I didn't know he played at Pleasant Valley. I don't remember it. That's where I live, if people that don't understand. That's the name of our high school my kids graduated from, for those who are not.
That's great. That's good stuff. That'll get your attention, I'll tell you
I
that.
did. I said, what?
You went to where?
Pleasant Valley. I'll be down.
What if you called Taylor? Hey, did Aaron go?
He wasn't any good. He was a late bloomer.
He didn't get any playing time. So yesterday, I flip the TV on, and I guess I don't know why, but the last channel that we were watching was on HBO Max, and so Hard Knocks was on, and I guess it was the last series of when they try to make the 53-man roster.
Oh.
And me with secondhand, and secondhand, there was an embarrassment, but part of secondhand is you get uncomfortable too. You're nervous for the person. Yeah. There's just a little bit of angst to it, and when the general manager has to call everybody in and break it to them that hey, they're
bring
cut.
Your playbook.
Yeah, and there was a safety, I guess, that he really liked, and the general manager even got emotional
because these guys are to the final cut. I mean, you can see it.
This is it, and when they cut them. They tell them, look, we have 24 hours, and if nobody picks you up, for some of you, we're going to sign you to the practice squad.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal for some of them.
Sure, draw a check.
And so they cut one of the quarterbacks, and I don't know his name, but he's like a 6-year veteran. And then they cut another quarterback that was a rookie, but everybody really liked him.
Yeah.
And they thought,
was that the one that kept showing his parents?
I don't know, because I called it, and it was just this is all I saw, and so Terry, this was right after I called DirecTV, Uverse, and so Terry got off her phone call. So she sat down with me too, and I said I'm kind of mad because we probably need to just go back and watch this from the beginning.
Yeah.
And but anyway, we watched out the last episode, and so they brought in the rookie quarterback and told him and stuff, and said, but there's hope. Because the other quarterback, if he gets signed, then we might bring you back. Well, anyway, he ended up, the Vikings called his agent, and so he got signed to the main roster, the 53-man roster. Wow. So he left and turned down the practice squad thing, which opened up the other one.
Yeah.
And so he came back. It showed that. And there was a safety that they really liked and got emotional cutting him and some offensive linemen. But it's a rough business, man.
It is.
Because those people, they're really good. And he said he even said to one of the offensive linemen, the guy said, "Hey, it's a numbers game.
Yeah.
It's not. It has nothing to do with your performance." And the lineman even said, "Yeah, I saw the the depth chart. It's pretty tough, But that was really good, and to see that they beat the Titans, man, the Titans gave that game away, but the Bears did beat the Titans this past weekend. But it was pretty cool to watch. I love the behind-the-scenes stuff, but still, on when you're trying to make that roster and
they go, hey, coach needs to see you, and you're like,
golly, and it shows the uncomfortable walk, and they sit in, they come in there, and then they're shaking hands and say, you can sit right there. It's like, oh, it's so uncomfortable.
The camera from up top looking down on it.
Yeah, and then it's, hey, look. Man, you did great, but
you made it all this way.
We're releasing you today. And it's like, oh, man.
Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for a specific sleep position and comfort preference. With 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep Quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 25% off your mattress order. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. So you owe owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, rolling back 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. I'm Speedy. Sits right there is Mr. Greg Burgess. We have Adler, Rick, and Bubba all joining us right after top of the hour for the main show. But right now, we're just kicking things off. We look back, and we're just talking a little bit of Monday Night Football, the DirecTV, UVerse, AT&T, all that debacle as they are feuding with Disney. And so we were discussing that as well. And you said you had an observation concerning the NFL. What you got?
First of all, I won't maintain it, but I've actually watched more NFL than I normally do.
Okay.
I usually just follow it on highlights.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the uniforms and the looks over the years have changed in football.
Yeah.
Well, I just noticed. Now, I've seen quarterbacks before do this. Aaron Rodgers is an example. You know how the jerseys are now. Like, if you try to wear a jersey with no pads under it, looks ridiculous because of the shoulders.
Yeah.
Well, Aaron Rodgers and some other quarterbacks I've noticed have long sleeves. Well, I'm starting to see receivers. Tyreek Hill had him on the other day. The receiver that Aaron Rodgers was throwing to on that first drive that was so good, he's got them. I'm starting to see them go back to I say right there above your elbow.
Okay.
As opposed to the knotted up on your shoulder.
Does that have to do with the shoulder pads? Or
I was wondering if I've seen quarterbacks before do it. I don't know if they feel their arm they can throw better.
Yeah.
But now I'm seeing receivers.
Okay.
I know that's stupid, but I'm just saying because we went to that tight jersey.
Yeah.
And plus, when you watch some of the old ones, the way the jerseys used to look, it's almost kind of funny. And these are a step. Well, there you can't see it, but there he is right there. Aaron Rodgers was there with his on. But I'm starting. To see more of that on not just quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't know the advantage.
Looking at old footage of how big the jerseys were is pretty funny.
It is. And the shoulder pads.
Yeah. Oh,
oh my goodness.
You couldn't even turn your head.
Yeah, I don't know how we played with them on, but everybody did. Didn't think nothing about it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I don't know if there's a trend going back the other way. Is it for looks?
Yeah.
Or is it because now the new jerseys, if you know, we used to wear jerseys to school on Friday.
Oh,
you try to wear them now, they look ridiculous the way the shoulders are.
Yeah, all puffed up.
Yeah, these are kind of the old throwback.
Yeah. Speaking
and I don't know why. I don't know the advantage or disadvantage, but I'm starting to see more of them. And it seems to be quarterbacks and receivers.
Speaking of throwbacks, I think sometimes throwing back and seeing some jerseys and some uniforms is kind of cool sometimes, but what the Giants were wearing,
I'm not sure what that was.
That had to be the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And that was all. I knew they were going to lose when I saw them.
How far back do you have to go to find those uniforms?
I don't know. Did it say 1920 something or something? I don't know.
It had to be back when they had leather helmets.
It was awful.
It was crazy.
It was disgusting.
I mean, if I was on the team, I honestly would have stood there in the tunnel going, "Good night."
Did you
we
say
got to go out in front of all these people with this crap on?
Did you say Mad Dog? What did he say?
He said that he would fire the whole marketing department. That's the first thing he'd do. And then he'd tell Coach Dabo, "You got 2 games. If you don't, you got that's all you got."
Really?
Yeah,
that's it.
But
hey, they were ugly. Good night, they were ugly. Wow.
Boy, and look, everybody's on their quarterback. You know, they gave him this big money deal, and he's not really great. And the crowd, hey, we know how New York crowds are.
They don't
Listen, we saw the way they treated their XFL team that they didn't even care about.
Yeah.
And you remember we were on the sidelines and they were cussing their own players. They hated their quarterback.
Speaking of booing, did you see here the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, no.
Deshaun Watson, they were booing him big time.
Again,
he's back in the news.
He's back in the news for the same old thing.
And now it's the same old thing, but it's from back when all the allegations came out, right?
I'm not condoning nothing. Hey, Bill Cosby, same thing. Where there's that much smoke, there's got to be fire.
Mm-hmm.
But why is this lady just now? This was supposedly happened back, when was this, 22 or 20?
I don't know. It was back when all the allegations
and the people that
it was sexual harassment during massages and all that.
Yeah. And this was somebody from back then. They're just now filing a complaint or a suit.
And it's because he wanted her to massage his butt.
I
that's what the headline says.
Okay, well that's quite.
I'm just going to say it.
He had this thing about massages.
Man, my good night.
But again, we go back. Let's just. I'll go just on his own field performance as a Texan. To get the contract, just take out, but then you add all these allegations. Remember, he had to sit out 6 games.
Oh, yeah.
And all this, and they were willing to pay him anyway.
Yes.
I don't understand it. We've discussed it. I'm not going to go back into it because we've had that discussion, but his agent must be the greatest agent in the history of football that pulled that off.
Do you want the headline as exactly the way it's written,
sure,
or should I not?
No, go ahead. We're grown.
Browns star Deshaun Watson hit with another lawsuit, with QB accused of sexually assaulting woman after demanding she massage his butt.
Okay.
The NFL star is being sued for more than $1 million after being accused of sexual assaulting a woman in Texas 4 years ago.
But now, my point is, a lot of people came out 4 years ago with allegations. Why didn't you jump in there then?
I don't know.
I'm not questioning what happened. God forbid.
Well, he sounds like a weird fella.
Yeah, he does. But don't you see what I'm saying? Why, I mean, it ain't like if you go, well, I was afraid I didn't want to come out. But when all these others did, you go, okay, yeah, I'm in this too.
Oh, wow, lots of detail. I'm not going to read that.
Sean's quite
he is quite the character, but
he likes a massage.
He does. He does. I just, wow.
I 10. But anyway, so the Browns fans, and they're not. His performance, he's played in like 13 games.
Yeah.
I was reading an article, and his numbers are not good at all.
No.
Again, I take away even all the weird part, just his play on the field did not warrant him being, at that time, the highest paid player in the league.
Mm-hmm.
You know, since then, we've had some people get a little more. But
yeah, it's, hey, wow, the details here. So that's what, I mean, I've had a massage before, but it's a very professional, hey, this is how it's going to work. Well, he'll come in the massage room and just start demanding things, according to all these allegations. Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking, this girl here was like, I think they were on a date, I thought I read.
Oh, really?
And he was wanting a massage.
Good night.
I may have
Are you serious?
Wrong. I may have that wrong.
What's wrong with people? You know?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they started booing. It wasn't just him, but it was the whole Browns in general. They started booing, but off like they would be, it'd be 3rd and 15. They would throw a check down and gain 4 yards and be like boo,
And they did it again, Speedy. They put that elf in the middle of the field.
Did they?
Yeah. We were trying to figure out last year what the elf has to do with the Brown, but they got the elf. He's huge too, gigantic elf at the 50. Maybe they need
that bothered you so bad.
Oh yeah, that brown and orange look they have anyway.
I know.
But anyway.
Oh my goodness!
He thought all that was behind him. Yeah, no pun intended.
We just floating around here, hitting some of the headlines, and we won't even get into Tyreek Hill and the footage, the body cam footage from the cops and how weird that is. The main show will hit that pretty good, but we do have that update too. So a lot to discuss. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Whether it's back to school season or just the end of the summer, now's the time to be getting back into a routine with those items you're going to be using every day. An absolute must-have for me this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since Raycon's everyday earbuds now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity that lets me pair with 2 devices at once, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. And that sounds good to me, but Raycon sounds even better because seriously, the quality of these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. So if you're not convinced, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee for easy return, so give them a try. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 40% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home, that shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families. Now, right now, you can save big on your award-winning Simply Safe system for 50% off and claim a free indoor security camera. When you order today, this offer is not going to last long. With exclusive Live Guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders in your home, warning them that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked in. That's why Simply Safe was named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system and a free indoor security camera. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. What's up? It's the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, Greg, how'd you sleep last night, kid?
I slept good.
You did?
Yeah, I always do. You know why?
Well, you got
Helix mattress.
Come on.
Custom made for me.
Helix, and that's Helix, helixsleep.com/bigvox, B-I-G, V as in voice, O-X. You need to go there now. Save 25%. Did you know our friends at Helix, they're offering a lineup of 20 unique mattresses, including their award-winning Luxe and Ultra Premium Elite collections. They also offer the Helix Plus, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, and Helix kids mattresses as well, designed for growing bodies and endorsed by child sleep experts. So check them out now. You also get that 100-night risk-free trial. So you really, truly have nothing to lose. So you want to go right now to helixsleep.com/bigvox. They have a variety of mattress models to choose from, each designed for specific sleep positions and feel preferences. These mattresses have been awarded the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired magazine.
Come on.
And are recommended by many leading chiropractors and doctors of sleep medicine is a go-to solution for improving your sleep. Now, one of the reasons, not only are their mattresses great, but Greg, you have this sleep quiz, and they kind of ask you some questions on how you sleep, your preferences, and they can kind of dial in what you need.
That's right. When you sleep on your back or your side or whatever,
yeah.
you like a soft mattress,
Sure.
firm mattress.
Come
They
on.
take all that info, put it together, and go, this one works.
This one works. So check them out right now at helixsleep.com/bigvox. Save 25% today. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving 25% at helixsleep.com/bigvox and get a truly amazing night's sleep. And you can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Okay. So, we also, just so you know, today is a big day when it comes to the Man Church, because the 2025 men's conferences that are next year, the tickets go on sale today. And so you can go, you can go to themanchurch.com, and you'll see right under the video, you'll see a banner that you can click on and get tickets to the conferences as whichever location you choose. And they're also at rickandbubba.com on the banners. As they swipe through, you'll see that as well. But we'll be hitting that a lot today, and Rick will pick that up and run with it during the main show. But I just wanted to hit that because some of you, and I met some this past week, and they said, we love the main show, but just because of our schedule, the only time we catch it is early during this hour. So I wanted to hit that and make sure you know about it.
Well, good deal.
Also, shout out to my friends down in Pascagoula. I know that the hurricane, for those of you on the Gulf Coast, is a big concern. And our friend that always texts and says, "Hey, Pascagoula, Mississippi is listening," and that's where I grew up. I was born and everything. For those of you that do not know, they said they got a hurricane and M&M's party ready to go.
Oh, there you go.
But listening to the show, and I do understand, if I have this right, that the hurricane will probably hit around Lafayette, Louisiana, and could be a Category 2 by tomorrow morning. A lot of rain for a lot of the audience, and some concerns down there with flooding. And so we'll see if we can't maybe get an update from Span on exactly how that's going to affect the audience. But that's a quick update there.
Awesome.
So you said you had a kitty cat story? What you got?
Yeah, well, I just happened to look. You know how I like weird stories.
Yeah.
38-pound cat rescued after being fed a diet of cookies and soup. Now, this is in Russia. Okay.
How big?
38 pounds. They say this type cat should weigh around 10.
Golly.
Listen, it basically lived in a basement at a hospital. Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess they kind of
basement and hospital.
Well,
Got it.
People kept giving it cookies and soup. His name, get this, is Kroshik or something, which translates to crumbs. So in English, that's crumbs. And they said that the hospital workers would feed him anyway. So they've rescued him because he can't even walk. They're putting him on a diet to get him to a healthier weight. They're gonna even make him get on treadmill when they get him where he can walk. They're gonna work. So, and they say that Tammy from 1,000 Pound Sister, she's weighing in. I made that part up. I thought she might try to help since she's lost so much weight. You know.
Yeah, the pictures you showed me, you can hardly see its legs.
Listen,
it's
Crumbs
so
is a big one. Crumbs is so fat he can't even walk.
No. All right, so you know what's happened. So the different shift workers, they've come in and they think, oh, it needs to be fed.
Yeah.
So he's constantly being fed.
Yeah. I think the point, though, when he got where he couldn't walk.
Maybe somebody should pull back on crumbs.
Yeah, maybe, let's
and just give him crumbs.
Give him crumbs, yeah. Yeah. It's, like I say, once he's able to walk, they're going to start exercising him, speed up his weight loss. Like I say, they said they should have known long ago he was being overfed and that his health and life were on the line. Poor old Crumbs.
Poor old Crumbs.
38-pounder.
Guys, 38-pound
Look
cat.
at him. He looks like you put an air hose in him and blew him up like a balloon.
He does. It does. It looks like one of those little cartoons where the animal starts blowing up.
Yes.
That's what it looks like. I wonder if they let it go, if it start floating across the room.
You could put a string on it like a balloon.
You ever? I mean, how are your animals? Are they big? Or they run and play a lot.
Plump.
They are plump.
Well, the buddy's not. He's not that, but Millie, she's a little plump.
Okay.
But she was skin and bones when she showed up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she could probably lose a couple.
So,
but now, buddy, he's pretty muscled up.
He is okay. Yeah, because he goes pretty hard.
Oh yeah, he'll run that driveway when you're driving down it.
Yeah,
gives him good exercise.
My two were okay. Jack, a little older than Leo. Little Australian Shepherd, so you know the size for them. Of course, they were supposed to be like minis.
Yeah.
And they're not.
I got into that with Chloe.
Yeah.
That Dotson, not Dotson, the Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Supposed to be in what they call them, teacup or whatever. No.
Yeah. We breeder. I know what you tried to pull off. It just did. We got normal size. No, yeah. And so. They run pretty good, but with the property, and for some reason, I don't know why, Leo will go for a walk. Jack hunkers down. I've told you this story.
Yeah, he won't do
He's fine. He runs around. You put a harness on him or something and a leash and go, all right, here we go. Yeah. And he sits down like a block of cement and won't move.
Yeah.
It's something about the leash or something. I don't know what
Buddy
it is.
does it when I have to take him to the vet.
Yeah.
I'll put it. He does.
Because
right. I end up picking him up.
Yeah, because I would
have to pick him up.
I would love to. I would love to, take him for a walk and help him a little bit.
Yeah, he don't want to walk.
Have you heard the story about these Haitians that are eating animals?
You know what? I kind of have, and they're like preparing them out in the front yard.
Yeah,
for the world to see.
I think was it Springfield? I guess I saw the footage. It's a couple of days old now, where one of the ladies says, "Hey, they're talking to the city council. They were like, how are y'all going to help us? We have so many illegal immigrants that have just been dropped off." And it's just their way of life from where they came from. But there's like ducks missing from the park. Their heads are being cut off, and they're
don't they skin them and hang them up?
Yes,
in the yard.
And somebody was missing their cat and looked down there, and it's hanging from a tree. They're getting it prepared to eat.
Listen, if you're going to be here, you're going to have to kind of play by the rules a little bit. You can't, just sitting where at voodoo land where you.
No, it's just there has to be, and I understand that in the Sand Mountain area.
I heard
there's
about that.
the amount of Haitians that have. I'm hearing stories.
They're bringing their Haitian culture.
It's their own community. I mean, it's wow. The stories that are coming from there.
I mean, when you have different cultures and they clash a little bit.
Yeah, it's like in. Did you see this thing that went viral from Sylacauga, Alabama, where the city council the deal just got stopped because someone was asking about, hey, what are y'all going to do for us?
Make him look like he was like a racist.
Bad
person.
And the lady says, well, you can't do something because they don't look like you. And he's like, who said that? I didn't say that. You did.
Talking about their stringing.
Yeah,
up
it's just I think where a lot of the American citizens are okay. I understand what y'all are doing. But also there has to be protection for us too. I mean, we can't just be the ones that are just, well, no, you just got to deal with it. Whatever happens, happens. No, come on.
Do what I do, and if you don't like it, too bad.
And I think we can have an adult conversation about it with everybody without everybody acting like kids and stopping meetings and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's just talk. Let's figure it out, man.
Let's start with don't eat your neighbor's cat. Let's start there. And work our way out, and then the ducks that are at the pond in the neighborhood that everybody feeds, try not to wring their neck and hang them in your yard.
Right. Let's have I think it was a gentleman that might have been in the Springfield City Council. I know I'm hopping around a little bit because there's so many different things going viral, but he even said, "Look, I understand that their I guess their culture and where they're from. This is what they do." But this is not what we do here. So there has to be some type of organization or structure here. It's almost like illegal immigration situation, how they're just dropping them all off, is a little bit like the NIL with the NCAA. There's no regulation.
There's no rules.
There's no rules or anything, and everybody's just. And if you criticize it, then you're racist and you're against it and all that. And I think we're old enough and grown enough to understand the difference, I hope.
I think if you complain about your neighbors hanging dead cats and stuff out in the yard after you've skinned them while you're waiting for them to cure or whatever it is, I think if you have a problem with that doesn't make you racist.
No.
You just kind of go, we don't really do that around here.
One of JC's teammates is from the Boaz, Albertville area in Alabama. That's northeast of Birmingham. Yeah. For those of you around the country, and he said, "Come on up, let me ride you around a little bit." He said, "I'll show you what's going on." And I know a lot of communities are dealing with that, but anyway, I got off on that because of the big cat and all the texts are coming in.
Boy, if he walks by,
that could feed the Haitians for.
Yeah, they'll jump all over crumbs. He better stay in Russia.
Good night.
You think he'd stand a chance around a bunch of Haitians?
The memes now of former President Donald Trump hugging the ducks and the kitty cats, saying he'll protect them, is pretty good. Can you believe this is a story and it's real and this is happening in cities across the country and we're just left to deal with it?
Unbelievable.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Lowe's knows to start fall projects, you need reliable outdoor power equipment from Ego. Right now, get your choice of a select 56-volt blower or chainsaw for $249. The 56-volt technology powers over 80 tools, so you can switch from blowing leaves to cutting trees with ease. Save time and money with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Valid through 10/2, while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Item number 5207558 and item number 4354078.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. Whether it's back to school season or just the end of the summer, now's the time to be getting back into a routine with those items you're going to be using every day. An absolute must-have for me this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since Raycon's everyday earbuds now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity that lets me pair with 2 devices at once, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. And that sounds good to me, but Raycon sounds even better because seriously, the quality of these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. So if you're not convinced, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee for easy return, so give them a try. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 40% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We have this last segment here this hour. Then the main show starts right after top of the hour. Some great text messages are coming through at 866-932-3244 as you can comment with the show real time. And I think a number of people, not just one, have brought up some great comments concerning PETA. And the Haitian stories that are coming out about them grabbing pets and different things and eating them. And they said, "Where's PETA with all these Haitians?" If it was another organization, they'd be protesting and signs. And
they would protest the bass tournament.
Oh yeah,
but I mean,
you get a circus or anything else. My goodness, and they're shutting down the roads and protesting, but you can't find them here, can you?
I don't see them with people eating domestic pets.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
They only go after certain groups, apparently.
Yep.
All right. So we've hit a number of stories, and love kind of hanging out with you guys as we get going for the day. I am not a Wheel of Fortune person. I hope that doesn't damage me with some of you that are. I've just never been into it. Now, when I think of Wheel of Fortune, I think of going over to my mamaw and papa's house, and that was my dad's parents. When we go over there, they would always have Wheel of Fortune on. She loved it, loved it, loved it. She'd be sitting there. But Ryan Seacrest made his debut on Wheel of Fortune, and kind of like Tom Brady, everybody's dogging him.
I saw it. I didn't watch the whole show because I don't like Wheel of Fortune. I just don't like the game. I can't. I never can solve any of the puzzles.
I think if I was smarter, I probably would like it, but I've just never liked it.
But I don't like it. But I will say this: it comes on a lot of times. We'll watch the news, and it comes on right after it.
Mm-hmm.
And Lisa said, "Hey, this is Ryan Seacrest's first night. Let's see what that looks like." And the set looks different, but it needed to be updated. What's the big whoop?
Right.
And then he came out, but I thought he did fine. I mean, I watched about 3 or 4 spins.
Yeah.
I seen this one lady. She solved a couple of puzzles right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
I got to give her that. But I don't understand why anybody would be complaining from what I saw.
Well, Greg, let's go back to our discussion yesterday. We didn't think Tom Brady did that bad. But my gosh, he's getting raked through the coals.
I think Tom Brady, considered it was his first time to do it, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
And Seacrest's never missed a beat. I mean, this guy's a pro.
Of course.
He's got more shows than anybody.
Yeah.
He went out there. I mean, it's nothing to him.
Anyway, the Wheel of Fortune fans slam. Terrible new set. Let's talk about that. Is there a new set? Does it look different?
You know, I didn't pay enough attention to the old one, but it looked kind of updated.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. Yeah, a little bit, but I don't see what that matters.
And the fans admit they miss Pat Sajak. Well, of course. I mean, Pat Sajak is the will of me.
It's been a day.
And of course, I don't think that anybody is replacing him. I think that they're just Pat stepped down and he's retiring and moving on. And
Pat's head was always way too big for his body.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
That's all I can think of.
I knew it.
I'm glad Seacrest got it.
So if you had to guess how old Ryan Seacrest is, what would you say?
Ryan Seacrest is 53.
Ooh, close. He's 49.
Oh, really?
And Vanna White, how old do you think she is?
Vanna is 64.
Ooh, she's 67.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'll be honest. I watched Vanna walk out. She was struggling a little bit.
And what was Pat Sajak?
Pat Sajak was.
Oh, and he's still alive. So how old is he?
Pat is 70.
77.
77?
Do you know he hosted Wheel of Fortune from 1981 to 2024?
And made a killing.
Yeah, I mean, what did we when we started looking at it? Was it $16 million a year?
Oh, something like
that.
They get together and film all these at once.
Yeah,
you don't have to work a few months a year.
Yeah.
Now those few months, I mean, you're busy. Steve Harvey, the same way with Family Feud.
I saw. So I turned on the TV the other day and got lost because when if you turn it on and Family Feud is on, so I get locked. But there was
I like Family.
There was a family that was pretty goofy, and their answers were all over the place. And his interaction with them was hilarious. His facial expressions and stuff.
It's always good. But let me ask you this: if you noticed it, they've come out with some of the questions that are stupid. There's no way. I mean,
yeah, I know they are.
Whoever's writing, whatever the subject is that you're trying to guess, a lot of times it makes no sense.
Agreed.
And some of the answers are going, well, nobody would think of that.
No.
But anyway.
But anyway, so the story is just about Wheel of Fortune and the fact that everybody's dogging Ryan. Y'all give him a second, okay? Give him a second. I know
it's one show.
I know he's not Pat because nobody's Pat but Pat, and so they're just going to try their best to continue on. And Vanna White is, I played. What was it? We were doing something at the house. And I told Terry, I said, hey, Terry, you be the Vanna White. And all the boys looked at me like, huh?
They know
what are you talking about? They didn't even know who I aged myself pretty good there.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't know who Vanna White is? I'm like, no, what are you talking about?
Can you believe they let her hang around after Pat left? I figured they would completely redo it.
Yeah.
I bet she don't have long.
You don't think?
Nah, a couple years.
You're right. So you're saying why not do a total reboot or something?
Speaking of entertainment, I'm sure the guys will go into it. James Earl Jones went on in.
That's what I hear, man. Golly.
Love his voice.
Yes.
Love his movies. He's one of those guys that everything he's in is good.
All right, so when you think of James Earl Jones, your first movie that comes to mind is?
Field of Dreams.
Okay.
Even though don't get me going on that. But
that's crazy that's your first one. But
and followed by Coming to America. He was King Joffrey.
Yeah.
There's so many things. Of course, he's most famous. Well, the way they're portraying it is the voice of Darth Vader.
Yeah.
But being the voice of something to me is not the same as, I don't count that as him starring
being
in
front of the screen, in front of the camera.
Yeah. I don't, he said, he was in Star Wars. Well, he was, but I don't consider that. Because, he was just the voice.
Right.
But that's what, when the news was reporting, they kept showing Star Wars. I'm thinking, all the stuff he's done, y'all going with Star Wars?
Yeah. He's another great product of Mississippi, too.
That's right. Said when he was a kid, he stuttered, and he overcame it.
Wow, boy, did he.
Yeah.
Good night.
I liked him in Sandlot, too. It wasn't a big role. The blind man that the dog, it was his dog that they were harassing.
Right. Did you know he made it to 93?
How about
that? Did you have him that old?
I heard him say it, but in my mind, he was in his 80s.
Adler's joining us. Ad?
I remember him the most for being Simba in The Lion King.
Yeah.
But again, that was just his voice.
Remember.
Sandlot?
Remember who you are, Simba.
Yeah, but that was just his
Remember.
voice.
Yeah, I got it.
That's not very, I thought it would be better because it's early in the morning, but
that's okay.
It still sounded like me.
Remember who you are, Simba.
Oh, that's good.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
And Luke, I'm your daddy.
Luke, I'm your daddy, something like that.
Luke, I'm your daddy. Is that good?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? Well, here we are, Big Boy Studio. A brand new hour on a brand new day. This baby starts with the national anthem. And here we go, a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studios out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. We thank you for being with us today. So there's various ways to get the program, live options. The boldest radio stations in America make up the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Thank each and every one of them for carrying the show. Many of them for almost the entirety of the show. If you don't have an affiliate, I know, frustrating, but you can use our TuneIn app. TuneIn's a free download. There's a 24/7 Rick and Bubba TuneIn channel. We also do have a YouTube channel, as I mentioned it on the way by. Eddie Van Adler is here and ready for another day. You can watch us on YouTube as well. So there's your live options, and those include any apps streaming that iHeart may have or whatever. But on the archive side, you can also get an archive daily on the YouTube channel, a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers, and then audio archives are available to you every day to get any part of the show you may have missed. And for a lot of you, it's the only way you get the show. Podcast archives are available wherever you get podcasts as well. So Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba. 30-plus years in the making.
Yep.
Come on in and pull up a chair and stay a while.
Yeah, there's room for you. She wore a raspberry beret. There we go.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So, Prince, another person that Pain Kills eventually got.
I tell you, no one's beat
Tom
it yet.
Petty, same
no
thing.
One's beat it yet.
He and Tom Petty really died in almost the same way, exact same way.
You know, so many stars we've seen over the decades
Mm-hmm.
end up that way. You think that someone would finally think, probably not going to beat that. Don't need to get on that train.
Well, the problem is when those opioids get you and you're uncomfortable, and and when you take them, you're comfortable. Pain is it's. We talked before. Would you rather be nauseous or in pain? And neither one of those are good.
Nope.
But if you have either one of those, and then somebody says take this, it'll solve it. Boy, it can hook you.
Oh yeah. Nobody wants to be in pain. That's for sure.
No. So there you go.
And speaking of pain, we have a hurricane forming. That's has it been upgraded to hurricane yet? Is it Francine? Is it complete hurricane now? If not, it's getting close. We probably need to check in with Span on that because it's going to affect a lot of the southeast over the next few days.
All right, so we'll update you on that today. Also, I know that the guys have already mentioned James Earl Jones, dead at 93.
Yep.
So that's a long.
Always liked his work.
Always liked his work. Very very few things that James Earl Jones did that you would go, I'm not into that. So that's another celebrity death today. And Bubba, we've talked about it on the show a lot of times that you and I do not like Wheel of Fortune because it's a miserable experience if you don't spell well.
I'm in trouble on that because spelling is a memory type thing, and I've never been good at it.
Well, there's something about it too. I mentioned it on the show even last week, and I know that I don't mean to upset anybody on that because that's not our nature, but I was it always makes me beyond not being able to spell. Let's take that away, okay? I don't like puzzles. Let's take that away. Those two things, obviously, I'm already out. But I think even if those two things didn't bother me, there's certain things in life, and I can't describe them, that if I find myself sitting there in front of it or around it, I think to myself, I need to evaluate my entire life. And any time I've ever found myself, for whatever bizarre circumstances, that the Wheel of Fortune is on the TV and I'm just sitting there, it's like, for some reason, that's always a signal I need to change the direction I'm on. Yeah. I need to get up and do something that matters.
It's one of those little alarms that goes off in your life. What am I doing here?
What has happened to my life? I don't know what happened. And so I've always felt that way. But, Ryan Seacrest has made his debut. And, of course, you go into the Wheel of Fortune, folks. I mean, that's to me, that's a group that change would not be received well, and I understand they don't like his newfangled set and all that kind of stuff. He got some pushback.
I actually saw it. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was coming on, and we were like, "Hey, it's his first show. Let's take a look." I don't understand what was so bad,
Greg.
I mean, because him doing that is nothing. He's a pro. All the things he's done. I mean, he didn't.
It's almost too laid back for him.
Exactly.
Right. But maybe that's the idea.
Looked good,
now,
actually.
Yeah, I know it's good money and it's easy money. I saw Sajak's numbers and Vanna, and hey, good for them. That's probably one of the best gigs in the world. But something about Ryan Seacrest being on that feels like his career's not headed up; it's headed down. And I know I know that's not true.
No, I'm sure it's checked.
I'm back to that way it makes me feel.
I agree, though.
Yeah, but if you've got a bunch
he's been on bigger shows than that.
If you've got a bunch of seasoned citizens that Wheel of Fortune has been the same way forever, and all of a sudden you put somebody else in there.
Well, yeah, they're not going to like it.
Yeah,
I mean, but they don't have a choice here. But I think it was key to keep Vanna, for a
that was very important.
A changeover time. She'll be out too in a year or two.
Right. Sure.
And it's probably a fairly easy show for him to do because he don't have to spell anything.
That's right.
He's
got the best
the
gig on the
letters
whole thing.
turn around. I mean, he has to spin the wheel every now and then or interview somebody where they're from.
Yeah, Sajak had it down. He's 77. He aged well.
Between his radio show and that, it's probably a pretty easy walk.
Oh, it is. There's no doubt. And he does American Idol. Yeah. So, but I was.
American Idol.
Yeah. It was on. I found myself last week because that's why I mentioned it. It was on, and I don't know why it was on. And I said again as I walked through, and Sherry was looking at it, and I said, nobody knows how to make money on this show. I said, they just want to solve the puzzle. If you solve the puzzle and you're left with no money, what good is it?
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, I wasn't there 5 minutes, and the guy's buying vowels like a Saturday night drunk. And those vowels take your money away, man. Try it without it.
Yeah.
At least give it a chance. I mean, you're already buying vowels, and and there's one letter on the board. Try another letter. I mean, they go to the vowels, man. They go to it quick.
They do.
Hey, I solved it. Pat, what did I win? $15. I mean, so what? Try it. Don't run to the vowels so quickly. We'll be back. A lot to cover. 15 minutes past. Monday Night Football debuted last night. I heard the guys talking about that a little bit. We'll touch on that. We got a presidential debate tonight that ought to be a dilly. So much to cover on today's edition. Your phone calls will be part of it as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we're waiting on the Bachelor and I think, guys in the audience, I can get Megan and Alana to fight. If I know y'all are pulling for me, I'll see what I can do for you there.
Who will accept a biscuit, Rick?
I know it. The ceremony next. We come back. We're back. It is 12 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, I do want to throw up as we're waiting on the Bachelor and the ladies to come back with our ceremony. I went to see part of the Birmingham Broadway series, which really enjoy seeing some of these Broadway shows when they come to town. I went to see Cats for the first time ever last night. Sherry wanted to go. It was the first Broadway play she had ever seen, and we wanted to take Brandy and Blake and Big Love back to see it. The Tasmo, of course, that's not his scene. So we left him at home with Peaches, of all people. But I lost my car keys, and it's possible that I lost them somewhere in the parking deck, that I put them on top of the car and drove away because I had Sherry's keys and my keys, which is always a mistake. I always stick with one thing of keys, because that way you can't leave if you don't have them.
Right.
So I was walking to the car, felt that I had my keys, had Big Love asleep on my shoulder. The older kids and Sherry were up ahead of me, and I said, let me open the door for them. Oh, I've got Sherry's keys. And I reach over here and grab her keys and open the door. I don't know whether I took my keys out or not. I can't remember. If I did, it's possible. Put the child in the automobile, set the keys on top of the car, get in the car because you had the other keys, crank up and drive away. But I can't find my keys this morning. So it was the, I don't know what street that is, where the parking deck is, where you go into the concert hall at the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center. There's a parking deck right off. I want to say, that's 19th. It's like 22nd or somewhere in there. You know, there's a parking deck. You go off and you come up into the mall part of it.
If you found keys anywhere, they could be Rick's.
Yeah, anywhere in the BJCC area. If you found,
because you really don't know where you lost them, to be exact. No. It could have been in the place.
Well, it's kind of like George Carlin says. You know, if I knew where I lost them, I'd have them.
Sure. You know, that's where you would go back to pick them up.
Yeah, that was a great line when people go, well, do you remember where you had them? Well, if I remember that, say I'd still have them.
Sure.
I remember touching in my pocket, thinking my keys were there, but I can't remember if I took them out or not.
can't remember that.
If you find keys, let us know because, wow, it's going to be a handle rekey and everything. But anyway.
The BJCC area and there in the parking deck are out in the road somewhere.
Rick, as our Faxler contest continues, we had planned on Casio passing out 3 biscuits today, if the girls accept them, to continue the contest. Of course, we had one lady, Emily Crabtree, that did not make it. So if we break away and get down to 2, it's going to throw our whole timing off.
We want to end it on Valentine's.
Right, that was our idea. So some of the people have emailed saying that we ought to give Casio that option to stay on pace where we were at. And there's a side of us that would like to see Casio have 3 dates this week.
Well, there's still some drama here because they could refuse to accept the biscuit.
That is correct.
They could refuse to accept the biscuit. But, Casio, the good news is because Emily did not show up, if they accept the biscuit, all 3 of them will stay for another round.
You had 3 biscuits to give away today, and we're going to stay with that format because it's going to throw our timing off for the rest of the contest.
And we want you to have 3 dates this week.
Plus, Rick and I are really getting hungry, and we would like to eat one of those biscuits. And
if they turn it down.
Yes.
Or if they accept
So you're hoping one turns it down,
well,
just for the sake of your appetite.
Just because I'm hungry.
Okay.
Or they can accept it, then just give it to me as a gift.
and just hand it back. That would be good. Since they have already had breakfast.
So really, you don't have a decision to make, but they do today.
Okay.
But we need to go through the motions quickly here to accommodate.
This is where I wish Turner South would pick up the whole show.
Yes.
Because now we're rushing. I'm not going to have good drama here. Well, hey, I've seen what y'all run after the show. I don't know what the big decision is. I mean, but anyway, so here we go. We'll try to get it done, so we'll keep our job a little longer. All right, Casio, first of all, who are you asking?
The first one is Megan.
All right. So, Megan, will you accept this biscuit?
Will you accept this biscuit?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
All right.
Megan, will accept the
Yeah, baby, let's go. 21 minutes past the hour. So we mentioned that James Earl Jones has gone on in at 93. And, Greg, you said you had a question about James
I got a
Earl.
question because his career, wow, what a career.
Yeah, what a career.
And I'm a huge fan. I think he's everything he was in. He's in Morgan Freeman, people like that. I like anything they're in. Mm-hmm. But when you think about all he's done, why do we refer to him as Star Wars is like his most famous role? He really wasn't in Star Wars. It was just his voice.
Just his voice. That's
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yet everything I saw on footage showed Star Wars and him. And to me, he's done so much more than being the voice of Darth Vader.
Yeah, I guess what
Right?
they mean
Does
is
that
That was such a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, I guess if you're the voice, even though you're not the actor, we know that's just some big guy in a costume.
He really
but
wasn't in it. Really.
But if you're his voice, I guess what they're saying is if you voice one of the most iconic, to Bubba's point, one of the most iconic characters in film history, that's going to move to the top of your resume.
Yeah, but when you show the footage right out of the gate, he's died. You don't lead to that.
Well, you
To
certainly
me-
don't show the character. You might want to let us
That's
share
what
the
they
voice.
were showing. They're showing Darth Vader fighting everybody.
Yeah, I
And
want
was
to hear his
thinking,
voice.
If you're not informed, you think he was Darth Vader fighting
Yeah,
everybody.
and it really bothered me that some of y'all keep saying he's Simba on Lion King. He's Mufasa. He's not Simba. He's the dad. Yeah, right.
And,
Same thing there.
and if you don't count the Darth
I wouldn't
Vader
count that
role,
either.
I mean, his obvious best role behind that was in Coming to America.
Yes. King
Yeah,
Joffrey.
we mentioned that earlier. That
King
Field of
Joffrey.
Dreams.
Yes, he was great at that. Mine, of course, would be Bingo Long's Traveling All-Stars
Oh, Rick,
and
I
Motor
forgot
Kings.
about that.
Really underappreciated
That is a
movie.
good movie.
Really underappreciated movie.
Never even heard those words before.
Bingo Long and the Traveling All-Stars and Motor Kings.
It was
It's
him
a classic.
and who's the other the actor that played also was in Star Wars. Lando Calrissian.
Yes, whatever his what's his
Who's the
name?
actor?
Billy D. Williams.
Billy D. Williams. They were both
nice.
Billy
D.
They were in Bingo Long, which is outstanding.
It's about when in the days of can you even say it anymore? What they called the leagues where only black people played in baseball.
I'm not.
You can still say
can you
Negro.
say
No,
yes? Yeah. Well, this
well, the Hall
can.
of Fame says it on the outside of it.
they would
that's
put
what it's called.
They would put together teams of these incredible players, and they would tour town to town.
Yeah.
Basically, putting on like we used to do with the Rick and Bubba softball team. It would be a show. And kind of like the banana
It was
ball
really
now,
good.
it was way ahead of its time.
Oh, it's like banana ball.
Yeah, and they would come in and do all these incredible baseball things and play the local team or whatever, and it was about them traveling on the road.
Just in defense of people saying that Star Wars is his greatest, bit, can we hear what the actual actor's voice sounded like, and then James Earl Jones in Star Wars?
Of course.
Okay, here is. This is what it sounded like on set, and then we'll hear what James Earl Jones' voice added to it sounds like.
And action! Start tearing this ship apart piece by piece until you find those tapes. Find the passengers of this vessel. I want them alive!
Commander, tear this ship apart until you found those plans and bring me the passengers. I want them alive!
There it is.
Greg is so much better.
I know. But James Earl Jones, if I think of him, I don't immediately think of that.
Did you like the
think of him
character
as
he
an actor
played?
'cause-
Was it in Patriot Games and all those where he
been
was
in-
a
he was
CIA
on-
guy
Hunt for Red October.
Hunt
Yeah.
for Red October and all that. He was always a good CIA head guy. You know?
Field of Dreams. He's great in that. What's his character's name? That writer, I forget the writer's name.
He's Sorry, Greg.
Hey, Sandlot.
Oh, Sandlot.
Oh, yeah,
Sandlot.
Small part.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So here's the thing I was going to bring up. See, I think I have this
Conan
right.
the Barbarian?
I admit I'm on thin ice.
Never think about Darth Vader. I just don't.
How about this? I realize I'm on thin ice right here, but Bubba, this is where I think you're going to come in and say, you know what? I think you're right. And of course, he's like a lot of people. I know he did This Is CNN.
Yeah.
But listen, he also did EIB for Rush Limbaugh until Rush Limbaugh became mod in Hollywood for you to hate Rush Limbaugh. And James Earl Jones pulled his voice. In the beginning, because Rush loved James Earl Jones' voice so much, he had James Earl Jones going, This is EIB. And then CNN.
You know, I vaguely remember that.
It was in the very.
I remember
I'm
Johnny
saying,
Donovan doing most of his stuff, but I think you're right.
It was early on. Now, not. I know he'd been on the air long. I'm talking when we first were able to have access to him.
Right.
He had James Earl Jones simply doing the EIBs. He was not doing the Welcome Back.
Right.
He would do this EIB going into the breaks, and then I think, this is disappointing that James Earl Jones then took his voice away when Rush became.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have a lot of that. Yeah. I see here there is a version. You know, he did several versions of the Bible. He read the Bible, King James.
Yes.
See, I would love to have that, and then Barry Gibb reading the red letter parts.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because he sounds
like
royal and he looks like him.
No, he does look.
So
did he do it falsetto?
No,
not like he sings like he
speaks with a British accent, which sounds like royalty, which to me means
you don't
Jesus.
want him in his falsetto.
Well. Plus, you might want to stay there. Though, when you were telling me this before, King James have Barry Gibb, because really Jesus was a Hebrew, so that having an English accent is kind
right.
of,
No, I'm just saying in my mind.
Yeah, right. I got
because
you.
I tie that to royalty.
I got you. Okay,
you know that any good king would speak like that.
Well, now speaking of kings, he also played one of them in Conan the Barbarian.
Yes, he did.
He did. That's what I'm saying.
What about AI voice rights?
Yes.
I don't know. Did he sell those?
Yes, I saw where he had. I think. I couldn't remember the number of words, but it was incredible, and he read them in different. With different phrasing, and they supposedly have a bank that he can still do audio for things that his family put together.
What about? Did you ever see him in Big Bang Theory?
Yes, he was very funny in that too.
I hadn't seen that.
They were so impressed that he was the voice of Darth Vader.
Oh, of course.
And he's like,
unlike Greg.
Rick, and in the show, he even says, I did some other things. But him and Sheldon go and hang out everywhere all day, and he keeps doing the voice for him.
Oh, thank you. Terrence Mann was the character in Field of Dreams.
That was good.
That was good. That was good.
Weird movie. But
well, you claimed it was a horror movie.
It's not a baseball movie. Don't get me started because people start emailing.
Well,
Greg, it's not about baseball.
If you want to open the door on that too, that speech that James Earl Jones gives at the end, that somehow all of life is understood through baseball. I'm not sure I followed that narrative. I mean, he does a good speech and it's very moving to hear him say it. But when he's done, I'm kind of went,
maybe not.
Not sure that's life in a nutshell there. But
it was
good.
Forced.
But
they were trying to make it a baseball.
But unlike you, I liked it.
No, I don't dislike it. I like him. His character was good in it.
Yeah.
So Moonlight Graham and all that.
Yeah.
How about he made it to 93 too?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look, if you made it, if you hit 93, you made it.
Didn't realize he was 93.
Yeah.
So I mean, could you ever just rank his greatest monologues or his greatest speeches he made, or?
There's so many, Bubba.
Yeah.
I'm almost overwhelmed by it.
I mean, Field of Dreams is pretty.
Field of
good,
Dreams is great. I love him in that.
The movie I mentioned earlier that for some reason nobody even cared about, and I didn't see it till it was out on. I didn't even know it's him and Robert Duvall. I think it's called A Family Thing. And that's a good movie.
When they're both
'Cause I
half
love
brother,
Robert
are they
Duvall.
half brothers? Is that right?
Yeah, they're there, and
Yeah.
they don't realize it. And Robert Duvall's a redneck from the South, and he realizes his brother is a black man from Chicago. Anyway, it's really good.
I've never heard of it. A family thing?
I
Is that
think
what
it's called that. Something.
That's two great actors. I'd like to see that.
So Morgan Freeman or James Earl Jones?
I'll
Who do you
take
guys
James
like?
Earl Jones.
Can we expand that a little bit? Because there's 3 or 4 guys that narrate stuff that are always good. William Shatner's one of them.
William
too.
Shatner, Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah, we all think
I'm
him.
more of a Gilbert Gottfried kind of guy.
Yeah, and kind of a chalkboard fingernail way.
Sure.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We would like to eat one of those biscuits. And
if they turn it down.
Yeah.
Or if they just if they
So
accept
you're hoping one turns it down,
Well,
just
kind
for
of,
the
yes.
just for the sake of your appetite.
Just because I'm hungry.
Okay.
Or they can accept it, then just give it to me. As
Yeah,
a
and
gift.
just hand it back. That would be good. Since,
All right.
since they have already had breakfast.
So really, you don't have a decision to make, but they do today.
Okay.
But we need to go through the motions quickly here to accommodate.
This is where I wish Turner South would pick up the whole show.
Yes.
Because now we're rushing. I'm not going to have good drama here. Well, hey, I've seen what y'all run after the show. I don't know what the big decision is. I mean, but anyway, so here we go. We'll try to get it done, so we'll keep our job a little longer. All right, Cassio, first of all, who are you asking?
The first one is Megan.
All right. Say, Megan, will you accept this biscuit?
Will you accept this biscuit?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
All right.
Megan,
Let's go
Megan,
in.
will accept the biscuit.
He's accepted Cassio's biscuit.
Yes, she has.
Candace, will you accept this biscuit?
Yes, I will.
Candace will accept the biscuit and stay another
I saw
round.
hesitation there. Was there hesitation?
There was a little bit of hesitation there.
There was a stutter step. What? Ilana, will you accept this biscuit?
She says yes?
Yes,
She
yes.
accepts the... Hey, they're glad to be here. They all accept the biscuit. Does anybody want to give it back?
Anybody not hungry?
They don't want to donate it to Rick Bubba.
Very nice. Thank
Well, anybody else?
So,
okay.
yeah, y'all just eating.
Yeah, y'all don't need that.
They really didn't just eat, though.
They just piddle.
Ilana had coffee, and Candace had water, and Megan had a pecan waffle.
Oh, Megan got her something to eat. That's a way to go.
Cassio?
Oh, no.
JT.
I would like to volunteer. Next time you have an individual date, that I be your limo driver and we go in the Hornet.
That your big brown car?
The brown Hornet?
Sure. You get to have the whole back seat.
All right.
You'll get to
Drive-
stop 2 or 3 times,
We
put
need
fluid in.
We needed it this morning.
Yeah, you
2 sat in the back? Yeah.
wow.
Depending on JT, is that a good move?
I'd know.
Ilana and Megan went on the way down there. They rode in the back, and then Candace and Ilana rode on.
There is the brown Hornet in the parking lot. I tell you, I will say this, from up above, it looks a lot better than it does at eye level.
So
Had it cleaned up. Look at the white walls on it.
well, that looks good.
Yeah,
that looks great. So you're willing to do that for one of the dates? You wouldn't drive all 3 dates?
Sure. Whatever you need.
JT?
I'm volunteering the Hornet as a limo.
Okay.
This week, Cassio will have individual dates with all 3 ladies.
Yes.
Alana, Candace, and Megan.
When do I have to make my decision?
Next Monday.
No, down to 2.
Next Monday, you'll take it down to 2.
And then Valentine's Day.
So these individual dates this week, you will have to decide who will not stay around.
Do I get to talk to him in between the dates?
Oh, no.
No, just on the
Just
date.
the dates.
Just the
Yeah.
dates.
And don't be cheating.
Don't be cheating now.
I don't have any contact for him, so this is good.
So Cassio will go on 3 dates this week. A week from today, somebody will be
I feel
stepping
good
down.
about myself.
I do too.
Thanks for being with us today. All right, so let's go right now and let's get a kind of a topic. We'll move past it. Nobody wants to talk about it, but there's also some good news because maybe there's some relief. If you have tax issues with the IRS, that's a great feeling, isn't it? And you're thinking to yourself, why are they after me when you have these multimillionaires, the very ones they demonize, by the way, when they want your vote? They're not going to go after them, and I'll tell you why. Because they know they have tax attorneys, a wall of them between the IRS and their client, and likely they're betting that you don't. So why don't you get an advocate with our friends at tnusa.com/bigbox. That's Tax Network USA. They can get with you and solve your IRS tax problems quickly, painlessly. They're attorneys, strategists, expert negotiators. They have brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They do have a preferred direct line to the IRS. And let me tell you something, they've dealt with them so they can tell you from firsthand experience, here's who we need to deal with and here's who we need to avoid. You and I are not going to be able to do that. We don't have that kind of information, but they do. There's also an IRS forgiveness plan available, $1 billion in tax penalties. They know about this program. You may qualify for that. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. Schedule your free confidential consultation today. Tax Network USA has resolved over $1 billion in tax debts, and they offer a best-in-class client satisfaction guarantee. So why don't you go to 1-800-780-8888 and get your life back. 1-800-780-8888. You also can find that number by going to tnusa.com/bigbox, or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we'll continue throughout the day talking James Earl Jones. I mean, he's just an icon and in so many ways. Some updates that we have today. So the Tyreek Hill issue, we've had people already on the text line saying, now that we have the body cam, what's your take on Tyreek Hill's situation? I know that Tyreek Hill is being made out to be a martyr. And saying that the police overreacted and all of this, and there's certainly some responsibility to be taken on both sides. Greg, you mentioned it. I think we might want to go back. Now I know everybody's become, they're going to decide what Tyreek Hill should feel or whatever. Tyreek Hill, right after it, was saying, I think that both sides can learn from this. Let's move on. Let's not make a big deal out of it. And
let bygones be bygones.
Yeah,
that was his statement.
And I think we know why now. When you look at the body cam footage.
Yeah.
I don't know how many more times we have to say this on this show, but here it is. We don't know if there's language.
There is.
There is language, so no audio. So where we're looking at it, the problem you find out right in the beginning, let's start at classification point A, Bubba, as you always try to point out. I'm going over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a problem.
In a construction zone,
In a construction zone. Well, I don't know about that.
I thought that's what I heard.
Yeah, well, there is a sign.
But now, see, there's the problem.
Doesn't matter.
If you're seeing this video, he handed the officer his stuff, then he rolled his window back up.
Which is tinted, and you can't see in it.
Yeah, and he doesn't know, the officer doesn't know if he's getting a gun or what.
Yeah,
he tells him to roll it down. He doesn't roll it down. So he keeps knocking on the window, telling him to roll it down.
He gets mad because he's knocking on his window.
And they told him, they said, we're going to pull you out of the car and arrest you if you don't roll this window down. And he didn't roll it down. So guess what? They opened that door and arrested him.
Yeah, how do they open it if he won't unlock it?
Well, he got it. He reached in and got it.
Oh, I see. Okay. So now Tyreek's got himself in a bind, and they're gonna. And now when you get
this is over, not rolling a window down.
Yeah. Now when you
refuse to do it,
if you go back to, if you want to say that the reaction to not rolling the window down was more than needed, I don't know, but
what if you feel threatened?
Well, here's the thing:
it's a tinted window.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because I think you never get past, in my opinion. I was going over 100, which that is against the law, whether it's a construction zone or not. If it's a construction zone,
dangerous.
That does make it
very
worse.
Dangerous.
I don't do what the officers ask me to do. I'm with you guys. I think if he keeps the window down, gives them his ID, say, sorry, I was going so fast, officers. I'm Tyreek Hill. I'm trying to get over to the stadium. I'm so sorry. My bad. Whatever y'all need me to do, I'll do. then we don't have any of this. But so
the officer, I heard the recording. He told him, if you don't put the window down, I will arrest you.
Correct.
They told him that they either do that or we're pulling you out and we're arresting you.
Correct.
Now, is he handled a little rough after that? We can certainly have that debate. But if he had just put his window down, and I've told my kids this, it's not Tyreek, it's not a race thing and all that. Whenever you're pulled over by the police, and I do the same thing, I do exactly what they say. I don't challenge them. I don't mix words with them. If they say put the window down, put the window down. If they say put them all down, put them all down. If they tell you to put your hands on the steering wheel, put them on the steering wheel. Don't be fumbling with your phone or something because they don't know what you're doing.
Right.
And then a lot of times you won't see this go to this level.
And watching people like teammates and stuff now make him out to be Rosa Parks. I mean, I'm like, come on, guys. I mean, the guy is riding in a vehicle that is what? Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Real nice car.
He has Tyreek Hill is not a martyr. All he had to do in his extremely expensive automobile, and he's done well for himself because of he's a great player and good for him. Okay. His value is his own. The way he lives his life and some other areas of his life, you go, that probably he's kind of shown that he doesn't make great decisions.
Yep.
But still, in this particular case, as every man in here has said, and there really is no disputing this, don't go over 100 where you are, and if you decide I'm going to, when they pull you over, simply do everything they ask, and then
exactly as they say,
and you're not considered a threat to them. Now, you also have got to be, you got to be wise and realize what some of you made off the air, and I don't know if y'all mentioned on the air already. You also got to be wise and realize you're living in a time where those who serve us in law enforcement are targeted. We actually have had people that have called for violence against them simply because they're in law enforcement.
Right.
And some of their brethren have been killed simply because they were in law enforcement. So we are all living in an elevated atmosphere when it comes to law enforcement being concerned about their safety, and rightfully so. So not only should we do that, Bubba, to your point, no matter what environment we're living in, but especially in this environment, it's now even more important that when law enforcement is dealing with us, we should do exactly what they say as to make sure they don't feel threatened.
Yeah.
But that's just not wise. So everything he did lacked wisdom. It cost him. And if you want to go to classification point A, Tyreek Hill got himself in this situation because of the way he acted, not because law enforcement is bad.
And then you see somebody else pull over in front of him, kind of come in at an angle on the video.
Teammate.
And you have a guy jump out. And the police, obviously, are not wanting to get surrounded. They say, move on. Get going. You have no business here. Move on. Well, the guys won't get back in the car. Mm-hmm. And they said, hey, we're about to arrest you. He says, I'm leaving, but he's not leaving. He says that, but he ain't leaving. And again, you're not doing what they say, and you need to move on. I think it could have really been avoided. Now, do you want to debate? Did they get rough with him after? That's fine. That's certainly open for debate. They've got video. They know the policies, and the people who write the policies will be the judge of that. But
right.
Back to the beginning. Don't speed. Do what they say to do, and you don't have an issue.
I believe if Christian McCaffrey would have done the same thing, that he would have got yanked from the car.
No,
well, I believe
that's back to this again. We start making this a race issue. 9 out of 10 of the videos that I've seen throughout our time of doing this, there's a 1% that is a no, but 9 out of 10, it's the person's behavior, not the officer and not their skin color. It's their behavior. Mm-hmm. If their behavior were different, they would not have been in the situation they're in. 9 out of 10 times. Now, are there rogue law enforcement officials? There are, and they shouldn't be in it. And like Bubba said, let's cull them as soon as we can. But in this particular situation, there's no abuse of power here. Tyreek Hill also, goes on to look very athletic and had over an 80-yard touchdown in the game. I don't believe he's struggling, and I don't believe they messed up his knee. And look, everybody learned from this. I mean,
let me raise my hand here. If he was so traumatized, he even jokingly acted like he was getting handcuffed after his touchdown. just cutting up, which
Well,
is fine.
He's not traumatized. He even said, let bygones be bygones, but everybody else has to come in now and be your spokesperson.
Right, yeah.
They have to get involved in the victim mentality.
Does the footage show, because bottom line is eventually they just let him go, right? They didn't take him downtown. They didn't book him. Once everything calmed down, they let him go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if that's in the footage or how that, you know what I'm saying, when they made a decision, get the cuffs off of him, let him go.
Oh, you cooperate and let them know who you are, I'm not so sure you even get a ticket.
Probably not.
Huh?
They probably want a picture with you.
Yep. So there you go. Scotty Scheffler somewhere going, hey, man, I understand. No. A little different situation.
Yeah, he actually got put in the book.
Well, do what they say, and I'll tell you it avoids almost all the problems, because until they figure everything out, they think they're in danger, and they have a very good reason to think that, unfortunately. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome in. All of you now watching on Turner South, lot to do again today. We have another installment of The Bachelor. We're discussing the troubling Michael Jackson documentary last night. Bachelor went out with Megan. Oh, yeah. They, Cassio drove himself last night in his pickup truck. They dined at Dreamland Ribs, which are world famous. And then, of course, what else did they went skating? Yeah, that was it. Yeah, they went skating. So that was at Skates 280, which I've been many, many times to Skates 280 for various birthday parties and school functions. So, Cassio, we every day we have sat here for the last 3 days, and there you sat, our little bachelor, and you always seem to have one word for each evening. You had one that was fun, one that was, you said, romantic.
Last night was
real.
It was real.
The real.
I think it was more along the lines of a real setting for a date. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was about me being real and making sure the girl is being real also at the same time. So it was a real day.
Did you find yourself being influenced by yesterday's commentaries on the show?
I just reminded myself it was more conscious effort to block out the cameras, block out everything, and be myself and let everything else fall into place. So we had to see what would happen.
I think that's a good way to go.
Has, and I will ask the question I asked yesterday, has Mama Cass or anybody seen the video, now called and commented on any of it?
I talked to my mom yesterday. She said we needed to sit down and have a talk and discuss with it. But
really?
She is ready for next week. She is ready for the two ladies that make it to the next round. She's ready for them to come up.
Is she excited about her home being the setting of a regionally aired TV show?
Yeah, she said she heard us talking about it since Monday, and she was wondering when she was going to get that call to
so she knew it was
officially set it up. She was like, so you waited till Wednesday, but that Thursday, that's okay.
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
So the two that will go the next round then will actually go to meet Mama Cass.
Exactly.
Next week, 3 ladies, 2 biscuits. Cassio has a decision to make.
How did it go last night? Individual dates, number 3. Anxious to watch and critique. I know it's not easy to sit here and be critiqued on every move you make, but can I tell you from a viewer and listener and co-host standpoint, hey, it's a lot of fun.
And I will say this, after that disturbing show last night with Michael Jackson, I think you're going to look like everything's fine, Cassio.
Okay.
Your worst-case scenario could not be that bad.
Yes, I found myself last night looking around going, you know what? I hang out with people that really, I thought they might be, some of them be a little bit warped. I stand corrected.
You know, Rick, I carry back.
We're a well-balanced bunch.
Yeah, to the conversation day before yesterday, where when Bo Jackson called the show,
and I teed off behind him at the Brunos Memorial Classic last year, and he hit the young man in the audience with it looked like a bullet.
Yes.
Okay, I thought somebody was dead.
Yes.
It was that kind of shot. Then after that, I get up to the tee. I have no pressure on me whatsoever. I think I cannot hit somebody that hard in my wildest dreams.
Yeah.
So, and you know what? Hit it right down the middle of the fairway. So, Cassio, I think you're in good shape.
Yeah.
You've got Michael out there as a comparison today, and that makes you look great.
Yeah, people are watching your dates now going, what a well-balanced young man. They would feel good with America in your hands comparing.
Absolutely.
I don't know about America in my hands, but...
Well, you are Michael.
Okay.
I'm talking about the side-by-side comparison, man.
Okay. I'm glad I took that. You know what? The only thing I'm a little taken back by is it was a good date. It was another good date, but I needed it to either come out and just totally bomb, just to stink things up, to make this a little bit easier, or just be the greatest date I've ever experienced in my entire life. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I needed her to come out and do one of those, and just to make it easier on me, because...
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. All right, so Monday Night Football last night. I know the kickoff hour, y'all talked about this a little bit. A couple of things outside of the game. And I'll tell you a funniest story from home last night. But so this ongoing thing with DirecTV, Uverse, and Disney, I heard you guys say this in the kickoff hour, Greg and Speedy, and you're right. See, we live in a bit of a bubble. We think that the whole world revolves around college football, but for the rest of the country, it really doesn't. Pro football is much bigger than college football, even though to us in our own personal world, it doesn't feel that way. It does for most of the country. And people were saying this thing is not going to hit fever pitch until the NFL fans can't get their games, things like Monday Night Football. Yeah. And boy, it exploded. When this thing was not done, people have gone crazy. This is a much bigger fan base, a much more angry fan base, and so that has only elevated because of that. But what was weird is just personally, and I know you guys, none of us really do. I don't watch a lot of professional football, and it's not some big stand I'm taking or anything like that. I'm just not as interested in it as I am college football and high school and stuff like that.
By Sunday, I've had my fill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what was weird, and we'll break down the game, but I'll tell you something that was funny that's totally unprecedented. Okay. So even once our kids don't play anymore, and we only have Taylor coaching now, Greg's son, a high school team, and of course now we have a niece who's on the dance line at another high school. If it doesn't have that, then my wife has no interest in it whatsoever. If we want to go see, one of the kids or family member tied to a team, she thinks that's fun or whatever. But if it's not that, so she even had kind of told me this year, hey, just so you know, the further we get away from football, the less I'm kind of interested in it. So, I don't know that I'm going to watch many games with you or whatever. I said, well, okay, we'll just do there'll be, whenever you have things you want to do, I might just do that. So mainly I kind of got from her, don't pressure me for us to be best buddies and watch this that much. And because I like to tell her about. So last night we're sitting there and she says, we finish up with dinner. She said, do you have any particular thing you want to do, tonight? And I said, well, I probably won't watch the whole game because of the time we go to bed. I said, but I would just like to see the pre-hype of Monday Night Football, see what it looks like. And by the way, their hype video is fantastic.
Yeah.
And
Chris Stapleton.
Yeah, let me I'd like to just see it all. Hey, let's see the pageantry of it. And I said, that's probably it for me. I probably won't follow. I like to see Aaron Rodgers. I told her the story about what happened to the Jets fans last year, and she found that to be a little bit interesting. And so I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I see her kind of ease downstairs, and I'm like, oh, so you're in. Well, I think I'll just sit here with you. I said, okay. And so so we go through with this, and I'm trying to keep her interested by telling her background stories like, and so then I get to the point to where I realized pretty quick, I didn't like that McCaffrey wasn't playing, but a nice little story about the kid who was undrafted that filled in for him and had a great night. I realized pretty quick, and if everybody wants to analyze the game, we can. But it looked like to me it was no more complicated than the 49ers are just better than the Jets.
Yeah, they're just really good.
And I'm not talking about kind of better, a lot better, even without McCaffrey. And I agreed with the commentators when they were saying Shanahan is so loving this right now because he's got an opportunity to say, as McCaffrey gets a little older, and even though 80% of our offense, as you mentioned, speeding the kickoff hour, revolves around him, we need somebody that can spell him, and we don't have them yet.
Right.
So tonight I'll find out if we do, and you know what? He does.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to do with the fact that he has an outstanding offensive line. And they because the Jets' defensive front is supposed to be one of the best in the league, and they couldn't do anything with the 49ers offensive line. They got pushed around bad.
Yeah.
So the game goes, and it hits halftime, and I said, hey, I think I'm out. You want to shut it down? You can do whatever you want. And she goes, I think I'm going to stay with it.
Oh.
I said, you going to stay with the game? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, well, I stayed a little bit longer than that. Look, I'm over. At one time, she said, oh, did you see that? She goes, are you asleep? I said, yes, I'm out. I'm in the third quarter. What am I doing? And she goes, you didn't see that interception? And I said, no. She goes, let me tell you what happened. And she gets up and she's acting it out. And then she dives like she's diving for the ball and all this. And she goes, how did you miss that? I said, because I'm asleep. And then I look and I said, this is what I'm about to say next, honey. I can't believe I'm saying it. I can't do it. I'm out. And she goes, so you don't want to watch the rest of the game? I said, you going to watch the whole game? And she goes, I think I am.
My goodness.
I said, I'm not staying for this game. I said, I have to go. I don't even care about this. Why do you care? I don't know. So what? I really like that green helmet, but I think the 49ers have a better uniform overall. Do you agree with that? Yeah, I do. I do agree with that. I hate the Jets.
They always do.
And so anyway, but she got into the actual game. I went to bed, and she still, I don't know what happened. I went to bed and went sound asleep. I think she stayed and watched the whole game.
Oh, wow.
No way.
Yeah, I was like, so now she may be, I don't know, she may be getting into it now. But Aaron Rodgers, Bubba, I know you didn't see it. He had moments where you go, he can still sling it.
Yeah. Oh, and, he got the arm.
He at least survived the game. But his offensive line, which they tried to build him a better offensive line, you and I have talked about that. I think that's crucial.
Yep.
I don't think they lived up to the hype. They went and got a bunch of players from different places.
Been there 15 years.
Yeah, they struggled with the 49ers defense, which is very good. But he had moments where you can see he can still do it. But I'm sorry, Father Time, when he scrambled a few times, woo, he looked rusty.
Well, of that 19 points, the backup came in and was one of those touchdowns, right? So
yeah, I guess they figured that we're not going to win. We might as well get him out. Let's not get him hurt.
Again, he hadn't played in the whole year.
No, you could tell. You could tell.
Rusty.
Looked a little rusty.
Yeah, you know what's funny? He's hanging on that old school helmet.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
But I think
all them fancy outer space looking helmets out there. Then here he comes with that one strap.
I know that nobody in Jets Nation is going to hear me because I know y'all's fan base in any New York team. So y'all don't hear what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
I would not get so caught up in looking at your team right now. I think what you need to do is just realize the 49ers are really good.
Yeah.
Okay, this all is not lost. You play one of the best teams in the league. They were in overtime to win the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
But Rick, it's the Jets.
I know.
Well, and their fan base is so doomsday because they've been hurt so many times. You know, I mean, we just talked about that yesterday with some of the teams that we follow. They've just been so disappointed.
Now, when
so
he throws
many times and so let down, they're like, "Well, here we go again."
But let me tell you something. Though. His quick when Aaron Rodgers that quick release, it's beautiful.
Oh, it's
when
it
works. Of course, now when he gets pressured, he's got problems.
Yeah.
But you're right though. He gets rid of the ball.
Yeah. So, but I just think the 49ers are really good. And what makes the rest of the league kind of go, they don't even have McCaffrey, and they were missing somebody else too, and they still beat. And
defensive fronts actually.
Yeah, and the Jets are supposed to have a really good team.
Yes, defensively especially.
But boy, it didn't look like it. I mean, the 49ers were just better. They were just a better team.
Yeah, and at home, and it was a tough road trip.
It was tough, and I'm like you, Greg. I didn't know that Aaron Rodgers played high school at Pleasant Valley.
Yeah, that was funny.
When they said that on the broadcast,
I thought, well, I must have missed him.
Yeah. So it was, but it
the
was
Raiders.
Did you play with him, Taylor? So now I'm wondering, am I now in a situation where Sherry's going to start going, hey, you know it's Monday night?
Oh no,
we got to watch Monday Night Football.
You can get the first quarter in before you fall asleep.
I was glad I didn't have direct TV or U-Burst. I didn't get to see it. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's talk life insurance. I know you're out there and you're thinking, but don't you want to get this taken care of, that peace of mind, knowing, God forbid, if you go on in before your family, they're taken care of. And you want it to be simple, you want it to be inexpensive, and you want it to be no hassle. Got it. Well, I have good news. We are now introducing you, either for the first time or maybe this is multiple times I've said this to you. It's time to do it. Ladder Life, Ladder. It couldn't be simpler, okay? It's 100% digital, no doctors, no needles, no paperwork. If you apply for $3 million in coverage or less, you just answer a few questions about your health in an application, and bam, they find out if you're approved in a very, very short period of time. Now, those of us that have already used them, 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. They've been on Forbes' best life insurance list. You just need a few minutes. You just need your phone, your laptop, something like that. Ladder's algorithms will work in real time. You'll find out if you're instantly approved. No hidden fees. Cancel anytime you want. You get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. Insurance costs, listen to us, insurance costs, when you're talking about life insurance, and really all insurance, it's going to go up the older you get. So don't wait. Get this done now. And this is simple. This is term life insurance. I pass away, this is what my loved ones get. So go to ladderlife.com/Bubba, LADDER life.com/Bubba.
I was
Tough
already
decision. You needed a clear cut.
Correct, and that didn't happen.
So all 3 of the dates have been great, and you're not sure what to do.
Yeah, none of them took that step above all the other ones.
So you're still going to have to go and ponder. The decision has not already been made throughout this process.
This will be a long weekend.
This is where Cassio will come in next week and get to tell us how tough it is.
Yeah.
To be in this position.
It's tough already.
Are these 3 probably the best dates you've ever had, though?
They're up there. They're way up there.
When we come back, he's living the dream. Cassio Kid has been on yet another date, a 3rd night in a row. He's had a date with a very, very nice and attractive young lady. So how did it go? We'll take a look and a listen. When we come back, it's one-on-one date number 3 on The Bachelor when we return. We're back. 14 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Army
I'm in love
blood drive is going on today. Give the gift of life all across the listening and viewing area. Our website, rickandbubba.com. You go there, you can see how you can give blood today in the Rick and Bubba Army blood drive. And let me thank you in advance for all of you that are going to donate blood today to help get blood supplies back to where they need to be. As we get back, let's go now to last night. If this is one-on-one date number 3, our little bachelor, Cassio Kid, will go out on a date with Megan, and we start with Megan waiting on Cassio in the lobby. Let's have a look and a listen.
Right on time. Right on time.
Hey.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You ready?
Yeah.
Nice touch.
That was very nice. Jim, the crazy sign man, was in the lobby behind him with the sign.
Oh, how about this?
Player.
Yeah. You clean the truck.
Cassio getting in the truck.
Okay.
It's raining. Big
I
handle
got
for it.
Dreamland first.
All right.
And awesome ribs. Do you like Dreamland?
Yeah. I've never eaten there before, though.
I thought we was fixed to have a wreck.
Okay, we're all right. I don't know why he's not going. We're okay.
Cassio not watching the road.
Sure. I'm going to go to Dreamland. You're going to experience that for your first time.
Mm-hmm.
See how you do. We see how you do with that, and then we're going to go skate. Is that cool?
Mm-hmm.
If you could have tapped that FedEx
They
truck.
gave me my present. All right. Yes. I made cookies, and I can't cook.
Well, that's right.
You said all you do is heat up.
I know.
And you braved it and made cookies.
Yeah, I did, and they have little hearts in them. And
are they good?
But they're the kind though that you just kind of cut off, so it's not, it's not like I really cook. But
you made them though.
Yeah. And then
I don't care how you got them. If you cook.
This was too cute. You ready? Are you driving? You're not.
I got
it's fine. Look, don't worry if we wreck. At least I went down with a present in my hand.
What's your real name?
It's Cassio.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's Jesse.
Okay.
There it was.
Why do you want to know?
Nice radio,
like a
Cassio.
background check?
No.
I need to know.
Wouldn't you be curious if you didn't know my real name?
How do I know it's not? Is it really Megan? Is it?
Yeah. I'm not that exciting. I'm not a celebrity.
Oh. Now they're pulling up to Dreamland.
Cassiel, that is the nicest car radio I've ever seen in a truck.
You got it really nice. He's got the umbrella for them. They're walking across the parking lot. It's raining, and they look sweet together. Cassiel right now is so excited about the ribs, he's lost focus on his date a little bit.
I'm thinking Luke and Laura.
But you got to eat one. You got to just...
They're eating ribs now.
If I do this.
All right. You don't have to do the first one. You can pick it apart.
She's not sure how to eat that
I
rib.
forgot to tell you.
Cassiel's not.
I'm serious. I thought that when I walked in, and I was like, oh, you look so cute.
I think my shirt looks a little too howdy-doody, like a country farmer.
6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Thanks for being with us. As you heard, the gang is all here today as we move through another one, and we'll keep updating you on the stories. If you missed part of the show, catch the podcast archives today or the YouTube archive. So there's that crazy song from yesterday. Hey, quick announcement, and you may have already seen it today. So in 2025, the Man Church, we're going to have 3 conferences. 3 different cities. We'll be in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll be in Decula, Georgia there, and also in Panama City, Florida. So we're going to be, this year we made some, we keep getting your feedback as we keep growing. We had 1 conference the first year, then we had 2, and 3 is probably the max we can do with just our small team. But anyway, we've been listening to you and what are some things you like, you don't like. So coming up in 2025, we've gone to 3 churches. They have great facilities, easy parking. Bubba, on your to me,
you gotta have that.
Well, what I was thinking is, if I'm coming to these conferences, what are some things that I would like to see that would make it an easier experience for me? And one of them that I thought right out of the gate is parking. We've been to some great facilities, but man, parking's terrible. When you're talking about thousands of people coming somewhere, so all of these churches have plenty of parking, free parking, all that's there. We also took on the reserved seat thing, and some of that, when you're dealing with other ticket operators, can get. We took we're doing the tickets ourselves this time, and there's really 2 options on the ticket: early access, meaning that I get to go in first and take my guys and grab our seats, and then just general admission. So there's just 2 tickets, and we did that because we realized that a lot of you buy like 20 tickets. My church buys 50 for our men. So trying to get your group together, if you do the reserved seats, it's hard to find that many seats together. So we listen to you on that. So if you want early access, that means you get to go in and grab the best seats, and there'll be a section for that. If you just want general admission, you do that. So all those tickets for all 3 locations are on sale now. And we have 3 different lineups. Andy Blanks and I will be at all 3. And then the other speakers will be other members of our team or our guests. We usually bring in some guest speakers too. Great lineup. I'm really excited about the guys that we were able to get. So you can go look at all that. Just go to themanchurch.com today. If you click where it says to go to get tickets, that now takes you to our other website that's just for the conferences. You can see the lineup. You can see the locations, the facilities. And then, of course, you can go ahead and get your tickets today. Now, I will tell you this. Because of those that signed up at the last year conference, they got their first chance at this. In Birmingham, the early access tickets are almost completely gone. So I know that, and then there's some that are gone at the other 2 as well. So make a move and get that done at themanchurch.com today. You'll just see the click there. All right, so other things to discuss as we start this hour. Now, I know, Speedy, you got involved. Bubba asked in the break, where are we on DirecTV and Uverse? As you correctly said, college football fans are angry, but pro football fans are even more angry, and it's more people.
Yep.
And you finally said you were at the end of your rope. You would call them if you didn't have football by yesterday.
Correct.
Greg, I don't know where you are because you're in the same boat.
I'm kind of waiting it out.
Okay, so Speedy, you called.
I did.
You called.
And it really it stemmed from what, I guess Saturday night when we had to get together with some friends. Two of the families, one was with DirecTV and one was with Uverse, and both of them prior to coming over to one of the friends' house said that they had called and they told me about their experience. And unfortunately, Terry overheard that, and she said, "Why haven't you called?" And I'm like, "Well, I guess I need to."
Yeah.
So yesterday was the day. So I call, and as luck would have it, now when you call, you're going to get a wait time is 3 hours, or you can hit one and opt out for us to just call you.
back.
You don't
Right,
lose your
right,
place in line or
right.
whatever. So I quickly hit that. So about maybe 30 minutes later, the phone rings and it's them. And you hit a couple of buttons, press one if you still want to talk and all this. So I was hoping, and I'm just going to be transparent here, that I could get a representative that I could understand that spoke.
That's hard
spoke
these
good
days.
English.
Look, I will
There's
tell you.
your representative.
Can I tell you this? Some of you out there, when you hear us do advertising, some of our clients, I think the best thing they tell you that you need to hear is they have a U.S.-based customer service team.
Right.
I know. That's just a lot of weight right there.
Because when they don't, to Speedy's point, and I don't know why they not only can't speak good English, but there's no volume.
There's no volume.
Why can I barely
too
hear
much
you?
background
There's
noise.
no
Speak
volume.
up loud.
There's no volume, and so I had a couple of things.
They're sitting in a room with 200 other people on the phone.
Or a grass hut somewhere.
Yeah, I had a couple of things against me. First of all, I had assistant coach there, and that's Terry, who's also echoing what I needed to do and what I needed to say.
I love that.
And so there's that. Then there is the low talker, broken English, couldn't really understand him, and for some reason he was in the middle
There he is.
of the. Of all about, I'm picturing a sea of cubicles.
Oh,
and there's just operators all over the place, and the background noise was so loud. I told him, I said, "Sir, I apologize. I can't hear you. Your volume's not there, and the background noise is just overwhelming."
Was this what it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm so happy when I get somebody on the phone that sounds like they're from Alexandria.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I can get so much more done.
Hey, what's going on? What can we do for you?
What's got you hemmed up?
What's going on? You got a problem?
Hey, Bubba, love the show. What do you need?
Hey, man. What are we supposed to do with Disney? What a bunch of jerks. I'll help you how I can.
I'm not being a xenophobe, but if I can't understand you, I mean, I'm sorry. I have to say I can't understand you. You can take that as a
Yeah. And so then assistant coach is saying, you can demand another, so I'm like, just hang on. And so I said, look, here's the bottom line. I said, I hate to be that guy, but I guess I am. I know you're getting a lot of calls, but where are we? Because us, the customer, we're the ones being damaged here. I mean, we love sports here at the house and all the sports channels, ESPN and all this. Luckily, our ABC affiliate is not owned by ABC, but a lot of folks aren't in that situation. And I said, where are we? And how are you going to help us, the customer? Because I'm paying for something I can't get.
Well, you want me to tell you
Right. And I said, and they said, and I heard 20, and that's all I heard. I said, 20, what? Well, what do you mean 20? And at that point, for some reason, I stepped outside like I could hear better. I don't know why. And I was really struggling. Then I put it on speaker, and that helped a little bit because I was pressing the phone to my ear so bad it was hurting my ear. Because I'm thinking maybe that helps me.
Yeah.
Credit $20, and I'm like, what? $20? Are you saying that you're going to credit our account $20? That's right. And that's right. And now I'm just trying to repeat what it's like. I'm playing a game or something. I actually think it would be a great primetime TV game show. See if you can guess what the operator's saying. And I'm like, okay, that's
the way
fine.
it is. And you're just dying.
in the background.
Yeah.
First of all, I've been on hold forever, and I can't understand you or hear you.
No, and now I'm getting really frustrated. And so it's agree to, is that good? And I'm like, huh? I think so. I'm not sure. Okay, is that it? And I'm like, okay, well, what are you saying exactly? And then next month, be another $20. I'm like, I say, are you saying that you're going to credit
The
my
man of
account?
1,000 voices has this.
Yeah, I said, are you saying that you're crediting my account for $20 and then next month you are as well? Is that what you're saying?
You tell them make it 50.
Yeah, and I said, now how is the credit fluctuating a little bit? I said, because I have a couple of friends that have the same service and they're saying different things. Well, this depends on their package. And I'm like, but one of my friends has the exact same package, and I'm paying way too much, by the way, paying $180 for TV, which is ridiculous. Can't believe I've been saying that. And I said, so my next call is just to cancel. So how we tell me, and where are we on rectifying all this? Well, this management. I said, I got that's management, and I understand that, but what are we doing about it? Because us the customers, we're paying for.
Listen, he don't know.
I said you have $20, and I'm like, okay, so $20. All right, so you're saying that I'm getting credit to $20 for this month.
That's me. Like, I'm good.
And I was like, I was hoping for more,
right?
But I'll take that. But let me just say, so the debate is on tonight, and it's on ABC.
Oh no!
And so, what's the bet that it might get to this afternoon? Maybe it gets resolved. What do y'all think?
I'll tell you, if the government gets involved, probably so.
Rick and Bubba.
So.
Casio's not.
I'm serious. I thought that when I walked in, and I was like, oh, you look so cute.
I think my shirt looks a little too howdy-doody, like a country farmer shirt.
No,
That's all right.
I like it.
Sure?
Yeah, I like everything.
Okay. Thank you. She said she thought I was cute.
I know.
We got to finish these, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at them reels.
Oh my gosh, you sound just like my dad.
You sound like my dad. I'm hungry.
So are you close to your parents?
Yes. I'm close to my entire family.
That's good.
How about you?
Very. Like, really close to my mom and really close to my dad. My mom's like one of my best friends now, so it's like if I find a guy and he doesn't like my mom, it's really it's not good.
Note to self.
But I can't see anybody not liking her though.
It's cool.
Same thing goes with my sisters and my family. It's like, that would be a really deterrent if somebody didn't get along with my family. So your day is what? It starts at what time?
No morning show day. I got to be at work by 8:30.
And then you get off at 5:30. But if it's a morning show day, you have to be there at
whatever time they want to be there. As early as 5:30. Now, I haven't been there at 5:30 in a long time. Usually about 6 is early.
And the nights that you don't DJ, you just go home?
Which are usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Most of the time I go home, watch TV.
So you're basically trying to find a girl to do something with those nights.
Exactly.
Bingo. Does this mean I'm high maintenance if I want now off the rim? No. Please stick me in the low maintenance category, because that thing's really bothering me, that people put me in that high maintenance category.
Just because you won't not, you know one, so you're good.
Yeah, I made the cut, so I'm down into the low maintenance.
So far, yes.
Yeah.
If you would have,
my fingers are dirty.
If you would have refused to gnaw the ribs, you would have been.
I was really, it might have been high maintenance.
So, being a lifeguard, have you ever rescued anybody?
Well, I've pulled little kids out and stuff, but I've never gone through the whole, rescue breathing, like CPR.
Can you do mouth to mouth?
Yeah.
CPR?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, no, basically, where I work, like I said, there's going to be more of, people having strokes and people throwing out their hips because they're older. And it's like, and that part of it I'm not really used to, because it's like you don't get really trained to know what to do,
Right. You're just trying to pull them out, right?
So anyway,
So if I fall and break my hand at skating, then you're going to give me nothing else?
Would that help your hand? Would that help your arm?
Yes, it would.
So you like all this, the girls chasing after you think? You can get used to it, huh?
No. You don't get used to the girls chasing you. No. Have you ever seen me before that day in the studio?
Okay, I pulled your picture up on the internet before, and so yeah, just once.
And it was okay?
Yeah. I like the picture of you. You're like wearing this white hat.
Yeah.
And you're like
blue hat. That blue hat in the top.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks white. Maybe it's blue. I don't know. And you're like, I don't know what you're doing, but.
I got my arm up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a blue hat. What do you like to do for fun?
Hang out with my friends and stuff. I'm not really into the partying thing anymore. Yeah, I think I've already been through my wild stage.
What's the last guy movie you saw?
Triple S.
Okay, that was a good one. You like it?
For about 40 minutes.
Now, did you stick through it though?
Yeah, because but see, it was Vin Diesel, so I got something good to look at the whole time. But yeah,
How am I supposed to compete with Vin Diesel?
I'm sorry.
I can't compete with Vin Diesel.
Yes, you can.
He's got a GTO and muscles and tattoos and tan, and here I am, the fastest with a pickup truck.
All right, here we go. Phone calls coming in. Let's go phone troll. Let's chat with you, America. Our first time to chat today. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, because it is a troll, meaning we get a lot of information in a short amount of time. Greg's on the phones. Our number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So at the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer gets the job done. Barriers are a blessing. Unlike our southern border, we actually have a wall. And so what we'll do is we'll protect the audience from rambling or things maybe that aren't that interesting. So we kind of help us try to learn as a society the ability to cull ourselves. It's a lost art. So no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions or anything like that. This is strictly, I want to come on the show. I got a comment to make. Here's some feedback to what I've already heard. Here's a question I'd like to ask, and if you will dial now, you can. Our number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. So, Bubba, we do have the debate tonight. I'm with Speedy. Those of you that are having this DirecTV Uverse deal, it may be what you've been looking for. Because when those out there that hope this debate, because I don't know if you're in the Harris camp,
you probably don't want people.
You probably don't want
no.
people to see it. So this could be the end for DirecTV.
Yeah.
You may never have it. So
at least not till tomorrow.
No.
Well, this is really forcing me to do something about what I've just been kicking down the road, and that is changing services. Pay way too much for what we have, especially when I watch about 10 channels, and that's it. So it's just forcing us.
Wait, you brought up something in the break too, and maybe you don't want to expand on it, but I've been there when there's something that's not going well, when you're trying to get to the bottom of it, and our loving number one earthly priorities become, as you said, assistant coach.
Yeah.
Hey, you tell them, I don't agree to that.
Yeah.
What are they saying? Well, maybe I can't hear them.
Right.
He's a low talker, and you're talking to me over here. So
after coming in from outside, I'll have to just tell you this. Terry looked at me and she said, "I'm sorry." She said, I created more confusion. I just got caught up in it.
Yeah, well, they want
and but she came straight out and said, "I'm sorry."
They're at the end of their rope, too.
Yeah.
Marshall out of Birmingham. Marshall, you got 30 seconds on the show. Go ahead.
Hey, yes, sir. Real quick, since Speedy about the and there's I found a website I wanted y'all to kind of vet out, see if it's real, where they're harvesting dog meat, making steaks and hamburger and whatnot out of it.
All right, I can help you with this, okay? Because we lost some of your audio, sir, during the call. I think he's talking about the Haitians,
correct,
and certain communities where their pets are missing and ducks at ponds and all this kind of stuff, and people are seeing them strung up in some of these Haitian communities.
Yeah.
That's
So
what he was talking
is that
about.
true? He's saying, is that true?
No, it's definitely true. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Terry in Alabama. Terry, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey.
Hey.
Back up, Terry.
Hey, I was just going to say on that DirecTV issue, if you'll call and ask or say something about being under contract, they will put you on somebody, on a person that talks regular.
So what do you mean? Doesn't everybody have a contract
if you
with them?
tell them, say, hey, look, even if you're not under contract, if you call them.
Who would not be under contract?
Yeah, I don't understand how you would qualify for
Well,
that.
you know, this AI automated stuff, it was like, well, tell us in one word what we can how we can help you. And I went, TV. Okay, expand on that and we'll get a representative. Paying way too much for my package. I'm sorry. What was that? I mean, so finally I was like, need to speak to a representative. Okay, we'll have a representative answer the phone here, but can you help us a little bit more on what we need to really focus on?
And we're having unusually high volumes of calls. So
Have you ever called anywhere that they said, you know what, volume is low, come right on in?
Never. Derek.
Or they said, wow, my computer's working fast.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that?
Hey, we're running through it tonight. Shouldn't be long. Derek, go ahead.
Hey, so it's been years back, but you did an interview with Meatloaf, and it was something I just want you to relive the story because I forgot the details. Like, he wouldn't do the interview unless you could tell him that I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Correct. And you actually answered his question and then did the interview. I'm going to hang up, but can you relive that story?
Yeah, Bubba and I were asked to play a very, 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 very small role in an independent movie called Rustin, where Bubba and I were cast as two bartenders with the same name.
Redneck bartender.
Yeah, both of us named Red. Red 1 and Red 2. And Meatloaf was one of the actors.
I wish it had been Red and Ted.
Yeah, right, me too. Yeah. Would that have been so hard to do? But there's a reason for that, which is funny. I don't know that we've ever talked about before. It was supposed to just be one actor. And we were like, no, we both want to do it. So they basically did two bartenders.
Well, we wasn't good enough to do anything else.
Right.
That was a problem.
So anyway, Meatloaf was in that movie, and we got on the set there, and we're trying to record an interview with him that we could play back on the show. And he was kidding around with us, but he said, I'm not doing an interview, but I will do it if you can answer this question. And then you got that right, caller. He said, in the song, I will do anything for love, but I won't do that. What is that? And we answered it correctly.
Yeah.
So, and the answer was, tell them what you said, because you answered.
Yeah, the answer was, he talks about all the things the woman's been through, all the things men have done to her in the past. And he said, I will love you and I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that, meaning I won't do all the bad things that have been done.
So he listed in the song.
Yeah, he listed in the song all the things he wouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he seemed impressed that you knew that. Because apparently
he didn't know what he was dealing with.
A lot of people don't get it. They miss it.
Yeah. Well, I love trying to figure out lyrics of songs, so that's just kind of a hobby. And, of course, being in bands and having to sing songs and trying to figure out what they mean and writing songs. So I probably spend more time on that than the most average listener.
And the thing, anytime you have any line in a movie, it completely changes how you're treated.
Yes.
I mean, you can have one word and you have to get a trailer.
Right.
And you have to have all this. And all the other extras are herded around like cattle.
Yes.
Okay. And so we had a lot of spare time on our hands, obviously.
Yes, we did.
And our hobby then turned to telling actors who actually should be working that somebody was looking for them on the other side
Why
of the
would
set
we do
somewhere.
that?
Like Michael Papa John, we'd tell him that the producer won't see him, man, he'd go hightailing it out of there.
Why would we do that? We brought that one back from what we call our old Christmas parade joke.
Oh, it's just such a dandy.
Let's go to Betty in Alabama. Betty, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yes, get you a Fire Stick and subscribe to YouTube TV, and you can get anything you want to see.
There you go, Speedy.
All right, Dan.
Speedy, I'll tell you, YouTube TV is pretty handy.
It is.
And you know, used to, if you wanted that streaming stuff, you had to have a like DirecTV or Comcast or one of the cable people. Now, YouTube TV is considered a main one.
Yeah.
So if you have them, then you get all the rest.
Between that and Hulu Live for me, I think. Yeah. I'm trying to figure it out.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, good. That's good. I got it going on.
Grilled chicken. Can't believe it. Look, they're leaving. They've got their bibs still on.
We're just trying to make an excuse to snuggle up
Yeah, I
to
know.
Snuggly.
Got rib breath.
So what am I going to have to do to get a biscuit again?
Well, I mean,
yeah.
It's straightforward. What do you need to do?
Yeah.
We need to have
Give
a
me
good
the
day.
stats.
We
What
need to
do
have a
I
good
need to
day.
do?
You just need to have a good day.
Okay.
Be yourself.
All right.
If you be yourself and...
Well, I think it's working.
Oh, are you confident?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think you've got to do to get a biscuit?
Easy.
I don't know. I've been trying to analyze the kid to see, what he really wants, so far. So
You
I don't
picked
know.
up on anything?
No, yeah, I have. I'm just.
She has.
I'm working it.
You still feeling me out a little bit?
I'm still trying to figure you out. So if I get the last biscuit, are you still gonna have all these people on the side?
No. No.
Looking ahead.
Is Casio
Good
playing?
question.
That's what I'm asking.
Why you won't come with a hard question? Well, we got a surprise.
They're pulling up at Skates 280.
Like now? There's
Yeah.
a surprise.
You
What do you
notice anything weird?
There's nobody here.
We rented the place out for you.
What? What?
So it's just you and me, and we can.
Yeah, that might
be following around.
Just be the workers, yeah. Pretty much.
Okay.
It's going great. I think it's going great. We're having a blast. I got her an all-one for Rick and Bubba right there at the Dreamland. She wasn't scared. She was a little nervous, but, that's girls. They don't want to get messy. But she did an all two ribs at Dreamland. So she had a lot of banana pudding. I like a girl that likes banana pudding. She's been very, she's asking a lot of questions, trying to get to know me personally. She's also sharing her info, which is huge. I'm not having to pry it out of her. So we're having a great conversation. We had a great dinner. Now we're going to go out here and skate. Hopefully neither one of us get hurt. But she did say, whatever it took to make the pain go away if I hurt myself. So that included mouth to mouth. But I think she's impressed. We're going to the skating rink out. And I'll be honest with you. I think I'm going in for a kiss a little early than the end of the night tonight. And I don't think she'll turn me down. How about a kiss right now?
You can't just do that. It can't be planned. It's got to be romantic and...
Are you shutting me down?
What?
Are you shutting me down?
No. It's got to be real.
Okay.
It can't just be like...
I can't just ask you. I just got to do it.
No. No, it's got to be the right moment.
Okay.
I think it's going good. I'm really getting a chance to talk to him and stuff, and I think there might be some chemistry.
So tell me about how you, talk to me here. Well, tell me all about it from eating and gnawing one and all that.
Okay. He made me gnaw on a bone, right? He made me eat a rib the real way, like a real one. So I now stepped up. I tried to, go low maintenance, eat the rib, with my fingers and everything. So, I think that should give me some points. And I don't know. I hope he's having a good time. I'm having a good time, and I don't know. I'm looking forward to the rest of the date.
All right, they're skating now. Cassio's trying to dance, and he's nearly falling.
Okay.
Now they're playing air hockey.
You have to go.
They were playing air hockey.
It looked like air hockey.
All right.
They're skating together. They're a cute little couple. They're holding hands.
We want to work together.
And they've got the skating rink to themselves.
She wants me. I didn't want to say it out loud, but, she can't hear me right now. She wants me. Go ahead.
All right, now they're playing air hockey.
And she's beating Cassio bad.
She beat Cassio real bad. Well, she's right by you on that one.
What was the bet?
I don't know.
They're cuddling up a little bit.
I didn't let him kiss me. I want it to be real. If it happens, I don't want it to be staged or like I'm trying to force it or he is. If it happens, it happens, and because chemistry's there or whatever. But I just want it to happen on its own.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Yes, we are here, and some of you, as I am talking, you are hearing this on Everyday Earbuds from buyraycon.com/bigbox. And don't you love it? I'll give you a little more action. Here you go. Here's a little more music. How's that sound? Well, if you're not in the loop and you do not have the Raycon Everyday Earbuds, you are really missing out. This is what we call, you had Speedy at this line, and here it is. You can get the same audio quality from all the big guys out there for about half the price. There you go. And we're going to get you additional savings because you are wise enough to be part of this family. Another 15% off if you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Now, these Raycon Everyday Earbuds, they're getting even better. 3 customizable sound styles. We've had that, but now you can get active noise cancellation. You know, I want to get my own world, and man, when you do this, it really just shuts everything else out. Now, if you need to be aware of what's going on around you, of course, you can do that too. Ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity, you can get 2 pair going at the same time. So, and of course, the battery life's incredible. Here's Terry sent us an email, and I love when we get these. Hey, Rick, I finally ordered a pair of Raycons, and they literally are the best earbuds I've ever owned, just as you guys said they would be. They stayed in my ear with no problems at all. They sound great. Thanks for turning me on to these. Well, Terry, it's our pleasure to do so. So if you want to get yours, go right now to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Let us know how you like yours, or get the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, we've gone through different times of life here on this program. Yesterday was a big look back. You know, we've all had kids. Now we got grandkids, Speedy and Greg, and your parents have gone on to glory, but we still, Speedy, Greg, and me, Adler's parents are still very active, but we have aging parents, Speedy, Greg, and me. And the aging parent world, I do think it is beginning to rival having children. I mean, it's almost like, because I don't know.
All goes around, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. It just seems that it can be more complicated. Because your kids are kind of an everyday battle, and what our parents are doing that are still here, and we're so thankful to still have some of our parents, is they want to, and hey, I would be the same way. They want to be as independent as they possibly can be.
Yeah,
and God bless them. And but you never know when it's going to be the. Hey, I and you know what, you said it even when your mom was still here. Same thing. I don't mean to bother you. I know that you're busy.
Yeah.
And we have this, we have that. So Speedy may have to leave the show a little bit late today to get to his parents that live almost 2 hours away.
Correct. Yeah.
Even though we were trying to get them moved closer to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking back, that would have been big.
Yeah, I might have to leave about 10 minutes early, and you think 10 minutes? No, 10 minutes will make a big difference.
It really does. Getting the jump.
It does.
That's on the table.
Yeah, and so this involves. Can we talk about it?
I think so. I think there's
an automobile.
Yeah, there's. I think there's a way. Of
course, their automobiles usually are not the latest.
They're not. They drive a 2008 Buick LaCrosse. I don't know if they make those anymore. And it sits in there. It sits in their garage a lot, and then they get out and they have their little errands they run. They've got their little places they go, but it's all within a mile or two of the house,
right?
And they're right back home. And I got Walmart Plus for them, so a lot of their groceries are delivered to the front door, and those are always nice. But some of those folks that are contracted out for that are the nicest folks, because sometimes they'll go, let me go ahead and bring this in for you, and I'll set it up. I mean, they go over the top.
Very kind people.
And y'all know who you are because I've met some of you. Y'all are very kind.
Right.
And when you have elderly parents and you live out of town, it is really nice to know that there's good people that can help at a moment's notice, because I am, to your point, 2 hours away, best case scenario. And, I got 2 sons there. That helps a lot. But one
that really does help.
But one is
they're busy.
But one is Reese, who works. He leaves out at 5 a.m. in the morning, comes home at 6 p.m. at night. And the other's a full-time college student that plays college baseball, and he's got his schedule. So there's hit and misses on when they're available, and they are available when I need them. And yesterday I thought I was. Dad called, and today he has a scheduled eye doctor's appointment.
And those that may not know, your dad is to the point now where he's
blind.
He's blind.
Yes, he's blind. He is, and he's been that way for a lot of years, it's a long story, but yes, he ended up losing his eyesight, and but it's amazing. He's written 2 children's books through the Notes app on your phone, speaking in to the phone what he's going to write, and then with help from Johnette, my niece, and others editing it, and Christian Faith publishing it. He's published 2 books. It's really crazy. But I get a call from him yesterday, and he goes, "Hey, while you're up here, I won't know if you could help me with something." And I'm like, "Yeah." Well, first of all, he's upset that Siri has stopped working on his phone, and that's how he functions. Because, like, if you wake up in the middle of the night, we look over at the clock and see what time it is. Well, he just says, "Siri, what time is it?" And so that's a big deal. So we're trying to work through that. And then the other was, he said, "Hey, my Aunt Lee, she lives in town, but she's on up there close to them in age." And he goes, "Hey, there's a piece of furniture that we need to get over to the house. Could we do that while you're in town?" And this was yesterday. I said, "Yes, sir. What we got?" He said, "Well, it's kind of like a recliner kind of thing."
Kind of like.
And I said, "Okay, kind of like a recliner thing." "Yes, sir. We can knock that out." And he said, I said, "Is it something I can get by myself?" "Oh, no. I'm going to help you with that."
No, my.
I said, "Excuse, you're what?" He goes, "No, I can
Here,
help
grab
you.
that in.
I'll help you with that." I said, "No, sir. No," I said, "I got 2 sons up in Huntsville. We can get this thing. It might not be when y'all want it," which, things need to be done.
Hey, when they get something on their mind. Hey, now.
Hey, it needs to be done at that point. and so I'm like, "No, sir, we're not. I can do it." I said, "Dad, this is no."
And God love them because of the life they're in right now. When they have something on their mind, guess what they also have? A lot of time.
A lot of time. I said, "Dad, I know you could physically do it, but we have some limitations here with how we're going to get it to my truck." I'm like, "So that's not an option, because the last thing I want to do is you get injured trying to get it out and all that. It's just not worth it, Dad."
Picture y'all did.
I said, "I can call JC and figure out what his class schedule is in baseball." And I said, "He'll come meet me and we'll do it. That's not a problem. If not, then one day this week, Reese and JC in the evening, they can go do it themselves and get it to the house." So that's that. So so I can't do it. It's funny getting on.
Did you feel like you put it to bed?
I did. He goes, "Well, your mom's in the grocery store. I'm in the car chilling." Because he'll do that. It's funny. And so I said, "I'll tell her that you kind of shut me down on this." I'm like, "Yes, sir, I did." I said, "It's just not worth it, Dad." Well, then that moves along, and I'm talking to Adler. It's post-show. And I'm talking to Adler, and he's trying to run a cable down with trying to fix some stuff. And all of a sudden the phone rings, and he and I were in conversation about how to do something. I just had to say, "Adler, I got to get this. I'm sorry." And so he said, "Yeah, go ahead." So I answer the phone, and it's Dad, and I hear a distressed tone in his voice. And he goes, "Hey, son, I need your advice on something." I said, "Dad, is everything okay?" "Well, I think so. We're in the Wendy's drive-thru, and the car just went dead."
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
And I said, "Do what?" "Ooh. The car just went dead." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, we're in the drive-thru, and it got to bucking and stuttering and hopping around. All of a sudden, it just died." He goes, I wanted a baked potato."
Oh, no.
And I said, "Okay." And then he went into why he wants a baked potato. And I'm like, Dad,
Look,
Dad, I'm sorry. By the way,
blocking the drive-thru. I'm glad you wanted a baked potato. I understand sometimes you just have a hankering.
Well, and I love baked potatoes, and they have good ones. I mean, but can we get back to what? Are you dead in is the car dead in the drive-thru? Well, some nice men behind us, because they're holding up the line.
Sure they are.
Got out of the car and told us to put it in neutral, and they pushed us over to the side.
Yeah, they'll help you then,
especially when they want a cheeseburger.
Right. And I said, "Well, man, that was really kind of them." And he goes, "Yes, yeah." And now there's a lot of confusion. I hear Mom talking, and try it again, Becky. And it's just not turning over. And I'm like, "Well, Dad, it obviously sounds like there's an interruption with the fuel pump, fuel filter, fuel switch. I don't know. I'm just sensor. Something's gone wrong." And I said, "Dad, give me a second. What should we do, son?" And I'm like, "Well, Dad, I'm in Birmingham. I'm 2 hours away from you, best case scenario. Let me call JC, see if he's available, come get y'all, and let's get it towed somewhere. That's the best thing I can do." And so I called a friend of mine, Clayton, who's in the business, and I said, "These are the symptoms of the car. What do you think?" And he said, "It's on the line of what you just said. Get it towed to me." I said, "Okay." So then I called JC. "Son, are you at home?" "Yeah, I'm back at home. I just got home. What's your schedule for the rest of the day?"
And he hated that.
Nana and Granddaddy are at the end of the South Parkway, They're in Wendy's drive-thru. Now, Granddaddy wanted a baked potato, so you're going to hear about that.
Potato?
I think he did.
You're probably going to get a potato before you leave.
And I want to know, are you eating the baked potato, Dad, waiting? And I said, are you just get your car, and this is what you tell a college student, get your car to where 2 other people can fit in it. You know, so clean it out, start that process, and get ready to head to South Parkway.
Get the dog
about
out.
a 10, 15-minute ride from where he is on at UAH. And I said, and I'll call you right back, but get kind of moving. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I called Dad back. Hey, Dad, all right, so here's the deal. Well, hold on, son. Try it again, Becky. and I'm like, Dad, I said, hang on, Dad. I said, I think I've called Clayton, and I don't know why I told him that, but I called Clayton, and they're waiting on the car. They said, get it to them, and they got their best guy on it, but this is what they think it is. And JC, hold on, son, I think it cranked. Did it crank? It cranked. Becky, is it cranked? It's cranked. Son, it's cranked. I said, okay, so it's crank, but it's hopping around. Is that jittering, Becky? Yeah, it's jittering. I said, okay, so it's hopping around, Dad. I said, is it cranked or is it going dead? Is it still cranked, Becky? Okay, well, yeah, all right, we're moving. You're moving? Where are you going? Are you in traffic, Dad? Okay, how fast are we going, Becky? All right, we're going 45 and it's not dying. It's working fine. I think we're good. And I'm like, no, you're not good.
No.
Oh, we're at a red light. It's okay. It just hopped. I think we're dead. Are we dead, Becky?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Staged or like I'm trying to force it or he is. If it happens, it happens, and you know, because chemistry's there or whatever. But I just want it to happen on its own.
You know what? I think there's something there. You know,
you tired?
Not just a cramp either. I think there's a little chemistry. My calves are hurting. I think I can feel my feet swelling as we speak, and it feels like somebody is stabbing me repeatedly in the side. But besides that, I'm having a great time rollerblading. I'm a little better than I thought, and she's very good. It's only her second time rollerblading, and she said she was having a blast too. So I think I'm feeling a little chemistry flowing out. I think it's getting close to a time to try going for a kiss. I like the patented move where she's just talking to you, and you just lose all focus on what she's talking about and going for the kiss. That's probably coming up real soon.
Hand holding.
Hand holding. Well, wow. So,
oh my gosh.
So, oh wow. So there's a teaser today. Teaser. What? Is there more? Do we get to see more? Is that it?
There's more. How about this date? Looks like it's going very well.
Boy, it does.
It was going pretty good.
I felt very Luke and Laura there for a minute. Did y'all?
Yes.
I mean, it was just.
And boy, he's aggressive, Cassie.
I know it.
I like it.
I'm just being myself, man.
He's totally different.
I'm just being myself.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With the other one.
We're back 33 minutes past the hour.
Web pictures are up, Rick. Look great, by the way.
Yeah, the website, rickandbubba.com. You can go there, The Bachelor. We have pictures up from last night's dates. Now you can see all 3 dates. The pictures there on the website at rickandbubba.com. Also go there and find out about the Rick and Bubba Army Blood Drive, which is going on all across the Rick and Bubba listening and viewing audience today. I want to wish a happy birthday to my son, Big Love. Brooks is 4 years old today. Happy birthday, baby. And also Monty Ballard, friend of ours, shares a birthday with Big Love today.
Saw Monty in the parking lot the other day. Had his red convertible like he liked it.
Like he likes it. But matter of fact, Monty acts just a little older than Big Love. So there, sure. Big Love 4 today. So as we get back, this is where we left it with the Bachelor. The date was coming to a close. They'd finished skating. They'd been out to eat. They were climbing back into Cassio's truck, holding hands. And I guess Cassio is now about to drop her off?
Yeah, we're about to come back up and drop her off at her car.
You have been denied on one attempt to kiss.
Yeah.
somewhat denied on a second.
I tried to work it into a bet, and that didn't fall through.
Right. So really, you've missed kissing twice now.
Yeah.
And now we're wondering, is the kiss going to happen? And we'll join Cassio Kid and Megan as the date is drawing to a close. I'm nervous, by the way.
Back in the truck.
I hope I've got a good chance. Okay, I've put myself out there, and so you can do whatever you want to with it.
Nope.
So you've been yourself the whole night. You're
Pretty
saying
much,
taking
yeah.
her lead.
Holding hands.
Do you want me to go forward if I decide to choose you? I mean, you think you would like to go forward?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Holding hands.
Still holding.
So if I was in the competition and you were the bachelorette,
Mm-hmm.
would I did good tonight?
You'd have made the cut, yeah.
Oh, bingo.
Definitely, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Cassio, don't wreck.
Keep driving.
New car, Sam. It's an excellent mix. you mix the vanilla, which I've always heard is an aphrodisiac. You add that with a new car, Sam, and everything turns out always fine. It always turns out. You like vanilla?
Yeah.
You don't? Carl, what smell gets you? What do you like? What kind of smell? Do you like fruity smells?
Yeah, no, I don't like fruity smells.
No.
There we go, 8 minutes to the time. So, Speedy, I mean, everybody's wanting to know where are we today? So, your dad is hollering at Becky, I guess, who's driving.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what's going on with the car, and did they get home? Where are they?
Well, that was a discussion in the process of and by the way, I got to tell you, my dad's a pretty good play-by-play guy. I told him, I said, Dad, you might have a calling here. He gave me play-by-play of how fast they were going, the red light.
Give me him asking Becky again.
You know, it was just because he's
blind.
Am I feeling a vibration? Are you feeling a We're feeling a vibration, son. Okay, we're going. How fast are we going, Becky? 45. We're going 45. Everything seems to be fine. We're slowing down. Where are we going, Becky? 20 miles an hour. We're slowing down. We're at a stop. Oh, I feel it. Do you feel that, Becky? We feel it. It wants to kind of buck on us. It's like it's sputtering a little bit, but it's not going dead, is it, Becky?
Is this
no,
baked
it's
potato
not going
cold?
bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dad, have you ate your baked
it.
potato? You know, I've only ate half the baked potato, Becky. Where's the other half? Anyway, so we're getting play-by-play, and now I'm literally sitting for Adler because he was here when I got the call. I'm in my truck, it's idling, and I'm trying to figure out what to do next.
Right.
And he goes, "What should we do? Should we go to Clayton, at a place, but it's all the way on University,
Right.
and for those of you in Huntsville, they're in Southeast Huntsville, so it's a good 10-15 minute ride." And so now should we go straight there, or you want to go home, Becky? Okay, we're 2 miles from the house. So you're 2 miles from the house already? I said, okay, so go home. I want you home, and if we need to get it towed, we'll get it towed. But go home. I don't want my parents on the side of the road.
Yeah, you're just trying to get in the worst place to be.
Right. Just get home. Okay, we're going home, Becky. And I'm like, okay, we're going
Take it
home.
to the house.
Okay, son, I think we're in the. Are we in the subdivision, honey? Yeah, we're in the subdivision. All right, I can tell we're turning left. We turn left. Yeah, we're turning left. We're in the driveway. All right, we're home, son. We're home. I'm like, okay. So
Ready, give me, where are we, Becky?
Becky, where are we? All right, we're in the subdivision. I thought so. Are we at the corner of Cart? Dad, don't worry about that. Just how close are you? So they're home. So I'm like, okay. Ooh. And then he tries to claim, I think we're okay. I don't even know if we need to get looked at.
Okay,
and I'm like, Dad,
so it's just going to go back.
You just bucked all over Huntsville.
Right.
You know, I mean, we need to get it looked at.
You were stranded in the driveway.
But let me get everybody back on the line and let them know they're not needed or giving them up.
Right. JC was
so I called
Greg, I
called JC. Hello. I'm like, hey, son, false alarm. You hadn't left, have you? No, I was getting the car ready. I'm like, okay, well, you're not needed. They got. They got
what
home.
about that call?
They got home.
Isn't that a
they
beaut?
got home, son. No, I'm like, no.
Whatever he
they
was
got
taking
home.
out of the car, he just threw it right
Well, I'll
back
be
in.
happy to go get it. What do I need to do? No, they're home, son, and that's good for you to say
Everything's
that.
good.
Even
Everything's
though
good.
You gotta do
even
it.
though you have a downtime between baseball and class,
And it's been given back
you
to
were
you.
really looking for probably a nap,
Right.
And so you're good, but you be on standby. I got a plan for tomorrow. Yes, sir. So then I call Clayton back. Hey, we're not getting it towed to you today. They got it home. I'm actually going to be up there tomorrow, and then I'm going to assess things and maybe get it to you. Sounds like we'll take care of them. You just let me know. So here's the plan. The show ends at 10. I'm getting in the car and I'm going to Huntsville. JC is meeting me at where the car is going to be looked at. I'm leaving my truck. Then he's going to take me to their house. At that point, I go and I get in the car and I see if it cranks. And then Dad jumps in the car with me. And then JC follows us to the car fixing place.
JC's back involved.
And then,
He's
but
back.
that's really close to UAH campus. Now, here's the problem. I get there at 12. He meets me. He's got class at 1.
Yeah.
So we have an hour to get this done, and we have an eye appointment at 1:30.
Oh, boy.
So if I can meet him at 12,
oh boy,
get to their house at 12:20,
oh boy,
crank
It's
the
just too
car,
tight.
get back at 12:50. If we can make it back to close to the UAH campus, I can go ahead and call him and go, "You're not needed. We're going to make it." So he can pull off. He goes to class. He's not late. We get to the car place. They already are ready for me. I'm going to throw them the keys. We're going to get in my truck and go to the eye appointment.
Unless you get stranded on your way. To
Right,
the car.
that's boy. You really, boy.
Dad
You better
texted
hope
me.
It's still running.
Dad texted me a few minutes ago and said I couldn't stand it. I went outside to see if it would crank into the garage, and he said it cranked right up and is idling fine. So I think we're good. And I'm like, no, Dad, no. And so I texted.
You can't die in the drive-through at Wendy's and just going where you like.
Right.
Just had a little bag gas.
Right.
In
and
it.
so I texted Clayton and I said, "Hey, it's great." He goes, but
Yeah.
but for peace of mind, I mean, we'll take care of you. Do whatever you want, but while you're in town, you probably need some closure, and I agree with that. So I'm good. We're going to stay with
You
that.
gotta have
plan.
closure.
And it could be
You don't
that-
want him, Becky, and your mom out there stranded again.
No. So
Turn, Becky.
So then,
Becky,
so
where
that's
are we?
kind of the plan. So that's why I might need to leave because you see that window I'm in. So 10 minutes could mean
No,
if
you're
we're
right.
late or
and
not.
that's fine.
Can you squeeze a baked potato in it?
I don't know. I'm going to ask
He
him
may
about
not
the
have
baked
got his
potato.
yesterday.
So I don't know, and it could be that they have to keep it overnight, and if so, then JC or Reese can take them back. But yeah, I don't know. And then we got
You might as
rain.
well spend the
and then it's going to rain Thursday up here. Yes, sir. Yeah, the hurricane's coming through. Yeah, boy, I tell you think we'll have it back by then? I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't know, Dad. I don't know. I need to. I need to
There's something
figure that
about
one
the
out.
rain he has to have the
North
car.
Alabama's going to get it. I mean, we're going to get a lot of rain. Well, you think we'll have to get out and get the car? Dad, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, they might have it back after our eye appointment.
Wait, he's worried about that he would have to go get it in the rain.
Yeah, on Thursday, and it's Tuesday.
You can just wait though.
Yeah, right.
Just go get it when it's not rain.
Right. True.
Wait the next day.
Right, Dad. I don't know that y'all need to get out. You got out your one time this week, and we got groceries being delivered to the house. You're good.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, I got one son who lives with you right now and working, so he's home. He'll be home at 6, and then I got another one that's 10 minutes away. So you're going to be taken care of.
Are they giving the world famous aging parents "Don't worry about it"?
Oh yeah, don't worry about me.
Don't
hey,
worry
look,
about
I
it.
hate to.
We're
I
good.
hate to, of course,
Don't
worry
about it.
I was trying to ask Siri what the forecast was. She won't respond. It's the craziest thing, and we need that resolved. We really do.
Mine
straight
mine
up.
yesterday was that Mom was out of groceries, didn't know what she would eat, but not to worry about it.
I'm good.
Speedy,
And
Speedy,
I
please get
can't
your
drive
dad.
my own car. They ain't let me drive yet.
Speedy, get your dad to ask Becky what the weather forecast is.
Son, it's probably going to rain Thursday. But hold on, Becky, what's the weather going to be Thursday? Well, yeah, she said it's going to start raining early. What? Oh, it's going to start raining Wednesday night. Did you say it's going to start raining Wednesday night? So what if we have to get it Thursday? Do you think we'll be able to? Well, we'll be able to get it Thursday. You think?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
vanilla.
No, vanilla's okay. Like a clean smell, like. You know how cold my hands are still?
They're holding hands. I mean, big time.
Are you parking, Cassio?
Where's he at? They're in the car. He's got a slow jam going.
So, what's the time span of how long were we supposed to have stayed out? Was there like a every date's supposed to be like a certain?
She's not ready to wrap it up.
No, they've all ended. It's just happened. They've all ended about the same time. We all started at the same time.
She won't know if her date was as long as everybody else. Yeah. Is that right? Am I right?
Yeah, she's trying to check to see if she
get wrapped up quicker. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, your slow jam is like you like it.
Oh yeah.
They're driving. We say, oh, that's up by the station.
Hey.
Oh, here it is. All right, they're coming back to the radio station. Holding hands. They've held hands the whole way.
Yeah.
I even thought I saw her thumb moving around on your hand a little bit.
You might have.
Okay.
Or it could have been mine.
It really was? Okay. Well, now I feel weird because I thought it was hers.
No, it was.
Okay, good. All right, they're parking up at the radio station.
Bye now?
No.
Okay.
Just say goodbye in a second.
There it is, the kiss. There it is. What? I can't see what's happening. There's the kiss.
No, that was another one.
It's a second kiss. Is that another? Is that two? Look at that. Have a little hand rub. A little comforting hand rub.
I don't know, I'm sort of speechless. It was fun.
Speechless?
Yeah.
Your little heart pitter-patter?
Well, yeah, he kind of made me nervous, towards the end, and I don't know. He was fun, and he made me laugh, and I think we sort of share the same sense of humor, so I don't know. It's hard to find. So anyway, I had fun tonight. I hope I can do this again with him.
Oh, my goodness.
Is there anything there? I mean, will you think about him a lot till you see him again?
Yeah. I mean, I hope
another one.
we can go out again.
That's three. Look
And one more thing. I just, at the beginning of the date, I just wanted to run out with him and, and forget all the cameras and stuff. And I don't know. I tried to make it as real as possible, but I wish that we could have just had, a night, outside of all the cameras and stuff, because that's harder, I think. But, I don't know. It was real, and the camera sort of just kind of got in the way a little bit. But, it was fun.
The look on your face walking away from that car? Wow!
I think somebody had a case of the kid right there.
Oh, my goodness! I mean, Bubba.
I lost count.
Everybody. But where will he be tomorrow?
Can you talk today, Cassio? Your lips have got to be sore.
Christopher,
No, I'm good.
Christopher Columbus and Mark, there's something else that happened too that
There's more?
I was deciding if I wanted to play because she
There's more.
She was very she is probably the sweetest girl I've ever met, and
amen.
She has really got a case of the kid, it looks like, and she would not leave, and I kept having to go back to her and tell her the rules.
You're kidding.
And there was one point where I don't know if she knew the camera was on, but she basically said she didn't want to get her heart broken. Christopher, can you roll that, please?
Oh, my gosh.
More?
What is this?
Yeah, I can't take much more.
Fine. You really will. I think you did great.
Yeah. I just don't want to get my heart.
Well, it's okay. All you can do is be yourself. Yeah, you're not going to get your heart broken, baby. I think, you have done wonderful, okay?
Speedy's up
and
to
you
saying
drive
this
off
in college.
knowing that you had a wonderful date with a guy that thinks a lot of you. Okay?
I just hope I didn't put myself out there and now.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
All right.
All right? If you need anything, you call me if you want to talk about it.
I'll be watching you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, bye.
Be careful.
Wow, Speedy. You're right. Speedy went into that moat. He got his Crips notes out.
He thought he had lost his little card, and he had to look. Oh, here it is.
Look, and before he knew what he was saying, he was going to just call me if you need to be.
Yeah, it was a great day. He could have easily said it was a great day. I won't break your heart. I mean,
Yeah, man, we're here. The gang's all here. There's Super Tom, the engineer. What's up, buddy? Big Boy Studios, a brand new hour. Things that you need to know. We announced today 3 man church conferences next year in the Birmingham, Atlanta, and Panama City, Florida area. 3 different lineups, 3 different locations. Those tickets are on sale now. Get early access or general admission at themanchurch.com. Coming up, we'll get some of your phone calls tonight. Of course, we have the big debate. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. We've been covering, the world of inside the lives of the men that make up the show. Speedy's got a deal with Huntsville, aging parents. We've been updating you on that. We've talked about our new life with Speedy and Greg and grandkids, and Adler, of course, is on the show, and he's one of the only guys still here that have small children. It's almost like we're looking back at Adler at our former lives when we all had little small children.
Back in time.
All of our children are either in college or completely independent now, and in Greg's case, already have children of their own, and so in Speedy as well. So, Adler, you still are in small kid world, and and I don't know, maybe you don't want to talk about this, but that's never stopped this show for pressing you for information. You ever notice that you come here, we have so much time to fill. You can not want to talk about something, and before you know it, the guys have got it out of you. Anything for the show. I understand you had Speedy said you had some sort of encounter with a doctor yesterday involving your kids.
No kids. Just
Was it you?
I went to the doctor.
You went.
I had to get a health screening to save money on health insurance.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay.
Check them numbers.
Yeah. Okay, so it was you. For some reason, I thought you were there with one of the kids. I thought it was you.
Just me.
Okay.
Bend over.
Yeah, I was telling the guys it wasn't that yet. I've not had to do that yet.
Well, here's the good news for you.
Yeah, it's all changed now.
It's all changed now. Bubba he was screaming to the medical community, certainly we can evolve on the check of a man's prostate and not have to touch it. And
there's other tests other than touching. Rick,
did I have it wrong? Is it PSI? PSA. Yeah, they do it blood work now. So you may not ever have to go through that.
PSI is pounds per square inch. I think.
That is correct.
Yeah, same thing.
That's what they're
similar,
testing.
but slightly off.
That's what they're checking.
Yeah.
That's your pressure.
So
this
you
is pounds per square something else.
So this is you, the doctor, giving you a health report, so the insurance company feels better about you.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go every year, and then
I just had one of those not long ago myself.
Save money on the monthly. Whatever.
Understood. Totally get it.
Yeah. And I've skipped it the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
I'm 38.
Okay.
And
about time.
So it's coming. It's coming up.
Oh yeah.
In fact, it was at the end of last month. That's how long it's been. I was just telling the guys about it because it was funny. Just after the show, and we were just talking, and I let the guys know that I got called anti-medicine by the doctor.
The doctor called you anti-medicine.
That's the words she said to me.
So what did you say?
Anti-medicine.
What did you say to get that response?
All right, so let me start over. I get there. I'm supposed to have a form. I don't.
Mm-hmm. There's a shocker.
You got to bring your form.
I thought.
Why do you bring your form?
I thought they had a printer.
Oh, come on.
And so they printed it out for me, so that was helpful. And
Oh, you're already off to a start. They're already upset with you.
Yeah.
They ain't happy.
And then they take me back to the back room, and they like prick me and scrape blood off of it.
Now, have you moved from pediatrician to doctor now?
Yeah. There's like clowns on the walls. I don't
get a sucker.
Right.
Did you get to go in the treasure chest?
I'm looking forward to that at the end.
Yeah.
There's clowns on the wall. There's like farm animals, drawings everywhere. I don't know why I'm there. A bunch of kids around.
Right.
And so they prick me and they scrape the blood. Was she having to get cells off my finger? It's like she was scraping the blood off of my finger. I'm like,
Are you acting this way toward the doctor?
It hurt.
Okay, it does.
It hurt.
They just did a finger prick. They didn't take a full.
They just did a finger
tube.
prick.
Yeah, I would have thought they would have gone full tube.
They didn't have to go tube, which is
Is
which
this
is
the
nice.
one where you
They
show up
wasn't
at the
checking
Scove? They're doing it at the Scove.
This was at just like it was like a pharmacy that has a doctor's office in it.
Okay. Oh, what do you think?
What are you doing?
It was a pharmacy that had a doctor's office in it.
What are you doing? That could have been someone back there stocking shelves.
Yeah.
Well,
to your
it
doctor.
was so it was a sister actually, and I do well with them. She everything's great with her. By the way, they tend to like me, Greg.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they really do. They
know
tend to
that.
think I'm hilarious, which I am.
Okay.
So things are actually going great. I mean, the finger hurt, but I acted tough. I'm a tough man.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
And then they put the blood pressure sleeve on me, and all of a sudden my heart starts pumping backwards. I mean, does that happen to you guys?
Oh, yeah.
You put the blood pressure thing on you, and then all of a sudden you feel like the room's closing in on you and everything.
You can feel it in your arm. The
White
pulse.
coat.
Oh, it makes me mad.
White coat.
I have to just do all I can because the way it hurts.
Well, so I can feel the
it's
I
feel
don't like that.
Yeah,
My heartbeat. I don't like feeling
A
that.
lot of
don't
people
like
call
that
it white
either.
coat syndrome, but there is something to that.
Yes.
Or how about this? A lot of us don't like our arm to be squeezed.
No.
I really don't.
I'm not big on it.
I
No.
really don't want it to be squeezed.
The sleeves.
Felt like I'm Tyreek,
Tyreek Hill.
Hill.
Yes.
And you're telling yourself, just take deep breaths, just breathe.
Yeah, it's quick. It'll be up.
Slow
Oh,
down.
you feel
Think
that
of,
pump? Feel
think
that
of something
pump?
happy. Think of something happy.
And then your heartbeat goes. Doop, doop, doop. I hate that. In your
hate
arm.
it.
You feel it in your arm.
Yes. The sleeve is tightening, and so is my chest. You can feel
So
it
how
tightening
high
up.
was your?
Apparently,
blood pressure?
this is where we're about to get to the anti-medicine line.
Yeah, so I've been having a good time with the sister. We've been laughing. I've been like, hey, by the way, today is the deadline. It's the last day. Today, can y'all file this paperwork today? Because it's the
I'd hate for you
day.
to put it off.
I know
and
they
not
don't
bring
have
it
any
with
in
you.
front of
And I said, so that's a little window into my life. And she laughed. She laughed hard.
You
at
were
that.
on a roll.
Yes, I'm killing it. And then comes in the doctor lady.
Next thing you know, you got the lighter out.
Yeah. The what?
It's Dumb and Dumber. Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
That is funny. I'm killing it. Remember, it was on in the room.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
And then, so the honky doctor comes in.
All right.
The honky chick.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
She says, hey, buddy, you got some high numbers here. She says, my cholesterol's high. She says, my blood pressure's high. All this stuff. And then she starts pushing statins on me. And I'm like, whoa, hey, honky lady doctor, hold up.
Right. Me and the sisters are having fun.
Yeah. And then she goes, yeah, I know you don't want to hear this because you're anti-medicine. She goes just right off the bat calls
she
me
figured you out,
anti-medicine.
buddy.
How does she know that? Is it on your chart?
That's why I go, I'm not anti-medicine. I'm not anti-medicine. I just don't want to be on
Evidently, you are.
statins and let's put me on Ozempic while we're at it. I mean,
Yeah, right.
you got any Zoloft? You got any Cialis? Let's go. Just fill me up. Let's go.
They're gonna send you down to the mental health ward.
And so
Anti-medicine?
I'm not anti-medicine.
kinda
She called you anti-medicine.
She goes, you're
What are you, a
anti-medicine.
Christian Scientist? What are you?
Yeah. Now, how's your attitude on this? Do you have
Not
a short?
good.
How's your tone?
I was like,
Well, his
look,
blood
look.
pressure's high. He's annoyed.
I was like, look. She goes, do you have any reason why your blood pressure might be high? And I go, well, I just did jujitsu for an hour straight.
Okay, you threw that out there.
He just wanted to tell him he takes
had to throw
you.
that
Wait,
out.
did you
and-
still have your gi on?
No, I'd gone home, taken a shower. I
Oh,
was going
good.
to
I
do
was
You
this.
didn't want to bleed on it.
That's funny.
And so I had to throw that in there. And then I was like, is my face still red? Literally, because my face stayed red for hours. And she said no. And then I said, I actually know that it is still red because I saw myself in the mirror walking in here. It is
So
still
she's
red.
lying.
You lying doctor.
Oh, okay. No wonder this went well.
Gracious.
I didn't say that
This
part.
is all.
I didn't say that part, but it was a little bit. It was a little intense there for a second when I'm just like, "Hey, whoa,
Well, how
let's
did it
just
end?
Back up the truck here." Beep.
That was a little quick.
Well, how
to
did
go.
it end?
So we
Anti-meds?
we went back and forth a little bit. She said my cholesterol's high. She said that my
need a
blood
statin.
pressure's high, and I said, well, I've fallen off. I usually take some soluble fiber and fish oil and flaxseed oil to help with those things.
She loved that.
To help with those
You know
things.
why? Because you're anti-medicine.
That is correct. No wonder it has that on your chart.
Yeah.
You guys think that's on my chart? Is that following me around?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
She
they
also knows
know it.
you don't wear deodorant because you think it's toxic.
That's right.
Well, she
Well,
found
she
that
knew
out
that
quick.
quick.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
she
worried
did.
about the aluminum crossing the blood barrier in the brain.
Yeah, blood-brain barrier.
Yeah.
Yep. Everybody knows that.
I think I'd rather just not stink.
Yeah.
The sister agreed with me on everything. By the way, she was behind the doctor and she was like,
No,
nodding.
don't throw her under the bus. You can get her in trouble.
She was
wouldn't do
nodding
that.
the whole time. I was like, "Yep, that's right."
So did you just
You
leave
said
it? Did you leave it? I'm gonna try the things I'm doing. I'm sorry, I don't want the meds.
I did. I left it.
I'm gonna
So
get
you
a little-
are anti-med.
I'm not anti-medicine.
Well, you just said I don't want meds. I want flax. I want
I just
flax
don't want to
seed.
get on. I'm anti-big pharma. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I don't want. Every time I fart, I don't want Zoloft and a pile of Ozempic to come out. That's just my personal preference.
What in the world?
Adler, those statins ain't gonna hurt you.
We'll take your phone calls
So,
next.
She was like, "Well, at least please get back on your normal health regimen, please."
Get on that flax seed.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
An absolute.
You know, I'll be,
He'd never done it in third person
I know,
before
I know.
speaking on somebody else's behalf.
Well, but you know, I mean, hey, wow,
Y'all.
and you know, there was so much more because see, the camera was off when she came back to. She kept coming back to me and like, hey.
Well,
and
look, I know.
I don't know. Hey, is there one more, Christopher? When I don't know. When I tell her to not know where he works, and you know the rules. Is there one there?
Speedy.
It's not. Chris, can we find it later after the segment's over? Okay, because I have to. She basically wants his cell phone number and wants to go find him over the weekend. And I tell her.
Yeah, but we can't. You're not.
that'll break the
rules. That has to
rules.
be after the factor's over.
She needs to stay away from Tiki Bob's this weekend then.
Well, Cassie, y'all can't see each other over the weekend.
Don't be dropping hints.
I mean, I wasn't telling her that I was going to be there tonight or tomorrow night. I wasn't telling her.
Just cut his mic off.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
Forbid the mic.
Should I go to the break?
You're going to have to go monitor. D is going to go monitor.
On behalf of the show, I'm going to go to Tiki Bob's. Make sure they don't.
Okay,
You go monitor.
Yeah. D, you're going to go monitor?
I'll give you
Well,
the
that's for all
camera.
girls. I mean, none of the girls can show up.
Right, no, you can't
Well,
see any of them.
They can show up. They just can't, like,
They
hook up
can't,
with you.
no, they all three come to Tiki Bob at the same time. Yeah, we'll have a cat fight.
I need them to show up at Tiki Bob.
You don't, not everybody going over with a case of the kid and everybody spreading it. If you're contagious, you need to stay at the house. Yeah, wow. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
We're back. It is 12 minutes to the top of the hour.
She could. No.
That's out of, okay.
Okay. But I know you'll probably show up where he works tomorrow night. Just know the rules.
I'll be there. Wow. I've never seen anybody fall that hard.
Well, now, Rick, you know, you always have to guard against
I know.
what we saw on The Bachelorette. Russ came out of the gate
He
smoking.
did. You're right.
And then, you know, it didn't work out. We saw Russ hit the highway last week.
What if she's coming on this strong just for the sake of the contest?
Well, she's doing a good job.
Well, then I would say if I played her in 21, she'd probably concentrate on making baskets.
Yes. And she's probably a pretty good free throw shooter.
That's right.
She gets her three from the line and gets the ball back, you know.
I bet she'll block out, too, where she doesn't miss any trash coming off the backboard either. Well, you know, who knows? That's the intrigue of the Bachelor. I mean, you have to decide who's being sincere and who's not, and who you have chemistry with and who you don't. That's what the Bachelor's all about.
This really is a lot tougher than I expected.
Well, sure it is.
I mean, I've got 3 girls. We all had 3 great dates. They're all 3 beautiful women, and you know, I don't know who to cut.
I mean, heck, I can't remember in my whole dating life ever putting together 3 dates in a row.
Cassio, have you ever kissed this many women in 1 week in your life? I mean, really?
Different women, no.
I don't know how you're talking today. As much lip lock as you got there last night.
I mean, you realize you had 2 little goodnight kisses from the first 2 dates, and did I count 4?
And
that's all we saw.
He had 2 turndowns and 4 successes, but
there was some nibbling right there one time.
But
I don't know how many that counted for. I lost count.
The first kiss in the truck, though, if you'll notice.
Can we look at it again?
The first kiss. Hey, look. Hey, the first kiss in the truck. Look, he comes into me. This is why it blacks out, because the camera is like an inch from his face right here, and I'm like trying to move back because they just dove into the kiss, and then. Then they back up and then they go at it again.
But look, if you'll notice,
I love the mobile assault broadcast vehicle.
Watch this, Bubba. You got to look at her face.
Yeah.
See, right there, she officially has caught the case of the kid.
And then when he starts stroking her arm.
Did you see?
It looks like the kid's got a case of Megan too.
Look how the kid gets out of his truck with all the confidence in the world.
And look, and this here is another kiss.
You're squaring. Okay, that's a better square up right there.
Great job, Chris.
I think in the truck it was by far your best kiss so far. That first one.
And Ryan Greenwood, who was also there capturing all this on the website, he had a great story. He came to me as we were editing, and he said, hey, the kid is, I said, what, is he tired? I said, because, we've had, no, he is floating down the hall. He can't put the key in the door to open his office.
You never know.
Cupid.
Draw back your bow.
Just because I had little wings on my shoes don't mean I fell for somebody. Come on, man.
You realize next week you got to hand out some biscuits, and we got 2 biscuits and 3 women.
The kid.
Somebody's got to go.
This is rough. I'm gonna have to break somebody's heart. This is rough.
I'll tell you right now, there's some folks knowing they got to step up when they go see Mama Cass next week.
So Speedy's on the phones. We had to reset the phones again, but they are working now. So 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Speedy taking your phone calls right now. Coming up this week, we mentioned that the Man Church Conference tickets are on sale for next year, and you can find those there. But also, other Man Churches going on this week in Birmingham, Alabama. Tomorrow night, Blake Prime on the 11th of September. Can you believe tomorrow's 9/11 again? Homeward Church of Christ, Birmingham, Alabama, 6 p.m. Blake Prime will be there. On the 15th, coming up this Sunday, Ocilla Baptist Church, Ocilla, Georgia, Lee Moore will be there. So you can find those details as well for this week at themanchurch.com. To the phones we go. Tom is standing by. If you want to join us, you can. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and Speedy we'll take your phone calls. By the way, somebody on the text says, Rick, please get Adler Field of Greens. I have. I started Adler on Field of Greens, about a week ago?
I just started on it, yeah.
I gave it to you like a week ago.
Well, yeah, I just started a week ago.
All right, so anyway, I'm already on that. Don't worry.
He's anti-everything.
I'm not anti-Field of Greens.
I didn't want him to shout to me, I'm anti-Field of Greens.
Hey, straight up, though, when I drink it or, mix it in with whatever, I was surprised it is more satiating than I thought it would be.
What's that?
It's like filling.
Yeah, why did you just say that?
Why did you say that?
Satiating.
That surprised me. It was a nice positive.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Great product.
Especially when you're anti-medicine.
I'm not anti.
My blood work came back perfect.
Good.
Okay, of course, I probably don't work myself into a frenzy like you do. You just need to.
We were having fun. Me and the sister were having fun until Dr. Fauci
shows up.
Dr. Fauci comes in.
Tom in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if Adler needs some help, I'm a chaplain up here in Huntsville. Be glad to help his folks with a ride or whatever he needs so he doesn't get caught today. So I can leave somebody a phone number if that'll help.
Speedy.
Yeah, that was Speedy, not Adler.
Yeah.
Yeah, Speedy is the one.
Oh, Speedy. Okay, it's Speedy's folks.
Yeah, he probably needs all the numbers he can get on that.
Yeah, you better believe it. So, so Speedy he might need some help.
He was saying that.
He said he'd like to have a batch of them.
We continue. Wes in Athens. Hey, Wes, welcome to Rick and Bubba. If you want to join us, you can too. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. So with the end of the the Rick and Bubba show as it is. I wanted to get an update on Ryan Greenwood, and I wanted to get an update on Chance, the engineer from Turner South. One of my favorite segments is when Rick Burgess made Ryan Greenwood pass out on the air talking about Speedy's house of cat.
Yeah, sorry about that. That probably wasn't the best decision on my part, but it sure was a fun time.
Yeah, it was.
He went down hard.
Wes. So I don't think we're ever gonna get a Chance update.
Yeah, that ended weird.
Yeah, and I forget the name of it. What was the name of that TV station? It wasn't
Heartland.
Heartland.
It was Heartland.
Not
Yeah,
Heartland. It wasn't
cable.
Heartland.
It was a cable.
It was Heartland and TNN and
Right.
yeah, all kinds of stuff.
Chance,
Was it
I don't know what happened there. We've had a couple of times throughout Rick and Bubba history where people were characters. They were loved, and like somebody came to them and said, they're making fun of you. Why are you doing this? And then we lost them. Right. I don't know what happened with Chance. I think with him it might have been more political than anything. I don't know.
I don't know what it was. That was very weird, that whole thing.
Yeah. Sometimes people get upset with you, but they never take the time to tell you why, and he never did. So I don't know. But as far as Ryan Greenwood, Ryan is doing great. He lives in the Louisville, Kentucky area, and he is coaching softball. He's involved with one of these travel teams, right? Yeah. A big organization of women's softball, and he's one of their coaches and helps with that. And of course, two of his daughters played at a very high level as well. One of them plays professional softball now and coaches. So anyway, he's doing great. Hear from him quite a bit. Pierce in Alabama. Pierce, go ahead.
Pierce. Hey, fellas. Thank you for having me on. Coach Burgess, this is Pierce Dalton. I was wondering if you remember back in the U15 lacrosse days, your fight the good face motivational speech to us.
You know what? I remember.
Well, I'd like to hear it.
Good face. I got a word confused. Did I say fight the good face instead of faith?
You did. You were looking at Cade Dickinson, making sure he knew to win that face-off instead of fight the good face. It came out fight the good face, and you just went with it.
I do remember that.
You were trying to be sharp, make a point.
Tied into the face-off,
Yeah.
And that you talk about, that was one of the most an odd experience. And Bubba, you picked it up pretty quick when you started coaching tennis, and you did the work and learned the game. But did you ever go through a time period since you and I didn't play tennis? When we were young, where you were coaching something that you didn't really know that much about yet? I mean, I'm out there coaching lacrosse. I don't have any idea what I'm doing.
No, I think in most of my situations I kind of knew, but I wasn't as far off the path, I would say, as lacrosse, because I wouldn't have had any idea about it.
Well, we had no exposure to that at all,
right.
And I didn't. And they needed bodies, and they started turning us into the coaches and trying to figure that out. And then you get into these things. And I know we have them in football too, but these things where officials, it's just kind of how they feel about it.
Yeah.
And you remember me trying to figure out the difference between an illegal check and unnecessary roughness.
Right, right.
And they weren't the same thing. And we had the player.
Kind of hard to tell.
Well, we had the player early on, and he comes over and he checks a player, dislodges the ball. We get possession, and they call a penalty. You remember this moment? Yeah. and I look at the official, and I said, look, I'm new to this game. I don't understand what just happened. He said, I said, is that an illegal check? It looked like it was legal. He goes, no, the check was legal. Okay, what are you calling? I'm calling unnecessary roughness. What do you mean? He said, I felt like that he used more force than was needed. I said, well, apparently not. We have the ball. Apparently it was the right amount of force. Right. We now have the ball. And he says, no, that's my decision. I said, what? That's your discretion? I just felt like that he hit the kid harder than he had to get the ball. And I said, well, but that can't be true because we now have the ball.
Well, I think the referees had to, develop their knowledge of the game.
Well, that's probably true. But, because all I worried about was this is a legal check, this is an illegal check.
Right.
And I'm like.
You think that's pretty clear cut.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, wasn't that a legal check? He said it was, but he hit him harder than he needed to, than was necessary.
That rule shouldn't even exist.
And then I once again tried to, I don't know why I kept trying to tie biblical truths to the cross. I don't know why, but I looked at him. I said, well, this is going to be like trying to coach through the Levitical law. And he looked at me and he said, of all the things I've had a coach say to me, that's never been said. That felt like this is going to be a little cumbersome. We'll be back, bottom of the hour, with more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mm-hmm. She just laid back there, old date number 3, just waiting, didn't she?
Can I tell you I'm on fire for the Bachelor?
Well, yeah, who doesn't love the Bachelor?
And let me say thank you to Media Visions and Chris, who we have seen the early morning hours not getting up.
Y'all have been working
still
hard.
Up. The whole staff, our staff.
Y'all take tonight off.
No, it's really been something else to pull off, going out and then the next morning having something edited for
I
you.
know.
And so I appreciate their hard work because it's really been tough on all of us. But hey, the Bachelor's on fire, and we got to make sure
people
we
are
deliver.
into it. People
Yeah.
are loving it,
Yeah.
and y'all are putting the work in to make it happen. And I appreciate that.
And then next week, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, we go to Mama Cass and
I
eat.
cannot
And we have a
wait.
round table family grilling.
And
from,
I think
from the
it's
parents.
I think it's looking like there's already talk that I can't keep other members of my family away. So
Oh, no way.
It could be the entire family.
Tell you something, even the red side will come out.
Sure.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Because there's some family members you've been trying to hide, and the cameras are here.
And some of them are thinking Jeff Gordon might see this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Bingo, Coach Buster.
Good night, everybody.
But let me say this too. Let's credit you as the coach yesterday. I mean, you had him ready to play. He was a completely different animal last night. I don't mean animal in a bad way.
I cannot believe the difference in the Casio we saw on that footage versus the first few nights. And I know it was the first time out and all of that, but you appear to be getting in the groove now.
Hey, I got to decide with the dates whether I was just finally comfortable with the cameras being there, or if it was just chemistry, or what the deal was. You see what I'm saying?
That's what you got to do. That's the job at hand. You dated 3 women, the first date, second date. In defense of the other ladies, you're also more comfortable with the whole setup as the nights went on.
Yeah, even though I've been here on Turner South, I've never had cameras follow you around on a date.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I had to kind of get used to it, if you can get used to it.
You almost felt like Michael Jackson for just a minute.
Just a second.
There's a big running joke behind the scenes where I have the camera right in their face and I go, "It's okay, be yourself. Now look, speak up and just ignore me."
I want you to be yourself, but if you could talk a little louder, you're killing us on the audio.
I need you to turn your face this way, speak real loud.
Ignore me, just roller skate over me while I'm holding this camera.
Exactly.
We'll be back. We'll take some of your phone calls next, and we got special guests coming in too, so hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back at 877 We Be Big. Our 9453999 on the world. And Bubba, spell out and.com. You go there now, you can see all 3 dates from The Bachelor. They are all up on the website, thanks to Timothy and to Ryan Greenwood for the great job they've done. Timothy Witten, I want to thank him for his hard work. Ryan Greenwood for his. All the guys at Media Visions who've been out taping this. Speedy and Dee for their hard work. And I would thank Cassio Kid for his hard work, but I don't see him really struggling.
You know, Rick, what an emotional 24 hours we've had. First Michael Jackson, now this.
I know.
I mean, it's almost too much. Before we get to these calls real quickly, too, we got to say very special day to a friend of ours, Trey Montgomery, who's having a special day.
So all 3?
I know about that. Over at Levelwood, him and Pam, great friends of ours. And Trey, have a good day today. And, gosh, I had no idea you were 42.
Yeah, so we wish you the best.
We thought 50, but I mean...
We have callers standing by. So we got Big Love with a birthday today. We got Monty Ballard and now Trey, all on the same day.
Isn't that wild?
Can I say this just real quick? I talked to him yesterday, and Lynn Winfrey, I want to send out our prayers to him. He's a good friend of ours, and, Sportsman's Paradise. We always go hunting with him. His father... suffered a heart attack the other night, but Baptist Montclair want to thank them for he got airlifted there, and he seems to be in stable condition, but still in the ICU and all this kind of stuff. But I talked to him last night, and just want to let him know we're thinking about him and wish him the very best.
Well, and a big fan of The Bachelor.
Oh yes, yes. Hopefully they can get him near a TV where he can listen and watch, or radio, one or the other. So.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Relief Factor, let me tell you, the 1995 price is back. A lot of you love this. If you've never tried that 3-week supply of Relief Factor, it's all natural. It's for botanicals. A lot of you that are struggling with the aches and pains of daily life, and the over-the-counter stuff, and of course, Adler's for this product because he's anti-meds. And let me just say this: but all kidding aside, these things are not designed to be used every day, even the over-the-counter stuff. And we know the problem we mentioned earlier with the opioids and the issues with that. So if you can find a natural solution, all kidding aside, that is better for your overall health. And here we go. ReliefFactor.com has that. So if you want the 1995 starter pack, go to 1-800. Then the number 4 Relief. Just call them, 800, the number 4, then Relief. Or you could go to the website, ReliefFactor.com. Love this product. Take it every day. Or you can get yours by going to the sponsors button at rickandbubba.com as well. So, Bubba, we have the big debate tonight.
The big debate.
The big debate tonight.
Most of these debates, nothing really of substance comes out of them, except the last one where we had Joe Biden drop out because finally, everyone agreed he is just not competent to do the job.
So this is
But he's still on the job. Keep that in mind.
We cannot ignore that Kamala Harris is the vice president and has been through the Biden administration and the world we're living in right now. She is part of it. It is odd when she tells us she's going to fix things that she has been part of causing and is currently still serving.
Right.
But let's look
She's
back.
having to run against her own record, which is kind of odd.
If some of us realize how horribly the stuff we were told during the pandemic, and this administration, some of the things they said about vaccines and all this kind of stuff, keep that in mind, especially if your business was destroyed. You now don't have the job you had before because you were fired, because you wouldn't take it, or you were forced to take it and you had some bad side effect from it. Remember these words from Joe Biden exactly 3 years ago today. So here it is.
My message to unvaccinated Americans is this. What more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see? We've made vaccinations free, safe, and convenient. The vaccine has FDA approval. Over 200 million Americans have gotten at least one shot. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us.
So, no, none of that was true, and that was total propaganda. Some guilt trip they tried to put on you for actually worrying about side effects, worrying about your health, and having the audacity to say, well, why are people getting vaccinated and still getting sick and still passing it on to other people? We aren't the problem.
Well, that was the point, Rick. They came out early on and said, if you get this, you won't get it, which was wrong. They did, which shows you point number one, they did not know what they were talking about. Nope. They were just shuttling what they were being fed, and it was inaccurate information. Now, did the shot help some people? Yes, it did. Did it harm some people? Yes, it did. Was it absolutely necessary? No. It had to run its course, and we talked about that all along. We had to get herd immunity, and the only way you can get that is by enough people having it and surviving it. And then it doesn't have a way to multiply.
Right. But think about what you really got to lock in on, especially with this decision we have coming up in November. This administration believes in tyrannical, overreaching central government.
Oh, they fired a bunch of people who they called heroes and that saved us, 2 months earlier, and they were firing them all. And we're still seeing the repercussions of that.
You heard a sitting president threatening me, if we would not get in line and take the shot that they were trying to mandate that we take.
Hey, his patience is running thin.
Hey, this is a republic. You work for us. We don't work for you. You don't come here and start telling us what we will and won't do and threatening us. That's not the way this works. But know that this administration has governed that way. They want to govern that way. And if you don't believe it, here we go now getting into the Second Amendment. Something else they're after So we're going to start with Dana Bush talking to Tom Cotton about this latest school shooting, and talking about having an officer there and hey, it could have been worse and all this. So here's this conversation.
Yeah, and it's going to show Kamala's clips as well within this.
Yeah, it does. The same.
School shootings like this are just a way of life now? Do you accept that school shootings like this are just a way of life now?
No, absolutely not. And J.D. Vance doesn't either. He said that he doesn't want them to be a fact of life. And this week, the Associated Press got caught distorting that quote from him so bad that they had to retract it. But here's what we also know about that shooting, even as we're still gathering all the facts. It wasn't as bad as it might have been because there was a police officer on the school premises that was able to neutralize the shooter. Kamala Harris wants to take police officers out of school. She said it in the past.
Again, what we need to do about demilitarizing our schools and taking police officers out of schools.
That's her position. It's not surprising because she's consistently taken positions against law enforcement throughout her career as a San Francisco liberal. If that police officer hadn't been there, if Kamala Harris had gotten her way, many more students and teachers might have been killed.
Yeah, remember, the resource officer's the one that disarmed the guy.
Correct. Correct.
And so good he was on the location, as she calls militarized. But if you are fighting against people who you say have assault rifles, that's how you describe the AR, then shouldn't we have military people on site to neutralize them?
Yep. So next in Chicago, another bastion of what it looks like for Democrats to run something for decades. We have a legal gun owner firing at some thug that's climbing into their daughter's window. When Chicago police arrive, they confiscate her gun. Here we go.
I run out my room. I ran right there. I'm like, yo, somebody's trying to come through my window. So my mom immediately acted on it.
He was like hanging on her window. So I just told him, like, I have a gun, I'm going to shoot. And he just didn't stop. So I fired a warning shot. I didn't even know that he got hit.
That's until police arrived on East 69th near Oglesby, where they found the 36-year-old suspect shot in the leg. He was taken to the hospital in fair condition. His life spared, but now armed with what the family hopes is a hard-learned lesson.
Next time you think about coming through somebody's window, you just remember how that bullet felt.
It's a fact.
Yep.
The mother is now hoping to move soon, especially since she says police confiscated her gun. Tonight, charges are pending against the suspect.
Well, if she's legal, why are they using it just for evidence? Maybe
I don't know.
I don't know why they would take her gun. But remember what she said. This guy's coming in her daughter's room. If she doesn't shoot him in the leg, what happens?
Yeah, we have a crime scene.
Yeah. And I think that's what you're seeing on a lot of these city council meetings where residents are coming up and speaking out because of all the situations they're in Springfield and other places. Sylacauga, Alabama, even making national news on what are you going to do to protect the citizens if you're bringing, Haitians or illegals in and just infiltrating our community. There's no boundaries at all, and we're left to deal with it. And what are you going to do to protect us? And I think that's a valid question.
Well, what the Second Amendment has is you should be able to protect yourself as well, not have to depend on the government when you legally have one, and it does work.
I think this case, Rick, shows that, in particular for this gun owner, you need to have at least two guns in case they take one.
That's good. So now NBC is going to talk about, remember the debate tonight in the election coming up. Should Kamala Harris, if she becomes president, try to pass mandatory gun confiscation? So here we go.
Should she also be, in your opinion, supporting a mandatory gun buyback program?
Listen, we're not going to be able to get where we need to go without action in Congress. We've got to pass some laws to deal with this. Now, I was heartened by the fact that 2 years ago we finally did a gun safety law, the Safer Communities Act, and it was the first gun safety law we passed in 30 years. 30 years. And it was modest, but it did save lives. But clearly, in the wake of what happened just the other day in Winder, Georgia, it's not enough. And the least we can do is move forward on the bipartisan spaces where ordinary people agree. Clearly, there's a disconnect between what the people, the American people, want and what they're able to get out of their government. Again, 87% of Americans believe in background checks, and yet I hear politicians say that it's not guns who kill people, it's people who kill people, and yet we don't even want to know who those people are. We won't even support.
Senator Gisbert, yes or no, though? Should she support the mandatory buyback program? Just a yes or no.
Listen, look, as a pastor, I've done buyback programs. You can pick this issue or that issue. But I think that, again, there's not one single thing
question
that will make all of this go away.
Yeah, he won't answer it. But all you have to do is watch how they govern and what they do, and you know the answer.
Well, in all fairness, too, there is a difference in a buyback program and a mandatory confiscation. I mean, we need to be clear about
What does
that.
mandatory buyback mean?
She said mandatory buyback.
What does mandatory buyback
It's like,
mean?
we will take it no matter what you say, but at least we'll maybe give you some money.
money back for it.
I've never heard of a mandatory buyback.
Well, that's the word she used.
Yeah.
We're right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hope all that goes well, and we know that it will. To the phones, a lot of folks now wanted to comment on what they've seen and heard. All three dates are in the bag, so we should be able to kind of have an idea of what's going on. We'll start with Steve. Good morning, Steve. Welcome to the program.
Hello, guys. I'd like to put forth two theories on Cassio's last date.
Yes, okay, on the last date, okay.
On the last date. Number one, after seeing her in the car talking to Speedy, she's using Cassio to get to one of Birmingham's biggest players in the past.
Now, that's a theory. That's a theory. He's unavailable. Yeah, he's unavailable.
I understand he's unavailable, but when she was looking into the eyes and saying she didn't want her heart broken,
yes.
I saw no Cassio there.
Steve, I'm in enough trouble for not being home the last 3 days. You're killing me.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm seeing that the other theory is, and it's a simple one, that she comes from a family of ugly fat men.
Oh, no! Oh, my God.
Wow. Brutal, Steve.
Wow.
But, because, Rick, in football terms, when they talked about a lineman or a running back, they would always say, he's small, but he's slow.
Yes.
In this case, he's ugly, but he's fat.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you for your
all I
support.
can say is he is way over his head. He can't reach that high. Have a great day, man.
Thank you, Steve.
There's a motivational speaker.
That's it.
I tell you what, I'm fired up now.
Yeah. What has to feel good, hey, it's your boss.
I feel real good about myself right about now.
Yeah. Just when you were feeling good, there's always somebody there to bring you right back down.
You got a girl with a case of the kid, you think you got it going on, and then there's Steve. Okay.
Let's go to Diane is in Mobile. Diane listening on 107.3.
That's a sausage ball.
Hey, Diane, how are you?
Monkey grass guys.
Welcome. Glad you called. Thank you so much.
I just want to tell Cassio that Megan definitely needs to get the biscuit.
A lot of folks liking Megan right now. Of course, some of y'all have liked, Alana, and then you liked Candace, too. I mean, that's the decision that Cassio's going to have to make. They all turned out really well.
But Megan's been true. The other girls kind of stood back, I mean, she just poured her heart out, and she was just comfortable with him and looked like they had a real good time.
She was aggressive. We have to give her that. Thank you very much. Let's go to John is in Elizabethan, Tennessee?
Yeah. Elizabethan?
Elizabethan, Tennessee?
Wow. That'd be it.
Man, can't y'all just call it Beth for short?
Cowtown.
Yeah, Beth, Tennessee. What's on your mind, John?
Hey, monkey grass, y'all.
Glad you called. Thank you.
I think every aspect of y'all's show is awesome.
Well, I appreciate that.
Got something for the kid, though.
All right, Cassio?
look here, got to practice a little safe driving, man. Had his hands. He got to have his hands on the wheel.
10 and 2.
brother.
There was not a lot of 10 and 2 there.
Hey, he's eat up with it, ain't he? Casio, look at him. Hey, I can't. What y'all got on the radio up here, man?
What part of Tennessee is that?
Northeast.
Yeah, we got
northeast.
We got some feelers out there. We hope this Turner South thing and some of the areas that were not on radio will lead to at least somebody knowing what you're talking about when you get a call about putting us on. So we're working on it.
Right.
Thank you,
well,
John.
I watch y'all on Turner South.
Thank you.
So y'all are kicking.
Thank you very much.
Am I the only one that felt like I was in the Chevy show when that that FedEx truck was in front of it? And I thought Cassio's paying so much attention to Megan, we're fixing to have an accident.
Really?
You got up there a little closer than you thought you were, too, didn't you?
Actually, we had 3 close calls during the entire trip.
Well, 10 and 2.
Well, I mean,
And it was raining?
When the girl starts rubbing your hand, you put it over there in her hand. You know what I'm saying? If she wants to hold your hand, you go ahead and sling it on over there. I'm sorry. I'll drive with 6, okay? I can handle it.
Right, okay.
And to Candace's
times change. Cassio kid's out riding. He's driving one hand because he's holding hands with a young lady that he's, courting. And me, I drive with one hand because I got a sippy cup reaching back behind the.
Yeah, sure.
Shut
I'm fixing to pull this over and spank everybody.
Of course, I think I said that to Ryan and Speedy last night a couple times.
Hey, you got the heat going on in there.
What was it you?
As we work our way back, looking forward to seeing all of you out on the road next year. So grab those while they're available, early access or general admission until they're gone. 3 different cities, 3 different lineups, 3 different weekends. All right, so as we work our way back, Bubba and I, anytime the level that mascots are now, one thing I do want to say quickly on the text option, sometimes y'all ask us questions on the text option. I mean, there's no way to respond to those during the show.
They're flying by.
Yeah, I mean, like a person just put on the text option a question about redemption and something that was you think you heard during one of the Bible studies. Hey, that's an email directly to me question, or you can call the show. It certainly doesn't work on the text. I don't really know what your phrase means. I don't even understand the question, but it sounds pretty important. So on something like that, you could just email us directly or email me directly, or you can call the show. But to clarify on something like that, the text option is impossible for us to respond. And I don't fully understand even your question, so pardon me for that. So Rick at rickandbubba.com, I'd be happy to help you if I can. All right, so when mascot, I feel like the mascot level, is that, have you ever, I had a conversation about this, and this is going to sound so odd. You know how sometimes you start thinking to yourself, your team lets you down over and over again, and you don't want to be prideful about it, but you start thinking to yourself, am I too good for this team?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, shouldn't I be with another team that is better?
Rick, I asked that a
right.
lot.
Well, have you ever sometimes saw a team that like their mascot is almost too good for the team?
Yes.
You're like,
or what about not good is the team?
Well, yeah. Now that one, I've seen that the other end of that spectrum as well. But I sometimes you'll see a mascot that's really got it going on. And you're like, I wish his team was better.
Yeah.
But so here's the Falcons.
Yeah, this is Freddy Falcon,
Freddy
and
Falcon?
he set a new world's record.
Okay.
And it's for the highest indoor rope swing drop, which I didn't know was a
Look at
category.
this. Good
He's in the top of the Mercedes-Benz.
I mean, this guy is in a Falcon mascot outfit in the top of the Mercedes Dome.
And he's about to jump into the stadium.
And that looks like that's a bungee cord?
Yeah. It's like a rope. Yeah.
Like he's going to swing on it.
No, he's not. He's no.
Hey, y'all, this almost will give you the heebie-jeebies. Just the video.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Good gracious.
Look at that.
And look, I mean, wow. That's
end to end of the field. Absolutely end to end of the whole field.
While in that
a costume. I mean, that's pretty good.
That's wow.
Yeah, I did it. How about that jump right there, man? You have to.
Oh man.
I mean, you got to have feathers of steel to do that.
Yeah, if that would have went bad in front of that crowd.
Oh, no.
I was about to say, I don't know that birds have those, but if he does, he's got a pair.
Yeah.
I mean, good.
He's definitely got
gracious.
nuggets, chicken nuggets.
Wow. I couldn't. How does he get up there? Do I even want to know?
How do you get off of that rope, though? Because he's dangling in the middle, right? How do they get him on?
Eventually.
I guess they had to lower him. He's wearing Crocs, too. All that in Crocs. It's impressive.
So that
Those
really
are big,
is.
like big bird Crocs.
I mean,
look, it's like it's bird feet.
I kind of wish that the mascot head would have blown off.
Yeah,
of
what if
it.
he'd have hit the head as he came out of that, and it knocked it off, and everybody thought his head come off?
All right, Bubba, I know nor you nor I will do that. Anybody else on the show would do it? You, Adler, you're probably maybe.
There was a time when I'd have done it. Probably not.
Speedy, you would have done it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but have you still got that in you though?
I might. I mean, it's if I just do it, I can't think about it too much.
Yeah, $1,000, I'm in.
Yeah, no way I would do that.
Greg could do it for $20. Well,
I'd do it 75.
What if I offered to buy your cholesterol medicine?
Ooh.
No, then I'd be like, I'm never
How
doing
high
it.
was your cholesterol?
I forget. I don't know. It's a scam, anyways.
don't wanna
Everybody
tell
knows
us-
that.
if you don't
Cholesterol's
wanna
a
tell us,
scam.
just say it.
No, I really forget. I took a picture of it.
It was over 200, I can tell you that.
If
It
you got a
was not
picture of
over
it, it ought to be
200.
able to look
What?
easy to see.
It was not over 200.
It's got to be, or it wouldn't be high.
No.
So you don't know what you're talking
You
about.
don't have a cholesterol problem.
That's what I said.
You're anti-meds.
To Miss Fauci in there. That's what I said.
Miss Fauci.
Look,
and
you
then-
get on your statin and like you should.
And then
Be a good boy.
somebody on the whatever texting thing said Adler looks like he's anti-hygiene and anti-shower, much less anti-medicine. I took a shower this morning.
All right, and that was 2 days in a row, right?
Yeah.
Watch out.
job,
It's
buddy.
getting crazy. It's only Tuesday. I took a shower today.
How do you think tonight is going to go with this debate? Seriously, I mean, and by the way, people are saying other networks will carry it. So if you don't, if your ABC's out,
it's
you'll
on a
still see
million
it.
Fox is
channels.
carrying it too.
But how do you think it's going to go? I mean, when we come back here 24 hours from now, we'll be sitting in here, we'll be talking about it.
Of course, I won't be able to stay awake. I'll fall asleep.
Right, yeah. But let's say what we see of it are the highlights. We could just skip it and just, I don't have the highlights
I
for
think
us.
the whole thing is going to be, can Trump stay under control?
Yeah.
And
Will
if
he
he
call
does
her-
like he did the first debate this year with Biden, he will look like he won. And if he gets over aggressive like he did the first debate, the election prior to this, it'll look like he will be considered a bully.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right. So
say she's not his type, stuff like that.
right, and how propaganda works, like this video one. There's so much propaganda going on. Watching the left, and this one's a little different because the left has kind of this task. Not only do they have to convince those of us that are conservative that she's not as bad as we think. This is actually a time they have to convince their own party to forget how much they disliked her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't like her at all.
Now, so here is her hugging a crying woman in Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Only to find out that this is completely staged and not real.
Yeah, she was
Is it
she
really?
was contacted. There was contact between this woman and the campaign before. So that's what makes everybody say that it's staged. Speedy, you're not going to be able to watch this.
All right, here we go.
It's so uncomfortable. This woman hugging Kamala Harris.
Understand? I'm pretty sure you know.
Oh, it's gonna be good. We're gonna be good. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. We are all in this together.
Yes, we are.
We're gonna
Yes,
be fine.
we are.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Thank you so much.
Huh?
Thank you
Yes.
so
Did you get some spices?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. We're standing.
Why aren't things fine right there?
Mamala, not Kamala. She's our Mamala.
Look at Mamala.
Mamala.
Oh,
Or she forgets she's a Marxist, but she's our Mamala.
I'm so sick of the Mamala thing. My mom's name is Linda Adler. Kamala Harris is not my mom. What's his name? Tim Walz is not my coach.
Oh, so now you're not just anti-med, you're anti-Marxism.
Stop trying to make the government our parents and our God and our joy. My goodness.
Oh, wow.
Now,
Well, you are
some
anti.
got
people-
real there.
Some
Wow.
people are saying that this was a setup, that it was fake.
That's
yeah,
what it
yeah,
was.
that they contacted her beforehand. It was totally set up.
But how would they?
Well, but now I'm gonna tell you what though. There's people out there, the way they act, and they're you've seen them, that they really do believe that Trump is like coming to get them. They've done a good job of painting that picture. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had just shut up.
Oh.
We had a problem that.
So you're on a date and they wouldn't be quiet in the back
No,
seat?
no,
Climate
it's not
control
that. First
was-
of all, I'm in the back part of it, which is, you know, it's a little small.
When there's,
and you know, we come out of, you know, skates 280, and we're already hot, and then all of a sudden the heat gets kicked on high, and we're back there just, I mean, beads dripping
How
off
about
of
this?
it.
The heat was on in that car.
Sure, and you know, we had the funny line of, "Hey, look, we're not supposed to be here and ignore us, but you're killing us. Could you turn that? Could you turn the AC on or something? You know."
So it was a battle between us freezing and them on fire.
So this much chemistry with that many distractions.
Yeah, and you know, I will say to Candace, you know, and Alana that, you know, Megan, not only was she herself, but she had a big advantage because she got to see how it was played out on television and kind of what was going on before the date. Candace, on the other hand, you know,
had no idea.
She had no idea what to expect. So she was like, you know, what in the world? And Alana as well, you know, she only had one. You know, Megan was coming in there at the end where she kind of saw everything. But
I agree with that, but I'm going to tell you what, I think trying to pull that off in that environment, no matter how many times
tough, yeah.
Seeing it and doing it are still two different things. I mean, when you're actually there.
If you could hear the outtakes, I won't tell you what.
Let me go with phones.
Trying to direct this, I mean, it was pretty funny.
Let's go with Greg in Hattiesburg. Greg, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, KZ94. How are you?
I'm all right. How are y'all today?
We're superb.
Well, I just want to give Cassio a big shout out because he come in at a little better angle on that kiss last
It was much
time.
better.
Yeah.
Which one?
Well, yeah, I guess all four. You could say.
There was still one in the parking lot. You had that. I mean, but finally
Well,
you got turned around.
Let me tell you what the deal was. He came out to begin with, and he said, I'm not going to be lined up wrong this time.
Right.
But then I think he got shocked that there were more. And that's when he missed that angle again. You know, because he got caught off guard on one of them.
The second, hey, can we?
I think I missed a kiss, by the way.
What's that?
I think I missed a kiss. I was just asking him because it was raining, and I couldn't get the cameras on and everything else, and I think I missed one because I asked y'all if y'all could do it again for me. You remember?
Yeah.
Speedy, you can't do that.
Well, they shut me down, but still, I mean, I had to ask.
So was there 5?
I think.
Those
Yeah,
Hey,
I think
Christopher
so.
Columbus, can you cue up that second kiss where we lost count right there, just so we can review that one maybe in slow-mo?
Okay. The second one?
Yeah, I think it was the
Can
second
I tell you something about the kiss?
You thought it was the first one again, but
Right.
it was really a
Right.
second one.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
All right, here we go. Is that the first one?
That's the second one.
Is that number 2?
Yes.
You're right, Bubba. That one.
Let's see it again, Christopher Columbus. I couldn't get my monitor on. Do it. Run it back.
This second kiss has a peck followed by a nibble.
Yes.
Hey, look, she didn't want to stop.
It was a nibble.
It was a little lip nibble. It was a lip nibble.
Just
Yeah.
a little bit.
Clearly there wasn't a nibble.
When you watch. I mean, it's not like we don't have video of it.
You realize you're on camera, Kathy.
Look, watch the nibble right here.
Right there was the nibble.
Right there.
Yeah, you're back.
That was not a nibble. That was just
She did. She would have kissed a little longer.
That's just a bad camera angle.
A bad camera angle?
Brother Black is watching somewhere back in Gadsden. That was not a nibble.
Well, look,
there's Rick's brother watching it right here.
See, that
Here's
wasn't a
3
nibble.
people from my church, including the pastor.
That wasn't a nibble.
I was going to ask you, Rick, do you feel uncomfortable? We're just not going to mention the fact your pastor's sitting right
Well,
here.
no.
I'm having a kiss.
How about this? Hey, we are broadcasting. He can see it at home. How about this? Our pastor's watching it too. He can stay here.
Yeah, but to have to look
He
at
just got
it,
his popcorn out.
Yeah, but he can't. When he's at home, he can't open the Bible and start preaching to me right here.
Well, the thing, what we're doing, he's here to see if he feels there's anything biblically inappropriate going on.
There's nothing wrong.
How about
with
this? He
kissing.
probably kissed his wife before they got married too.
Probably so.
If I just had to guess.
Yeah. You know what? And I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, yes.
We'll be back 10 minutes past. We do have some members of my church here this morning. Got some that will actually be playing and singing for us a little bit. Big event going on. Brought them in to kind of let Cassio relax a little bit this morning. We'll take more of your calls about.
Let's troll. We're not getting to enough calls. Everybody's on me.
Next time we won't comment. We will just troll, and then we'll move on and have our special guest come in too. So stay close.
Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, Greg Burgess, Adler here. Speedy will be leaving before the hour's over. We've already talked about that earlier in the program, so he can try
Speedy,
to get...
where are they at?
Yeah, you got an update? Anybody?
I think we're good right now.
Yeah, and
so
you know
far.
you can go with him.
I agree. I think I'm gonna check the interstate because you never know. Good night.
Yeah.
And be
I'd
sure.
like to hear your dad check with Becky to see where you're at.
One thing. I saw Tom finally get to.
We all relate to that. That's fine.
Yeah. I feel so bad for like engineer like Super Tom, and I know he can't get that time back, but we just happened to be going toward the restroom at the same time, and he looks at me, and I could tell as it was coming out of his mouth, he thought, "What am I doing? Hey, I need to ask you something. What do you mean when you say y'all are resetting the phones?" And I said, "What?" He goes, and then he looked, and I looked at him. He looked at me, and he's like, "What am I doing?" I said, "I have no idea." That's what Speedy said back to me. I have no
right.
He goes, "So when y'all do that, what do y'all do?" I said, "Really? You don't? I have no idea." Did he ever find you?
He did, and
Okay,
I just
good.
told him basically we're quitting the application and then restarting.
Well, then it went all the way up. I never can get.
launching
Is the IT guy's name Brent or Brett?
Brett.
So Brett. He said,
Sorry, Brett.
He said Brett kept saying, "I get the Brents and the Bretts."
Well, we
messed
need
up."
to do is ask Brett if we can just call him Brent. Is that okay?
Yeah, and
I
so-
still think his name's Brent. I think he's messing with you.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Bubba said about the people who put S's on the end, but then some don't.
Yeah.
Wood and woods and all this stuff. But anyway,
Yeah, that's
so
confusing.
I'd like to see a big conference and they settle that once and for all.
And so anyway, so he's even questioning why they keep saying they're resetting the phones because that must be his area. And I said, I just finally raised my hand. I said, y'all know that I don't know anything about
No,
this.
right.
So
that
anyway.
seems to work.
Yeah, okay.
It seems to work.
Whatever
when
that
we
means.
close out the application and restart it.
Right.
It seems to. It seems to fix whatever bug we've got at the time.
Yeah. So anyway, so I hope he found you. But after that, if you've
He
got
did.
that answered, you can go.
Hey, Winters.
We're trying to get when we start the hour, we're trying to figure out a lot of things. We try to inform you on how things work. Don't you like when somebody says, "Let me tell you why they do this"?
Yeah. Here's the deal.
Well, like I told you guys the other day, somebody that's in the restaurant business revealed something to me, and they said if a server comes over with a dessert card, the desserts are literally listed in the order they make the most profit.
Because you're more apt to go from one off the top, just like they say that in balloting and in voting.
Yeah.
If you're
it's kind of like,
you're really not tied in and heavily weighted on the election, and you're just kind of a passive voter, you will go toward the top of the ballot. That's what they say. I don't know.
Fast food, most everybody orders the medium drink, medium fry. You know, they don't go the large, they don't go the small. The medium is where it all is. We also know that tea is a big profit thing that is in restaurants.
Well, yeah, it's water.
It doesn't take
with
anything to
something
make
thrown
it.
in
Yeah. But anyway, so this one, and you've heard this before when it comes to places that sell food and alcohol, they will all let you know alcohol is where the money is. It's not the food. The food, the margins are too tight. It's hard to make a living off food only. And usually if you have both, where the money is people trying to get you to have a drink. So this is some sort of video that says they really try to push you to get wine. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah,
and this is their secret, how they do it.
Yeah, and to your point, the margin on wine is even greater than the margin on other alcoholic drinks.
Oh, so I didn't know that. So I'm Baptist. I wouldn't know that. But, okay.
If you run a restaurant, you want people who come into your restaurant to buy wine. Because wine is insanely profitable, far more profitable than food, far more profitable than beer, than spirits, than anything else. Why is it so profitable? Because no one knows what a bottle of wine is supposed to cost. You can't charge 40 quid for a glass of Johnny Walker because people know what a bottle of that costs in the shop. But you can buy in a case of Chateau d'Obscur 1995 for sort of €6 a bottle, sell it at 70, and everybody goes, "Oh, a marvellous hint of blackberries," right? So you can, if you sell people wine, you can scam them rotten, right? This is how restaurants sell you wine. You go into the restaurant, there are already wine glasses on the table. That sets the social expectation that you're supposed to drink wine here, okay? Then they bring you a drinks list. But it isn't called the drinks list, is it? It's called the wine list. Okay? Now, if you look at the choice architecture of the wine list, there are about 460 different kinds of wine, and then there's that really sad back page for the people who'd actually prefer to drink beer, which is a better drink in my opinion.
They try to overwhelm you, and no one wants to admit that they really don't know what is or isn't. Wow. And so before you know it, they take you on a journey to where they want you to go, I guess.
Yeah, I've heard, too, that they will put their highest profit margin on the top of the list as opposed to alphabetical or whatever, you know.
Yeah. So, it is, and as he said, no one really knows. You know, you look at something, you go, that looks like...
Well, there's so many to keep up with.
Right,
I mean, you know. Yeah. Who's got time to know how much all those are?
Yeah.
If you're not Frazier or somebody.
Well, and then I think one thing he left out, and, because I know some people, like, this is really their thing. They love to know about it. If you go to a really fancy restaurant, they love to expand on what they know about it, where it came from, and all this kind of stuff. And I think it's all just designed for you to never, ever just raise your hand and go, I got no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. You know, too, Rick, you think about this, and I'm not a big wine drinker at all, but the wines you have with a cork in it versus the wines you have with a screw on top. Okay? The expectation is that is a better wine if it has the cork in it.
Right.
But you know what? You can keep it fresher if you have the screw on top. Okay. After the first pour out of it, right? Yeah. So I've always thought that was funny that the cork. I mean, you're just in trouble.
No cork in Thunderbird, I'll tell you that.
What's the word?
Thunderbird.
And what's the price?
$1 twice.
Yeah, it's gone up.
Yeah, it has now.
Yeah, I remember.
Can I get a new saying?
Yeah, that's I'm with you. The wine world was never, even when I was a drinker and a problematic drinker, that was not my drink of choice. But I can remember. Just hearing the cheap wine stuff around me, Thunderbird,
Mad Dog 2020,
Boone's Farm,
Boone's Farm, Country Quencher.
I didn't know that wasn't my world. I didn't know that.
Didn't they have one called Tickle Pink?
Tickle Pink, Strawberry Hill.
Sure, yeah. So some of that stuff I know.
But the Mad Dog 2020 was rough. MD 2020, that was horrible.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't they range them too? So the more expensive ones are higher up.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
I know the top shelf ones are supposed to be better than the lower,
right?
Like in the spirits and all that. I hear that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
you got your top shelf.
Oh, in that world, it's kind of like the world of anything that people know, and of course we laugh a lot, about beer and stuff like that when it was a big thing, and I remember like things like when you just didn't have enough money for like a name brand. And we would make jokes that we would try to sneak in and get the name brand, and we would say, go over there where Budweiser can't see us. You know what I mean? Yeah, because we didn't want to shame ourselves in front of the king of beer.
Don't show him Sterling.
Right. And but that's another time. And
Carling Black Label.
Let me ask you that, since we're on that topic, and I really don't know.
Yeah.
So Miller Lite had this big fallout with their advertising campaign. Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Miller Lite's a fine Pilsner.
Yeah.
Miller Lite's a fine Pilsner.
So, and then was it Modelo?
Modelo.
Yeah, it's Mexican.
That took over the top spot. Is it still the top spot?
And I think it's owned by Anheuser-Busch, so it really doesn't matter.
They own them all, don't they?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Modelo's still on top.
Is it?
Yeah. In fact, I was talking to a rep, an alcohol rep, and it was right after this whole Bud Light thing happened. And we talked about, we showed the graph on the show of the sales of Bud Light and Modelo taking the top spot.
Right.
He said that these companies will fight for just a slight fraction of that difference. And they've been fighting for that fraction, tiny, tiny fraction for years and years and years. And then that happens. And you're like, oh my goodness, this is the greatest thing that could have ever happened.
Yeah, it's kind of like the time that when Coke did the new formula and Pepsi had never been on top. And they finally were on top for just a short moment, and they were like, "This is what we've been dreaming of for years."
Yeah.
So, Greg, maybe you're the one to ask about this. I don't know.
Not necessarily.
The most interesting man in the world. What beer was that?
Dos Equis.
Oh, yeah. Has it made any inroads?
No, Dos Equis.
Because their ad campaigns, I thought were pretty
good. Then they got away from it.
Yeah. They're not. They should have stuck with that. But no, Dos Equis. They're also Mexican.
Well, back to that Adler, too, I remember, and Bubba and I being marketing and advertising, and I was young, I was new to selling, and I remember sitting down with a Miller rep trying to get an advertising buy, and all they cared about was a very young age group, if you just want to know the truth behind it all. And I was like, well, why are you so after just this group? I mean, think about, I see a lot of older men, He goes, no, it's too late. They've already decided what beer they drink.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get an older man to change brands. It's almost impossible.
So Bud Light proved you could.
Yeah, right. But it was something like that.
No,
but
you're right.
What he was saying is we're trying, now this should be concerned about this if you're a parent. We are marketing to young people that have not selected their beer yet. And so we want them to select us, and we become their brand for the rest of their lives. We don't go after older men because they
got their brand.
They know what they're going to drink, and they're not going to drink anything else.
Do y'all remember when the celebrities would do Miller Lite, great taste, less filling, and they'd all the football celebrities?
Yeah,
those are good commercials too.
Yeah,
you guys remember?
So Bud Light,
Real Man of Genius.
have they come back at all from that?
I don't know.
I hadn't seen any stories about it lately.
They need to bring back Dylan Mulvaney is what they need to do.
That's what they need to do.
Yeah, that was a good move. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You asked, and the
A lot of people on email are saying she did have the advantage of seeing what she was up against.
I know.
And is she just playing to win?
Well,
and if she is, I think she's
all right, let me
going
ask
in the
you
right
this.
direction.
All right, where's all the people yesterday? Well, Lana had the best date. She had an unfair advantage. Where are you today?
Well, it's obvious it wasn't true.
That's right. Amen. 30 seconds. Here we go. Trolling.
Get them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone throw. Tony and Mobile, you got 30 seconds. Make your piece. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas. The other day at the breakfast, whenever he took all three of them to the Waffle House, which girl was it that said she wanted more one-on-one time with him?
Megan.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
Great reality show, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony.
You realize this is reality show on a reality show?
I know, isn't that weird? How about this? This is reality show squared.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jenna in Huntsville. Go right ahead.
It's Jen. I love you, Rick and Bubba. Hi, Calvin. Just want to let you know, when it's love, you'll know it. Keep going. And my husband's birthday today is today also. Happy birthday, Big Love, and happy birthday, Tim. I love you.
Well, that's very sweet. Thank you. What is it about today? All right, let's go back. All right, let's see. It's February, early in February. That's month number 2. 9 months back.
You'd almost need 7th month.
Happy 4th of July to you.
Well, no, wait. Let's see. You go back. It'd actually be springtime.
Well, month 7 is July.
Yeah.
So you go back, but you go back 2.
We'll count it during the break. Go to the phone.
That's right. Okay, go backwards. All right, let's go.
We're just going to count it as January, right?
A lot of vacation.
Yeah, that'll make it a lot easier.
Warm weather coming back in.
Yeah, Mama's got her shorts on out by the grill. All right, let's 20. Jackie in Mount Olive. Jackie, how are you?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
We're great.
Listen, Cassio, I've got a 30-year-old son. I've seen dates. I've seen them come. I've seen them go. That little girl was so real last night, and I think she really does have a case of the Cassio kid.
All right. Thank you very much. John in Clarksville. John, how are you?
Hey, pretty good, fellas. Thanks for offering my call.
It's our pleasure.
Hey, Cassio.
Yeah.
The girl last night was a home run.
All
Take it from a former Marine. The WMs are hard to handle.
Oh.
They are high maintenance.
Watch it.
Are you calling it, John?
I'm calling it, man. I've spent 4 years around them. I'm in the Army now, but I spent 4 years around them, and female Marines are hard to handle.
Now,
They're
what do you
a lot
say
of work.
when you say they're high maintenance? What do you mean? How can you be a Marine and be high maintenance?
Well, the women that are in the Marine Corps, they have to be handheld. They want to be coddled because they spend all day working real hard, man. When they get home, they want to be pampered.
Okay, I see what you're saying. They've got it so rough when they get home, they want to be...
Or is that just a Marine not happy that we've got females wearing the uniform? It had just
you got to. Hey, if you're going to have the book, read it all.
Yeah.
Don't just read it on your pages. Let's continue. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey,
My name is Call Me Gunny. I'm here for the Casio kids. I can't see you on Turner South. Wish I could, but I love your radio show. By the way, Monkey Grass.
Thank you.
Casio kids.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm a retired Marine Corps from Marine Corps. Buddy, if you're gonna be a bear, be a grizzly.
I don't know what that means, but it's funny.
Sure.
Hey, Ricky,
good.
30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hi. I was just going to say that I agree with the women there in the studio. The girl on the second date, she wants a friend. That's all she's looking for. I think she said it plain and clear, and I think he needs to listen to that.
All right. How about with Linda say when she says she wants to be friends, she means it? Yeah.
That's funny.
30 seconds. Go right ahead.
I tell you what she's got a case of. She's got a case of I don't want to be the first girl dumped by Casio kids.
Hey, do you remember he was the guy that, on the Rick and Bubba roast that got y'all so good?
Oh, is that him?
Yes.
Okay, well, he... "22 minutes past the hour." Thank you. Tomorrow on the program, obviously, we'll look back on 9/11 and have a discussion on tomorrow's program about it. So can you believe it? It's tomorrow as well, and how long it's been now. Apparently, we'll also discuss tomorrow on the things that we would not have tolerated within days and months after that attack that we now openly tolerate again. Sure. So we'll hit that tomorrow. Speaking of that, big election coming up. Y'all heard about it? Big election coming up. Got a debate supposedly coming tonight. We'll see how that goes. Big election. I think when you see someone, there was a time in this country, and I don't want anybody to get upset. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm voting for Trump in November.
Don't upset us, Rick.
It's an easy vote.
Get out of that.
How about this, Bubba? Hey, couldn't been easier. But there was a time, and you know this, Bubba, and we'll openly admit this. Neither one of these candidates, or any, not Biden, not Kamala, not Trump, none of these people would have had any chance at a political career. None of them. They would have never been nominated by either party. No one would have said this. But what the reason why someone like Trump has become so intriguing and popular with so many Americans is that they just are put out with Republicans and Democrats.
Status quo.
They're done with politicians. And I agree, and I understand that. Thomas Massie, a Republican out of Kentucky, is going to call out both political parties and say the American people are sick and tired of the way that we behave and the way that we govern. So here we go.
I would call on Mr. Massie.
Can we be honest with the American people about what's going on here? This is political theater. I'm going to call out both sides right here.
Come on.
It's all posturing. It's fake fighting. We all know where it ends up. This is Groundhog Day. I don't care if the Democrat is the speaker or Republican is the speaker. We always get a CR in September, and then we get an omnibus. Sometimes there's a twist on that. We might get the omnibus before Christmas, but if we're not good, it comes after Christmas. But that's what's going to happen. And in the meantime, it's political theater. You know, we've got it's good theater. We've got great writers. I wish they'd just come up with a new plot. It's the same plot every fiscal year. What should we be doing? It's already been discussed. We should have done 12 separate bills. We should have done 12 separate bills. But again, whether Democrats are in control or Republicans are in control, we never do the 12 separate bills. Why do we always spend at least as much as we did last year, and why do we never cut spending? It's because Democrats want to grow the welfare state, and Republicans want to grow the military-industrial complex. And we're eventually going to get together, and they're both going to go up. I guarantee.
I guarantee it.
This guy's in trouble.
Yeah.
He better look out.
Yeah. Be careful of your brakes, sir.
Yep. Well, I mean, when it was revealed to us, Bubba, and look, we're going to vote Republican. I cannot vote for the state of the Democrat Party. There's no way. But we know that even on the Republican side, some of these people we think are so edgy,
and then you find out that a lot of that's just theater, so they can get a good book deal and get booked on Fox News a lot,
right?
And then go out on the speaking tour. When it gets down to, hey, let's finally get something done, they're nowhere to be found.
He's telling you exactly right. It's the WWE. They're writing the script. We all going to act like we're on different sides behind closed doors. We don't want to mess each other up. We all got a pretty good deal.
Yep. And now here comes Senator Kennedy.
Always with a colorful line.
Yeah, and here he is. And once again,
not sure about his teeth.
He's going to talk about the swamp that, again, makes a Trump candidacy more intriguing because people get sick and tired of this. Here we go.
It turns, you see the worst in people, you know. I know many people in Washington, D.C. that they would unplug your life support to charge their cell phone.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That brings it home.
He's always got one.
That's heartless. Bubba, you've been there. I've been there. People went, and on these occasions where there's somebody that goes and runs and wins that we at least are acquaintances with, we know them well enough we can have personal conversations, they all come back with the same exact story. It's worse than you think it is.
Yeah. I thought it was bad.
Yeah, that is a dark, twisted place.
And now you see demos also playing towards the military-industrial complex as well, starting needless, endless wars, which is why you see people like Dick Cheney supporting Kamala Harris. Trump's not willing to play ball, it seems, in that area, which I'm so thankful for. I hope he wins, because I don't like seeing people die for no reason. I don't like poor people from America being shipped off to fight wars so that rich people can get richer.
Adler,
my goodness.
Adler, I think that's factually incorrect.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. We can disagree. That
sounds
totally
like
cool.
a Democrat talking point. I disagree with that.
Okay, that's totally cool.
Yeah, so
totally cool.
Well, I think
it's fine. We can disagree.
Yeah,
That's fine.
sure.
I think
I don't like you.
Absolutely.
I think you have to
disagree.
take every conflict and look at them individually. I think in some cases, like, I know this isn't very popular. We don't even agree with Trump on this. I think some of the bashing of the Iraqi war was unfounded. I thought the Iraqi war, when we stayed on what we were going to accomplish, and we got rid of Saddam Hussein, and Saddam Hussein didn't do what we said to do, and if he didn't do it, we were actually going to come, and we did.
Yeah.
I think things were accomplished there. I disagree with those that say nothing was accomplished. Now,
I do too. I think he needed to go. There's no doubt.
But we let it go, and we didn't finish.
Yeah.
Now, I got a problem with that.
Well, here's the thing.
So I think each one you got to take on an individual basis.
You need a comprehensive plan. Why are we going? What are we doing? And how does this end? That's the one we never really get to. Now, people said, well, we this has been a long-running war. You got to bring people home. We still have troops in Germany and Japan, okay, and will for probably ever.
Yep.
And I don't see that is a bad thing. That is just part of it. And I don't know why we had to defray to bring everybody back. I mean, you want to secure the country, but you've got to be a stabilizing factor in that society for generations for them to do it on their own.
Yeah. Now,
and we leave every time before they get the full grasp of it.
Yeah. There's places that, as you said, do not meet the criteria.
Yeah.
But when it does, there is a time to go to war, and they're not all unnecessary. Now, I'm for not being involved in unnecessary.
Let's pick them carefully.
Yep, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
That guy. Hey, do you remember he was the guy that, on the Rick and Bubba roast that got y'all so good?
Oh, is that him?
Yes.
Okay, well, he did get us
better known as J-O-N.
That's right. J-O-N. Hey, Rick and Bubba show, go ahead.
This is Scott from Noonan.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
The last girl had an unfair advantage. She knew about the $250 gift certificate and the jewelry.
Well, when everybody started talking about that, the people now starting to add on wanting to give the woman who's picked a lot of nice
extra
stuff.
gifts and stuff.
You're saying she was motivated more than the others?
I think so.
I'm gonna have to take that in consideration.
Well, yeah, all this has to be factored in.
How about it got you a great date either
That's
way?
right.
How about that?
I tell you
Sure,
what,
I'll
you know,
give her
I
that.
tell you what I'd listen to, my heart.
Hello?
Oh, Rick, that was awful. Hang on.
I'll give a shout out to Sherry.
We got to let the sugar subside here a little bit. We're all about to pass out.
Maybe I'm just a hopeless romantic. Hey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello?
Valentine's Day is just it's next week.
Sure it is.
Hey, go. You're on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Candace didn't really get all that she should have gotten in the first date. You know, she just got to go to Milo's, and he bought her some shoes, and he really showed out with the other two. So I think he needs to give Candace another try.
From the sound of your voice, From the sound of your voice, you are a woman, right? Or Michael
Yes.
Jackson. Which one?
A woman.
All right. So you're telling me here you're on a shopping spree at the Galleria is not a good date?
That's worse than going skating?
Yes, absolutely.
You would rather roller skate than go to the Galleria and have a shopping spree?
And have money and have a shopping spree.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, it was Michael Jackson. All right, so we'll come back. All right, when we come back. There's no way that was a woman.
No.
Hey, how about I ran the dates by females here in the office, and they all clearly said shopping spree.
Well, yeah.
They either said shopping spree or they said riding the limo. So
really, I just want to. I mean, and no offense to the eating places because I'm just counting them even. But I mean, really, to me, if you just rated them, this would have been the date with. It wouldn't be the best one, right? I mean, skating.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
We are back. Thank you for being with us today. Can I tell you something, just pulling the curtain back just a little bit? So, way back when Eric Hastings was working with the program, he played Roger Lewis, right? Did I have that name right?
Yes.
Comedian.
Yes.
And so he also had a company or something that would put together bed music for your show, and you get them on these CDs. So he would take all these songs, and where it wouldn't stop singing, where it wouldn't start singing too quick. It would just keep editing where you used the bed. Well, unfortunately, on some of them that he sent us, and you never know which ones they are, some of the cuts aren't right.
So you don't want to take credit for picking ABC?
I do not.
Okay.
And so I have been trying several times, and I guess one time maybe I could just quit being so stupid and actually make a note of it. Nimrod, Rick,
I've done the
is
same
that cut 31 is not Earth, Wind, and Fire's version of "Got to Get You Into My Life," which is what you keep trying to play. Apparently, cut 31 on the CD is actually cut 32. When Smokey sings by ABC, and it makes me look gay.
I've done
and I'm like,
you know what? I've done the same.
I was like, that really infuriates me, and I don't know why. I don't know why I won't just simply get that right. All right, here's what I'm interested in. I'm gonna see what 32 is.
What's 032?
It's a mystery we're going to solve.
Those things are very helpful.
I wonder if they're
like
just
that updated
inverted, and this is maybe Got to Get You Into My Life, Earth, Wind, and Fire version, not Beatles.
Okay.
No.
Now I'm thinking it's just the wrong CDs in there.
What is this?
But the other cuts on it, I think, are
Jane
right.
Child.
What is this?
Jane Child.
Okay. What is it called?
The name of the song is "I Don't Want to Fall in Love" or something like this. It's about Jane Child, I think.
Really?
All right, so that's not even on the list at all.
Is it in the wrong?
think
No.
Right.
See, here's the problem. See, when Smokey sings is on here.
Okay.
It's just the wrong cut. It's listed wrong.
Yeah.
So I don't even that one's not listed at all. What I just played. And let's see if 33 is Orange Crush. Okay, by REM. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so I don't. So how about this? He's got on here "Got to Get You Into My Life" by Earth, Wind, and Fire. I don't think it's on the CD at all. And there's something on there that's named listed. I thought I did too. Oh my gosh, is that
Jane
it?
Child.
Did I play that?
Yeah.
What a bad day for me on bed music. I'm sorry.
Rick,
How about me remembering that one?
You
huh?
did.
How did you remember that?
Wow, that's that.
I don't even know who that is.
That is interesting.
And just to back up my comments from the last segment,
Oh,
I wanna
Bubba, no,
give
you're
you
not
this.
going to expand on this.
You,
Are you?
you Rip Adler a new one?
I'm just interested in the facts. That's all.
Got him in the woodpile and stomped on him.
You know what I was going to say. I told Bubba this in the break straight up because we throw out these phrases like that. I was just about to say, all right, when we say that phrase, can you explain what you mean by that instead of it just being a phrase? And before I could, Bubba, ripped Adler a new one.
Yeah.
No, I didn't rip it. I just said I disagree with that statement that I've heard my whole life.
It has a
you know.
hippie sound to it.
And it's usually from Democrats on the far left.
Right.
But 60% of the enlistments in our U.S. military come from neighborhoods between $38,000 and $80,000. Okay, 60%. The very poorest neighborhoods supply 19% of the fighting force. The richest neighborhoods provide 17 and 19 on either end.
Right.
The majority is in the middle.
Right.
So,
And I want everybody to know, I literally, during the break, went up to Bubba and I was like, man, thank you for letting me be honest on the air.
Yeah,
I
always.
appreciate your honesty. And we gave each other a fist bump. Like, there's
Right.
no... I'm just thankful for a chance.
And then you tried to trip him, which was weird.
No,
Yeah.
I tell you what I thought was
That was awkward.
To show you how mad Adler was, I went there a minute ago. He took his arm and he raked every M&M pack. He just raked it right off that table into the
get in the
floor.
way of me to do
Rick
it.
Bubba said he didn't know Abby Hoffman actually worked here. He was one of them big 60 guys that was anti-Vietnam War.
That's good.
That's so good.
Well, then somebody puts on there and says, they're not trying to kill our troops in Germany and Japan. And Bubba, you made the correct point.
Well, they probably were when we first started.
They were when we first got there.
Yeah, give it 50, close to 100, or I guess 75 years, and it calms down a little bit.
But see, the times we're living in, we can't. Why don't we just say, which is the reasonable, sensible, correct? Let's not take war lightly. Let's not put anybody's life in danger unnecessarily.
Yep.
However, as Scripture says, in a fallen creation, there is a time for war, but it should never be taken lightly. And let's be sure we have clear. I sure am thankful for war in World War I. I'm certainly thankful for war in World War II. Could have got to the end of our initiative in Vietnam if the government had not squandered it. If we're going to go, let's go to win. I was thankful for Desert Storm. When we go, let's go to win. And if we don't think we can win or we can't find a clear initiative, then let's not go.
Yeah.
That's it.
And have an
how about this
have
when
an
we
exit
go?
strategy. What is our plan? So Like we had Operation Praying Mantis many years ago, where we destroyed the Iranian Navy,
and it was effective.
And it took them out of the game for a while. Now we had no intent of invading their country. Who wants it? You know,
right?
So we had a situation in Afghanistan where they were training terrorists to come to the U.S. We had to shut that down. Now, I don't think we should have left the way we left, and maybe we should have had a better plan while we were there. I mean, we can always debate that.
Yep.
But
yeah, no
and
question.
Look, it's always worth asking the question so we can get to the right answer.
Well, and
I'm not offended by the question.
And I know sometimes you and I catch a little flack for this. We're also in the camp, and I think I can speak for you on this one because we've had these conversations on and off the air. If we're going to go, and we've all written the checks to have the best weapons in the world,
use them.
Use them.
And be done with it and save lives as quickly as possible.
Completely destroy and annihilate your enemy's either ability or their will to continue to fight.
Yep.
End of subject. And if you're not willing to do that, then maybe not do it at all. You know, it saves a lot of lives. You know, whether you like it or not, the bombs we dropped on Japan saved lives.
Yes, it did.
And
and there's a way to avoid that. Don't bomb our military bases to begin with.
No,
there's always, you go back to classification point A that goes, that was a terrible thing. Now, the industrial military complex, we hear a lot about that. And I have to take face value what General Eisenhower said. I mean, we don't have a more successful general than him, and he said you got to watch that bunch.
Yeah, so that's not to say that
I don't
doesn't
have
matter.
a problem. Watching that and looking at our defense budget, but I want to be sure we're getting what we pay for.
Yeah, we're in this thing now, and with personal things you see it, and of course with important things. What we're saying is let's not become a soundbite society.
And it's easy
where
to
you
do,
make
too.
these blanket statements. You don't explain what you mean. You don't talk about the exceptions. You don't say, because that takes energy and it's more complicated. And but a lot of times just we're at this point now where we just want to say certain phrases that encompass so many things, and we're not willing to get into the details.
Yep.
And then most people, if you ever want to stump them, and I know it did get overdone at one point, I agree with you, but if you really want to find out, have somebody make a statement, and then you say, now, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, just walk it out for me.
Walk
Let
that
me know
out
what
for
you
me.
mean. It's not a soundbite, but what do you really mean?
And you'll be now Adler can, but I'm not saying he can't. But there's many times you'll have somebody, they won't have any idea. They just heard somebody else say it, and they have no idea what they're talking about. Hey man, I heard you did so and so. Did you explain that to me? Where'd you hear that?
Hey,
somebody said that's what happened.
We need to be
so
careful.
Is that what happened?
We need to be careful of the military-industrial complex. We need to be careful of big pharma. We need to be careful of this. We need to be careful of big education.
Absolutely.
We need to be
Big
careful
ed.
of the biggest of them all, big government.
There it is. That's right. And like we said, and you said that just like we said earlier in the program, we were kidding around with Adler's situation, but we're in a situation right now where, and it happened to him to a degree. I know we were half joking. I'm not anti-medicine. I'm not anti-medical because I want to ask questions.
We've got modern miracles because of that.
I don't believe that dumping all these vaccines on newborn babies is a good idea. Oh, so you're anti-vax? No, I'd like for us to safely vaccinate people, not to be stupid. Oh, so you didn't take the shot? I did not. Oh, so you're anti-vax? No, I just thought that was a risky vax.
I've had a bunch of them.
Yeah.
My kids had a bunch of them. I just didn't take that one.
Yeah, why can't I?
But my wife did because we had choices to make at a very difficult time, and that's what we decided to do. So we're living with that.
Never get to the point where people bark at you and they won't allow you to question. And I'd say the same thing about the military. We can't get to the point where we can, don't ask any questions, because if you do, they'll label you something. Now, you better ask questions. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And you know what? The reason why you won't be afraid of questions is if you actually have the answers.
Yep.
Again, I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to even speak on any of this. So thank y'all so much.
Adler, look, ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean,
zip it.
So you're anti-medicine, and you're anti the military.
It is so weird seeing the Democrats become the party of limiting free speech and pro-war. Now that it really is happening.
Well, Bill Maher talked about that. He's like, who are these current liberals?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
wrapping up the hour, and for a lot of you, the day, with a Rick and Bubba phone troll. The real Greg Burgess taking phones right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to chat, America, fire up. The lines are open. Here we go.
Rick, your sister.
I say Erica, 212. The buzzer will sound at the end of 30 seconds. As you're dialing, look at amac.us/bigbox, the Association of Mature American Citizens. If you decide to join now, you'll join over 2.1 million patriots committed to saving the country that we love. Big election coming up. You can do it right now for just $1 for an entire year, and you get the bi-monthly magazine as part of that. You get all the discounts. Over 100 different companies offer discounts to AMAC members involving traveling and just things that we enjoy to do. You get free Medicare advice, you get some Social Security advice. They can help with that. And plus, they have a lobby that lobbies on behalf of the mature American citizens, on behalf of us, from a conservative point of view, not unlike AARP, which is more to the left. So go to AMAC. You do have a choice. AMAC.us/bigbox. Join 1 year, $1 right now. Also, the link available at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Phone calls are coming in. We'll start those from the text line. Many of you are enjoying the flashbacks that Adler has in the breaks. The Factular is the flashback right now. Some of you are asking, whatever happened? Who did Cassio Kid pick one of them? Are they still together? Yes, he does go on to pick, and I think they've already showed this. Some of you may have missed that. Was it Megan? Girl's name was Megan?
Rick, I don't know if they've shown it yet.
Yeah,
I don't know. Everybody knows.
Anyway, he does pick one, but no, they're not together. Cassio Kid is happily married, but not to any of these women. So that was, we need to do a Where Are They Now, though, maybe whatever happened to those bachelorettes that were hoping that they too could be Mrs. Cassio one day, but another woman stole his heart. None of them did.
I have heard
he did pick one though.
I did hear from Alana in email a couple of times over the years, and I've run into Candace a few times over the years.
Have you really?
So yeah.
But was the other one's name Megan?
Yeah, I have not seen Megan at all.
Okay, yeah, I know that he picks one. They dated for a while, but it didn't work out.
Right.
And those are really, really funny flashbacks.
Yeah.
To Chester in Alabama. Chester, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
That Haitian lady that skinned that cat said actually she's a cat lover. They taste just like chicken.
Good.
What did he say? I couldn't understand.
Yeah. Just once again talking about the Haitians taking cats and pugs and ducks.
Is that all true though?
I think it's happened at least. It has happened. Yes.
Okay. James in Alabama. James, go ahead. 30 seconds.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
What's up?
I want to address the school shootings that's been going on, right? And all these Democrats calling for banning assault weapons, high-capacity magazines. Why not quit sending all of our money to other freaking countries, put armed guards and metal detectors at the doors of these schools and solve the problem?
Well, I mean, we've talked about that before. It does work. It is effective. I know there's cost. One thing, too, is, we have a Second Amendment. If we have licensed people who legally have firearms that are teachers and principals, and that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument.
A lot less expensive.
You look at a lot of the stadiums we build and the turf we put down. You could use that money in other ways. I mean, you could always have that discussion. I know that would be real popular, by the way.
Yeah, sure, that'd go over.
Yeah.
I have a lead balloon. You want to try to fly it?
Yeah.
JR in Alabama. JR, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
We're great. Good.
We're great.
Okay, I want to comment on this. I don't know how to politically announce it. Immigrant, migrant, wetback, ever how you do it. But
2 out of 3
actually work for a company. Well, you're true, Bubba. You're true. I actually work for a company that hauls a lot of parts to these automotive manufacturers, and about 99% of all these automotive suppliers.
Sorry. Man, if you got right to the point quicker. We continue. Let's go to Tate in Kentucky. Tate, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, boys, I'd rather live in the United States of America than the divided states of America. I've not ever had any of my representatives stop by my house and knock on my door to see what I needed. I'll hang up. Y'all have a blessed day. God bless you.
Anybody follow that one?
Yeah, I mean, okay.
I don't think it's
Is he
probably
saying-
realistic for them to come to everybody's door to check on them.
I think that would be tough.
Yeah,
Seems
that
would be tough.
that's kind of where your family unit needs to come in.
Yeah, I would rather not have a government official come to my door.
Yeah, I'd rather keep them out of the yard if I could.
It would be great with me if I never knew our central government existed at all. I don't look to them for anything other than I wanted a secure border, which they're supposed to do constitutionally, and I'd love to have a very effective, well-funded, and well-trained military. Other than that, I don't really need them.
Set the borders, set the boundaries, and then let us play in the middle.
Let's go to Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Y'all talking about Republicans and Democrats this morning. I just wanted to get y'all's thoughts on unions. And do you think that we need unions, or do you think we need to do away with them?
Well, that's too much of a blanket statement. I don't think the question is, do we need them or do we not? In some cases, they're very much needed, and they do a really good job. In other cases, they have taken advantage of the power that was given to them by the people they represent, and they've abused it. So some unions do a great job and are needed. Other unions have become kind of self-serving at the top, and they've kind of forgotten the people they represent. So I think unions, as we said on the show, like a lot of things, they absolutely were needed at one point, the way the workers were being treated, and had no recourse. But then many of them have kind of lost their way.
Well, they're a important part of the balancing act to be sure we get it right. But either side gets too much power, it's bad. So when it's right, it's in the middle. They can earn a living. The company can be profitable, but like you said, either way, it can. If it gets out of balance, it's bad.
Well, the problem is the employer and the folks representing the employees, they both have the same problem. They're fallen human beings. And if everybody would just treat each other as we were told the way you wanted to be treated, that would help. But that's not really the real world. But again, you got to hold that union accountable, just like that union supposedly is supposed to hold your employer accountable.
Yeah.
We continue. Ed in Alabama. Ed, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. What would if James Earl Jones was, what if he was an actor on like the Andy Griffin show? It would sound something like this. B, your fried chicken is superb today. Or maybe if he was talking to Opie. Opie, I am your father. How's that, Freddy?
I honestly never thought I would say this. I believe that Speedy could do a better impression of James Earl Jones. I never thought I'd say that.
That call was disturbing. Really.
It was.
It's
was.
going to leave me with a strange feeling when I leave the show today.
That's the longest 30 seconds I've lived in a long time. Right. Adam in Alabama. Adam, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Rick, I know this is kind of probably a simple question, but are we really thinking what we're going to do if Kamala Harris really wins?
I it would definitely be a different plan of action. I think in my personal life, I'm trying my best to plan that. I'm also sleeping every night knowing that regardless of the election in November, where Jesus Christ sits is not going to change. So my faith is not really placed in the government or this country. But practically, you're definitely going to have to make some changes.
Yeah, I don't think it will affect some of us that's older as much. It will, but not as much. The ones I worry about are the young kids.
Amen.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.